Han sternly looks at the soldiers while his party members look nervously at them. Eren yells, telling Han that these are not monsters, but humans instead. Han replies, "So what? Does this mean he's not going to fight?" But Eren argues that's not what he meant and urges them to talk to the human soldiers first. Ialka agrees with Eren, saying that they might be able to get some information about this place and avoid a fight. Han listens to these words, thinking they should avoid unnecessary killing, and asks Jenna what she thinks about the matter. But Jenna doesn't respond, as she's still shocked by the current situation. Han reasons that the human soldiers are different from NPCs because the soldiers can see them, so he concludes they are enemies. Han begins to unsheath his sword, asking his party members what they are doing, and tells them to draw their weapons, but Eren calls out to him in disbelief. Thinking that his party members don't want to fight, Han draws his sword and asks them if they will stop him as he coldly points it at them. Han's words and determined gaze make all his party members look at him in disbelief, as they seem to be struggling with the dilemma unfolding before them. Han then sighs, calming down, and tells his party to do what they wish. Eren also calms down, thanking him, and says he will try to talk to the human soldiers. Eren approaches the human soldiers and loudly tells them that his name is Eren and that he would like to speak with them. A soldier responds, saying they would also like to talk to them and that they were brought to this place out of nowhere. Eren asks how, but the soldier says it's too complex to explain and suspiciously asks him to come a little closer as the soldiers look to be in a fighting position. Eren tells the soldier that he'll go to them, but the soldier tells him to put his weapon down first as his colleagues are a bit fearful. The soldier also tells Eren not to worry since they don't intend to fight and just want to go back. These words make Eren think deeply about his decision. Eren decides to put his spear down on the floor, and Han grabs his shoulder and asks him if he's stupid and if he really intends to listen to the soldier's command. Han then tells the soldiers to come to him without their weapons. The soldier argues that Han's request is going to be difficult, while Han argues if the soldier really expects his party to be the only ones to drop their weapons, asking what kind of bullcrap is that. Suddenly, another soldier approaches the soldier, negotiating with Han's party, and tells him something. The negotiating soldier yields to Han's request and tells Han that 3 of them will go to him while all 3 soldiers drop their weapons. The 3 soldiers come closer to Han, and the negotiating soldier tells Han that as he can see, they're unarmed, telling Han that he would like him to do the same. Han drops his sword and shield and asks the negotiating soldier if this is good enough. The negotiating soldier tells him all right and that they can now talk. The soldier approaches Han, about to tell him something, catching Eren's attention. The soldier tells Han that he keeps hearing this endless voice in his head, which he can't stop hearing no matter what he does. He adds that the voice is talking to him right now as well, and Han, with a grin on his face, mockingly asks the soldier what the voice is saying. Black veins are shown on the soldier's face as he readies his attack, and with a crazed face, he rushes Han and tells him that the voice is telling him to kill them. The other 2 soldiers also begin their attack, pulling out their weapons. Han picks his sword up from the ground and begins his counterattack. He thinks that he's seen this before, and that the heroes who hesitated to attack all ended up dead. Han sternly strikes one soldier on the neck, and this shocks Jenna. Han, while still having his sword stuck into the neck of the first soldier he attacked, continues his attack by throwing a dagger at the crossbow soldier, landing a headshot. He finishes off the first soldier he attacked, and then finishes off the soldier with the crossbow, as he thinks that a compromise does not exist, no matter who it may be and however they may be. Another crossbow soldier panics and readies to shoot Han, but before he can shoot Han, Edis quickly steps in and throws a dagger at his head. Both crossbow soldiers are seen lying dead on the floor. Han quickly calls out to Eren and asks him if he still wants to try and talk to the soldiers, as Han thinks that it's kill or be killed, while the scene shows all 3 dead soldiers on the floor. Still, with a bothered expression, Eren says he'll fight as he readies his spear, which surprises Edis. Han asks Jenna what about her, and Jenna responds that if they don't kill, they'll be killed instead, and Han says this is obvious. While aiming at the soldiers with her arrow and using her weakness detection skill, Jenna says it's okay as she was prepared for this. She then shoots her arrows at the soldiers, hitting a few. Iolka says she's ready as she holds a fire spell in place, and Edis looks at Han's party, saying that it seems like she was worried for no reason, and Han replies that he told her so. As Han readies his shield and sword, he thinks it doesn't matter whether the enemy is a monster or a human. What he considers the most important when choosing party members isn't strength or talent, but mentality, as well as the desire to live and the willingness to do whatever it takes to survive. Han thinks that the human soldiers are the monsters and not them, so he confidently tells his party members to prepare for battle. The enemy soldiers begin their attack, and Edis, on the front line with Han, says that these guys aren't normal, and Han replies that he can tell. Han's party begins a full-on attack on the enemy soldiers. Han signals Iolka to attack, and Eren quickly moves out of the way. Iolka says the word ignite, hitting some soldiers with a massive flame attack. Jenna shoots her arrow, hitting a soldier, while Eren stabs another with his spear. Han blocks a soldier's spear with his shield, and then delivers a devastating slash with his sword, killing the soldier while he thinks the soldier is weak. Han thinks the armors of the soldiers are great, but they're neither in position nor organized. Meanwhile, a soldier shrieks in fear on the floor. Han sternly looks at the shrieking soldier. This soldier begs Han to please spare him, telling Han that he has a wife and daughter waiting for him at home, so he must return to them. Han questions this, asking, "Return? How?" These words confuse the soldier, but as he tries to think more deeply about this, the soldier goes mad, and Han quickly kills him, ending his suffering. Iolka, looking at the dead soldiers, says that these people are strange, and Edis tells her that they've been brainwashed, claiming she's seen it a few times, but she's never seen so many people brainwashed so thoroughly at once, though. Edis then remembers the last time she killed these many people who were this brainwashed, and Han asks if these are the same people, to which she replies that she definitely killed them, but they are the same people from last time. Han looks at a dead soldier on the floor, noticing their blood is black and thick, reminding him of Tell, the president of Mobius Corps. He then thinks that he can't tell yet, as there is insufficient evidence that Tell and the soldiers are related. The heroes then clear the stage, with Jenna and Edis leveling up and Han selected as the MVP. Han tells his party members to get used to it, as he'll also do the same. Eren questions if he means to get used to murdering people, and Han replies yes, as there is no difference between monsters and humans. Han thinks that, as expected, there were human-form monsters on the 14th and 15th floors too. The equipment, people, and formations were all different, but there was one similarity. They were all hostile towards them, no matter what. This was a relief because it helped them kill the enemies without hesitation. But stress builds up a bit faster when fighting against human-form monsters when compared to regular monsters, and Master Anything seemed to notice this and didn't make them grind. He let them rest once a day after battle. Han mentions that after a few days, they had leveled up enough to challenge the 15th floor, and because of Iolka and Edis' starting ranks, their XP didn't go up very fast. And this is the bad thing about heroes whose starting ranks are high. The equipment workshop facility began operating too, and thanks to the creation of the leather pouch, Han could carry more. Han receives 2 basic health potions, and Acel tells him not to drop them as they are expensive. Suddenly, Acel sees the health potion being dropped, and the system notes that a basic health potion broke and provides a tip saying that sometimes items are broken while in possession. Han then glares at Acel, telling her that she said it was expensive, but a panicked Acel tries to argue and then blames the master for overworking her. After equipping everyone with health and mana potions exclusively for Iolka, Acel tells the rest of the group that they must listen closely to Han if they want to survive. When Han asks Acel what she's talking about, she tells him she's being strict, as it would be a problem if they started rebelling. Han stares at the main dungeon entrance, thinking they've finally reached the 15th floor. He doesn't exactly know what kind of mission it will be, but it's not a connected quest like on the 10th floor. He tells his party members they'll make it through if they fight like they usually do. Jenna asks Han if this means they just do as he says, but he tells her not to depend on him too much. However, Edis says Han is pretty dependable as his orders are clear. Han looks at his stats window and reasons that his total stat is 107, comparable to an advanced 3-star hero. He also thinks it has already been 2 months since he got here, and he hasn't even taken a break. A system notification appears about using the recording feature and notes that you can record to save a stage challenge and that this can be viewed anytime, but you must purchase this feature first. Han figures out that the Master wants to save the replay and thinks this is not a bad habit. Master Anything purchases the record feature, and the system congratulates him, saying he can watch the hero's records anytime. Han thinks that this feature will be helpful in raising insight and judgment skills, and that even if Master Anything cannot interfere in missions yet, that will change once they are on the higher floors. Han tells his party members that this mission has 2 characteristics worth mentioning. The first is that it's a special mission. He tells them to think of the goddess statue he explained to them about on the 10th floor, as it was said that they would all die if that statue was destroyed. Han says there's a similar condition on the 15th floor, as Party 3 went in and died within 5 minutes and probably didn't even get to fight. He reasons that they failed the mission without even knowing anything, and the consequence of that was death. Therefore, they need to find out what the mission is as soon as possible and make sure they don't fail the mission. He adds that they don't have much time, probably only 15 minutes, and Jenna questions the 15 minutes. Han says that Party 3 went in and died within 5 minutes and asks Jenna if she knows what that means. Without waiting for an answer, he says they will automatically fail the mission if they go in there and do nothing. They will all die, adding that this is the second characteristic. Han thinks that time flows differently between the lobby and the stage. Considering this, he reasons they have about 15 minutes, which is very little time. In other words, this is a time-sensitive mission. The system notes that the current challenge floor is the 15th floor, and the doors will open after 10 seconds, urging the heroes to get ready. Han tells his group that once they arrive at the 15th floor, they'll gather information within 3 minutes and start the mission. The heroes are transported to the 15th floor. It is sunny, and a big apartment-like structure is seen. We see a couple, 2 men, a woman, and a child peacefully outside this structure. Our heroes arrive in the middle of the city, where crowds of people are seen. 2 bearded men are having a conversation about a certain person, while Han thinks that this floor is a city as well. Eren is startled by an old woman passing by him and ignoring him. Meanwhile, Han wonders if these people can't see them and reasons that they must be NPCs. Han looks at the people in the city and thinks that it's very peaceful here, unlike on the 10th floor. Suddenly, a notification appears and says that the mission type is to guard, and the objective is to protect a certain individual. This notification makes Han uneasy, as it wants them to find one person they must protect amongst the large crowds of people in this city. Han thinks that Party 3 must have panicked when they saw this crowd, as they didn't know the mission and couldn't tell who the enemy was. They hadn't gone to the 10th floor, so they might have thought that their goal was to kill the civilians. Han believes there are 2 possible reasons for the deaths of Party 3 members. Either they were attacked by the enemy while killing the civilians, or the one person they were supposed to protect died. In other words, if they don't want to share the same fate as Party 3, they have to find that one person. Han tells his party members that the objective is to protect, and they need to find that one person, adding that they're probably supposed to die soon. Jenna looks at the people around them and asks whom they are supposed to protect, saying there are only people around and no monsters in sight. Han asks if any of them recognize this place, and Eren says he does, as he had come as a merchant here before. Eren says this place is called Adolf, and its many interconnected roads allow for great trade. From this information, Han reasons that this place is in Townia, and then asks if there are any noteworthy places in this city. Eren replies that in the middle of the city, there's a temple where the goddess is worshipped. It's a famous sacred location called the White Silver Hall, and it's one of the top 3 temples, excluding the Holy City. Jenna happily chimes in, saying she's heard of the White Silver Hall before, and that it's giant. Han then asks if these people are heading there, and Eren says it seems like it, as there must be some event going on. Han tells Edis they'll go to the temple, asking for her support, and she agrees. Edis swiftly dashes and climbs the city's walls. She stands at the top of a structure with a high viewpoint of the city. We then see people entering an entrance that 2 soldiers guard. One of the soldiers notices Han and is about to tell him to stop, as he cannot enter. But before he finishes his sentence, Han knees him in the face, knocking him out and alerting the other soldier, who is about to blow his whistle for support. But before the whistle is blown, Han hits the soldier in the face with his shield. Han's actions shock Eren as he calls out to him, but Han continues by grabbing the soldier's head and slamming it onto the wall, knocking him out. After letting go of the soldier's head, Han asks Eren if he doesn't get it. With a stern expression on his face, Han tells Eren that the soldiers can see them. Therefore, this means that these soldiers are their enemies. Han thinks that the cavalry NPCs and other soldiers on the 10th floor could not see them, as Jenna is shown tripping the guards over and the cavalry passing by, ignoring Han's party. While looking at the soldiers he knocked out, Han thinks they are different as they can clearly see him and his party, meaning they are not normal NPCs. Iolka worries about the soldiers' well-being, saying they might not be hostile, and Han says it's possible and tells her not to worry, as he didn't kill them, but Iolka says the knights look half dead. A large crowd is seen from above, gathered in front of a white building structure, which Eren confirms as the White Silver Hall. An old man with magician clothes and a staff is seen walking on a balcony of the White Silver Hall. He approaches the balcony ledge and looks at the people gathered before him. The people are conversing with each other while waiting for the announcement from the old man. The old man suddenly clears his throat and hits his staff on the ground, activating voice amplification magic and telling everyone to be quiet. This magic catches Iolka's attention, and she says that this is magic amplification. The old man announces that the sun's successor is making her entrance and tells the people not to cause a ruckus. Han tells his party members that there's no time, so they will enter the temple, and Jenna nervously asks if they are going inside. Han reasons that for an event like this to occur on a stage, it must mean that the person they need to protect is the main character of the event. As Han and his party approach the temple's entrance, a soldier tells them to stop, saying they cannot enter. With his hand ready to unsheath his sword, Han coldly tells the soldiers to move unless they want to die. This makes the soldiers panic as they notice Han and his party have weapons. One of the soldiers loudly asks them if they are heretics. As Han approaches the statue of the goddess, he asks with a grin on his face, "Heretics?" He then hits the statue of the goddess with a powerful right kick, breaking the statue of the goddess completely. With a grin on his face, he then asks the soldiers if this is what a heretic is. The captain of the soldiers curses at him, calling him insane, and commands the other soldiers to kill Han. A system warning appears, and notifications show a human soldier level 13 and an unidentified enemy at an unknown level, with both showing unknown quantities. Iolka, in disbelief at the current situation, tells Han that he's so bold, and Han replies that he knows. Han then asks his party members if they believe in this religion, and Eren says no, while Jenna says she only believes in herself and Han. As the soldiers begin their attack, one of them says to drive out the heretics. Han says they'll get through these guys and keep moving forward because the person they have to protect is probably in the temple. As Han rushes towards the soldiers with Eren by his side, Han tells him to get through the soldiers, and Eren says okay. A soldier hits Han, but he blocks it with his shield and then counters the attack by stabbing the soldier in the neck. At the same time, another soldier tries to attack him with a spear, but Han blocks it with his shield and counters by slashing the soldier in half with his sword. Han continues rushing forward when another soldier attacks him with his battle axe, but Han hits the soldier in the stomach with his shield, and this devastating blow takes the air out of the soldier and then sends him flying. Han tells his party members to keep running instead of trying to fight them all. The captain of the soldiers orders his subordinates to stop Han's party and protect the temple. While still rushing towards the temple's entrance, with Jenna covering him from behind, skillfully shooting a soldier, Han tells his party members not to fight them all as they don't have time. Han thinks that the person they have to protect is probably hiding somewhere in this temple, and he doesn't know how, but he thinks that person will probably die soon. Meanwhile, Eren hits a soldier with his spear. As Han kicks the temple's door open, he thinks they only have a few minutes left, and if they don't manage to find the person they are supposed to protect in that time, they'll all die. Han stands inside the temple, looking around. The system still shows that the mission type is to guard, and the objective is to protect a certain individual, but the remaining time is unknown. Han calls out to Iolka, and she replies that she knows while using her telekinesis magic. Iolka uses her telekinesis magic on the temple's benches to block the main entrance to the temple. A man who looks like a priest calls out to Han's party, asking them who they are and how they got inside. Han looks at the priest and notices that there's no change in the message window, so he says it's not him. Han looks at the hallways and thinks they must be the entrances. Some enemy soldiers rush towards Han's party, asking them where they think they are going. Han tells his party members to take care of the right path, as he will go left. Jenna tells him that they'll catch up with him soon. Han takes off to the left path while a soldier rushes towards him, telling the others to get him. The soldier is about to attack Han, telling Han that he'll kill him, but is not able to finish his attack and sentence because Han quickly knocks him out with a devastating elbow blow to the back of his head. Han sees the hallway entrance and rushes for it. He quickly runs up the stairs of the temple, wondering where their target is. Han recalls the old man's announcement about the son's successor, thinking that the old man wasn't the target, but the son's successor must be the target. As Han gets close to a door, he sees a knight standing in front of it. The knight introduces himself as Kyle von Strauss and says that as a holy knight, he will relay the anger of the goddess to the enemies of the Strauss family. The knight is about to say something else, but Han ignores him and keeps running forward. The knight is in disbelief that Han ran past him, telling him to wait as he was introducing himself and to stop ignoring him. Han continues running forward in the hallway and then kicks open a door. While wondering where the target is, he finds an old priest eating a chicken leg. Han ignores him, still desperately looking for the target. Suddenly, a soldier tries to open a door, but Han kicks it close and hits the soldier. Han runs past another person in the hallway who ignores him. He then thinks that not everyone in there can see them. While he rushes forward, still desperately looking for the target, he thinks that there are probably less than 3 minutes remaining, telling himself that there isn't much time left. Han then forces open another door and sees a room full of flowers. He then stands still to look around this garden-like room quickly. He notices a few people standing on the outer side of the room, so he goes towards them to investigate further. As he arrives where these people are, Han feels a bit tense as he finds himself against 3 soldiers all on his own. One soldier holds his sword upwards using 2 hands, saying "Death to the heretic." The scene shifts to a long, white-haired girl with a crown on her head, and the old man standing behind her calls out to her, saying "Your Highness." He tells her that there are citizens waiting at the square, but she asks him if there is trouble in the garden. The old man replies that he thinks there's an invader, but tells her not to worry, as they'll take care of them. The scene then shifts to Han, who is blocking an attack from a soldier, and then quickly dodges another attack that grazes his right cheek. Han is in a 3 versus 1 situation against the soldiers and looks to be struggling. While Han blocks a soldier's sword with his own, he thinks that these soldiers are on a different level from the soldiers he fought below. Han then blocks a strike from another soldier using his shield and with great force steps on that soldier's foot and quickly stabs the soldier's leg with his sword. This makes the soldiers scream in pain and lose their balance. And Han takes this opportunity to get behind the soldier, pull out a sword, and decapitate them. Shortly after finishing off one soldier, another one attacks Han, and he blocks the attack with his sword. He then tosses his shield to the soldier who is about to attack him from behind. Han pulls out his other sword from the dead soldier's leg and sticks it in the face of the soldier whose sword he blocked. He then continues his attack on the last soldier, to which he had previously thrown his shield, but now wields two swords. A powerful right-hand strike with his sword forces the enemy soldier to block Han's attack with their sword, and the clash between the two swords creates sword sparks. Han throws a barrage of attacks at the soldier, using both swords, fully concentrating on taking this last soldier down. Han then swings both swords to attack the soldier at the same time. The soldier blocks his attacks. One of Han's swords is blocked by the soldier's sword, and the other one by their armor. Han's sword that hit the soldier's sword breaks, and Han swings his other sword once again, finally decapitating the last soldier and killing him. The scene shifts back to the long, white-haired girl and the old man. The girl says that she appreciates the chance the old man has given her, noting that she won't forget it, and the old man says the goddess will also be happy. Han steps onto the balcony where the girl and the old man are, and this alerts the old man, who calls Han an invader. While he looks at a battle-scarred Han holding a bloody sword, the old man wonders if Han managed to get through the guards. The old man quickly readies and then fires his attack, but Han becomes shocked as he realizes that the attack is not aimed towards him, but at the white-haired girl. Han quickly rushes towards the old man, looking to kill him before the old man succeeds in killing the girl. This sudden movement from Han alerts the old man, making him nervous, but in an instant, his head is seen flying off his body due to Han's swift strike to his neck. Although the old man is killed, his magic attack is not cancelled, and a powerful red beam is shot, destroying part of a nearby structure. This causes the people that gathered to panic and start running away from there. Han looks at the dead old man on the floor and thinks that the old man didn't try to attack him. While looking at the shocked, white-haired girl, Han thinks that she's the one they're supposed to protect. The girl asks Han who he is, but he replies that she doesn't need to know. She starts to loudly ask Han questions, such as if he's an assassin and if he has come here to kill her. Meanwhile, Han is alerted by a barrage of arrow attacks, so he grabs the girl's head and knocks her down on the floor to protect her from the incoming attacks. Han blocks the arrow attacks with his sword, and then all 5 arrows are seen broken on the floor. While on the floor, the girl asks Han what is happening, but he tells her to stay down. Suddenly, 3 assassins are seen standing in front of Han and the girl. The assassins resume their attack on the girl, with one of them throwing 3 daggers at the girl. But Han quickly blocks the attack using his shield. Han looks closely at one of the daggers and realizes that the assassin is using poison daggers. As one of the assassins rushes towards the girl, Han thinks that the assassins are definitely aiming for the girl. But before the assassin is able to strike the girl, the assassin is hit in the face by an arrow coming from Edis, who is standing on top of a structure. Han then rushes another assassin and quickly stabs them. The last remaining assassin tries to catch Han off guard and throws a dagger at him, but Han blocks it with his shield and quickly strikes the assassin, killing them. Edis then arrives on the balcony where Han and the girl are. She says the wall was so damn high it took her a while to climb it. Edis adds that there were 2 more assassins, but they already took care of them, and then asks Han who the kid is, referring to the girl. The girl stands up and demands to know who Han and Edis are, saying that this is not a place people like them can just barge into. She tells them to return right away, but as she says this, an arrow nearly misses her, making her panic. Han, with a grin, asks the girl if she is sure about this, claiming that she'll die if they leave her alone. The girl wonders what is happening. Han tells her to follow them if she wants to live or die here. Meanwhile, Another assassin with a bow is seen readying their next attack. While Edis, with a stern expression, stands by Han's side, Han looks at the girl with a grin and asks her what her answer is. The girl is seen a bit overwhelmed by the current situation unfolding before her, but she then agrees to go with Han and his party to live another day. A system notification appears saying mission success. Special NPC Friasis Al-Lagner has joined the party. More system notifications appear saying that the mission objective has been changed. The new mission objective is to escape the city with Friasis Al-Lagner. Han thinks about the current escape mission they've been assigned by the system. He then says, alright, he knew they wouldn't let them clear the mission so easily. As Han picks up a crossbow, he tells Edis to prepare to descend. With a focused gaze, while aiming his crossbow, he tells Edis that he'll keep the enemies at bay. Iolka, Jenna, and Eren suddenly arrive at Han's location. Jenna tells Han that there's no time as the soldiers are gathering at the bottom. Han tells his party members to memorize the girl's face, as this is the kid they're supposed to protect. The girl argues she's not a kid, and Han, teasing the girl, says that the girl gets mad when you call her a kid, as they can see. Iolka is a bit surprised, saying that this is surprising, as she didn't think she would meet the girl in a situation like this. The girl asks Iolka if she knows her. Han quickly steps in and tells the girl that it doesn't matter who she is. Han then tells everyone to listen up and says they'll go down with the rope, and they'll secure an escape route. Edis tells Han that she has already figured out a way to escape, saying the left side has the fewest soldiers and that the path is complex, so it's good for hiding too. Han says they'll go that way then. Han says that the order will be Edis first, then Eren, him, Iolka, and Jenna. He tells Iolka to create a wall of flames so that the enemies can't approach them. He adds that Eren and Edis will go down first so that no one can interrupt them from climbing down. In the next scene, Iolka creates a wall of fire, alerting the soldiers that there is a mage, and one of them says to kill the mage first. Edis, ready to descend, says that she'll go down first, and Eren follows along. Han looks at the white-haired girl and says that he's next, telling her to come. She questions if he means her, to which Han replies, "Who else?" Han descends quickly, telling the girl to hold on tight and not let go. When they arrive at the bottom, the girl tells Han that they're there and to get off her. Iolka nervously and carefully descends down the rope, and Han yells at her to hurry up. Eren is then seen hitting a soldier with his spear, and as he's about to continue his attack, he gets hit by a poisonous dagger. Eren takes a look at the remaining soldiers behind the wall of fire, with one of them grinning at him. The system notifies that Eren is inflicted with bleeding and poison, and that his HP will be reduced for a period of time. These notifications catch Han off guard. Han quickly calls out to Eren, but Eren says he's okay. The last one to descend down is Jenna, saying that she thought she was going to lose a layer of skin as she waves her glove, which emits smoke from the friction with the rope. Han thinks that they've secured the target and his party members are safe. Now, they just need to get out of the field to clear the mission. Han shouts at everyone, saying to run to the left if they don't want to die. One of the soldiers commands the others not to let Han and his party escape, adding to get the witch and the chasers. The white-haired girl turns around to look at the soldiers, wondering who they are calling a witch, but Han tells her he thinks they mean her. Suddenly, a soldier pops out from a corner, saying they won't get past him, but Han and Edis quickly hit him hard, rendering him unable for combat. The party quickly stops to find the next escape route while multiple soldiers stand in front of them, blocking their path, and the ones chasing them begin to catch up. The soldiers begin yelling to kill them, but suddenly, Edis finds another path and tells Han to come this way. The party follows Edis, and Han asks her about the path she mentioned earlier. Edis says that she knows where they're going, adding that they'll reach the outskirts if they follow this path. Meanwhile, Iolka uses her telekinesis magic to grab the rubble from the floor and block off the entrance to their path to prevent the soldiers from following behind. Han's party arrives at another part of the city, and Edis says to rest here for a bit. The white-haired girl falls to her knees, asking how can this be. Han says they'll rest for 5 minutes before continuing their escape. While Han opens up a basic health potion, he reasons that Iolka's blockade won't hold up for too long, so the soldiers will find them soon. He thinks that it'll be worse for them if they get surrounded in this area, and they'll be able to open up a path if Iolka can charge her flame magic to the 3rd level. If they have an escape route, they'll be able to clear the mission. Han looks at Eren, who is breathing heavily, and asks him about his injury. Forcing a smile and holding his hand over his poisoned injury, Eren says the pain won't go away even if he drinks a potion. Jenna asks Han if there is a way to treat Eren. Han thinks about this and then asks the white-haired girl if she has any skills. She asks what kind, and Han replies healing skills. Han thinks that sometimes there are NPCs with special skills, hoping that the white-haired girl has healing skills. The girl, with a heavy heart, says that she's sorry, implying that she does not have any healing skills. Han, looking at Eren, who is breathing heavily, acknowledges this hard truth. Meanwhile, Jenna, Edis, and Iolka worry about Eren, acknowledging the critical position he's in. Han, who is also worried about Eren's well-being, thinks that because of the poison, Eren cannot be healed with basic HP potions, and the longest Eren will be able to move properly for is about 10 minutes. He also thinks that they do not have any antidotes with them, and there are no NPCs here who can heal him. Eren, who now looks exhausted and sad, notes that Han said he would leave them behind if they couldn't catch up. Eren says he thinks that now is that moment. Meanwhile, Han maintains a stoic expression. Eren looks to be suffering in pain but manages to get up. He says he'll stall for time and leave him there. Han sees the poor condition Eren is in and begins thinking, and Jenna, looking worried, says that she wants them to go together. Eren tells Jenna that it's not possible for him to go with them, but Jenna tries to argue. Eren recalls the day he watched Han and Jenna spar against each other, where Jenna unlocked her new skill. He remembers feeling frustrated as the gap in strength between him and them was becoming even bigger. With a disappointed expression, Eren says that he's just too weak. Han turns to Iolka and asks her for her take on the situation, but Iolka is worried and tells him that he can decide. Han contemplates the decision he should take, as he thinks that if they consider efficiency, leaving Eren here would be the right choice. He also thinks that the white-haired girl doesn't have the ability to protect herself, and that bringing Eren along is too much for them to handle, as protecting one person and protecting two are very different matters. Finding his resolve in the situation, Han opens up a basic health potion. He drinks a little bit of the heath potion and then tosses the rest to Eren, who catches it. Eren is confused as to why he received a health potion from Han, as the potion won't do anything against the poison. But Han tells him to drink it, and that even though the health potion won't heal him, it will prevent him from getting worse. Han then orders everyone to take out all the potions they have. He gathers everyone's health potions in a bag and offers it to Eren, telling him to drink one every 10 minutes. Eren tells Han that giving this to him is a waste, but Han says that's his decision to make. Han says they're going to split up the party. He says that party 1 is Edis, the child, and him, and that they will get the child out of this place. He then says that party 2 is Eren, Jenna, and Iolka, and that they will protect Eren until the child escapes. Jenna asks Han if they just need to help Eren. Han replies that the enemy is after the child, so if they head in the opposite direction from them, they will be able to find a safe place. Eren calls out to Han and is about to say something, but Han cuts him off, telling him to shut up. Edis tells Han that if they do this, it'll be hard to get through the exit, noting that there are tons of soldiers waiting for them at the exit, and that it would be harder to protect the child. Han says they're just taking a different approach, and Edis wonders what he means by this. Han explains that the first objective of this stage was to find the target to protect and rescue, and the new objective now is to have the target escape. The scene where the mission objective changed to escaping with the target is shown, where Han is seen a bit worried about the sudden change in objective. Han continues his explanation, saying that they are going to try to infiltrate the crowd instead. With a stern expression, Han says that they will escape tonight from this city. Han says they will wait until night falls to escape. He thinks they can't try and fight their way out because their team is now divided, making them less capable of doing so. It is not all bad, though, because the advantages of having fewer people in a group are that they can be stealthier and they can escape without having to fight. Han reasons that if they don't fight, then there's no need to have a mage with them. And fire magic is bound to attract a lot of attention, so they can't have Iolka with them. He put Jenna on the same team as Eren so that they could be more flexible with how they react to bad situations. Han tells his party, except Edis, to go to the edge of the city, as there will probably be search teams all night, and they just need to run away with Eren. Eren, looking exhausted, apologizes, but Han tells him not to be mistaken as he's not keeping him alive for Eren's own sake. Han addresses Jenna and Iolka, telling them that if a situation occurs where they can't protect Eren, they should abandon him without hesitation, reasoning that their lives are of higher priority than that of an injured person. Han says that the break is over, telling Jenna's party to go right, and that Edis, the child, and he will go left. Han asks Edis if she knows any hiding places, and she replies that there are quite a few, mentioning that the alleyways are quite complex and they can go inside the buildings too. Han questions if they can really go inside the buildings, and Edis says she tried earlier. Han thinks this is a good thing, as this is different from the 5th floor, where they couldn't enter buildings. As Han's group passes by the alleyways, they see a bum on the floor and 2 women who seem to have the oldest profession in the world. The white-haired girl curiously looks around the people they pass, but is suddenly interrupted by the bum who was lying on the floor earlier. The creepy bum approaches the young girl and asks her if she's lost, which startles the girl. The creepy bum asks her if she ran away from home and that he can lead her somewhere, but before he says any more, Edis kicks him in the back of his knee, making the bum scream in pain. As the man falls to the ground, Edis says that this is the slums, but it's a good place to hide. She adds that the streets here are like a maze and that there are a lot of buildings. As she walks away, she tells Han that she'll go ahead and look for a place to hide. The system shows a tip on long-term missions, saying there are instances when missions are prolonged and that the heroes will continue to work even if the user logs out. Han thinks about the current system tip about long-term missions and reasons that it's probably boring for Master Anything to watch. He then looks at the child, thinking she looks nervous, but she's staying calm, reasoning she must be no ordinary child. Han reasons that if she had been ordinary, she would have rejected their offer to come with them in the first place, but she quickly realized that coming with them was the way to survive, even amidst the chaos. Han's trio arrives at a house, and Han tells Edis that she found a great place, noting that there's a back door too, so they'll be able to escape easily. Edis says that they should hide here until dark and that she's going to set a trap by the entrance, so they should be careful. The child sighs and asks if they are going to spend their time here. Edis goes towards the exit and says she'll be back, but Han asks her if she's going out again. Edis replies that she has duties to fulfill and that Han alone is enough to protect the child, noting that she needs to find a way out of the city. The child and Han are now alone in the house, and Han thinks that maybe he should have put Jenna in his place, as there isn't much he can do in a place like this. As he sits in his chair wondering about this, Han is alerted when the child begins speaking with him. She tells him that her name is Phriasis al-Lagner, and that she's the second successor of the Empire. Han replies, "What about it?" And she replies that it looks like it doesn't work on him. She then curiously asks Han where he came from. He replies that it's none of her business. The girl tells Han that she has revealed her identity, so he should at least return the favor, but Han tells her that she won't understand even if he tells her. The girl wonders about this, asking Han if he comes from a place she doesn't know about, and Han says that she could say that. The girl then asks if perhaps they were the soldiers who saved Nelsa, and Han changes his expression to one of curiosity. Han secretly wonders if Nelsa is the name of the city on the 10th floor, as he remembers overhearing the NPCs talking. While holding her crown, The girl says that it looks like she's right, as she saw this in her dreams. This makes Han wonder about the girl's dreams. The girl says that in her dream, soldiers were fighting hard to protect a city, and although she couldn't see their faces, she feels that Han and his party were those soldiers. She continues by saying that the survivors of Nelsa said that a group of people protected them and that the city would have fallen if it weren't for them, but noting that they also couldn't see the faces of the soldiers. The girl says that she's been having strange dreams for a year and that these dreams are very ominous, as everything ends in the dreams. She says that the Empire, the four renowned families' city, and the big and small cities and villages, everything on the continent was on fire. These dreams made her certain that, at this rate, the continent was going to meet its end. She asks Han if he knows that there are ominous things happening all over the continent. There are mysterious diseases thriving, parasites, and monsters. She assumed the Nelsa invasion was part of that, as they usually don't invade human territory. Han asks the girl why she's telling him all of this. She replies by saying that she needs power, and Han questions, "Power?" With a more confident look now, the girl replies she needs the power to save the world. Han looks at her, asking if she's asking for his help. She replies that she is. Han lays back on his chair and tells her that he doesn't know why she would ask him for help. He asks, doesn't she have incredible power as a princess? He's sure there are knights in line for her. The girl, looking a bit depressed now, says that she's just a scarecrow and that all she has now is the position of a princess, but nothing else. While biting her lip, she says that no one listens to her and no one obeys her. Han tells her that she has money, so she should hire some mercenaries. She desperately replies that she'll hire Han as her mercenary, adding that she'll pay him whatever he wants, noting that she may be a scarecrow, but she does have money. Han, uninterested, declines her offer and tells her to look for someone else. He adds that she can just hire some other capable person if she has money. While she holds her crown, the girl says that no one believed her when she talked about her dreams and that they didn't even want to listen to her, but he was different. With a smile, she says that Han didn't laugh at her story, and this is why she wants to hire him. Han thinks this is annoying. Han recalls his promotion meeting with Tell, where she tells him that he needs to make them change the story, even if the settings and plausibility are messed up, and even if space and time are mixed up and destroyed. Han thinks if the explanation he heard from the promotion is true, this stage is Taunia's past, and even if he wanted to help, it would not work out. Han thinks the girl is just an NPC, and that they won't have anything to do with each other once this mission is over. Meanwhile, the girl looks at him nervously, confirming if he's declining her offer. Han tells her that he has his reasons, and she asks him about his reasons. Han smiles and replies that she might laugh at it, and this makes the girl even more curious. Han looks at the girl with a smile and tells her that they are from a different world. The girl, in disbelief, asks Han what he means by a different world. Han thinks that it should be okay for him to talk to the girl for a bit, given that there is nothing to do until dawn anyway. He tells her that it's a really crappy place and they're here because of a mission. He explains that in the world they come from, they're given missions, and if they can't complete them, they die. He adds that this time, their mission was to protect someone, and they didn't know who that person was, but later realized it was her. Han tells her that they'll die if they fail to protect her, which shocks the girl. The girl, trying to understand what Han just told her, asks him if they really came from another world to carry out a mission here. Han replies that they did, and that they'll be forcibly returned to their world once they complete their mission here, and this is why he can't help her. The girl, in disbelief, says this is an absurd story, talking about another world. She then asks Han if he's lying to her so that he can reject her request. Han turns his gaze towards the girl and tells her that she can believe whatever she wants. It doesn't matter to him. The girl looks at him with a smile and tells Han she believes him, saying they are warriors from another world. This makes Han, who is lying back on his chair, look at the girl in thought. The girl tells Han that she won't doubt his story since he didn't laugh at her story and that she gets he has his reasons. She continues saying that she won't try to change his mind anymore and just do his job, and she'll do her job. Han asks her what's her job. The girl replies that it should be obvious. It's to prevent her dreams from becoming a reality. Han asks her if she was the one who called the people to the square. The girl asks if he means the White Silver Hall and replies that yes, it was her, as she was going to give a speech. Han asks her, for what? She replies to gain more influence, as she's nothing compared to her brother at the moment. Han looks at the girl and thinks, influence, huh? He reasons that if it weren't for them, the girl would have surely died in this place. If pick-me-up missions have some kind of meaning, it's that the girl known as Phreasis is an NPC worth saving. He then tells the girl that his name is Han, which surprises the girl a bit. She thinks about his name and begins to fall in love with him. She then thanks Han, saying she would have died if it weren't for him, but Han replies that they're not done yet. He asks her if she has any clue why they're trying to kill her, and the girl replies she doesn't. Han then hands the girl something else to wear, telling her she stands out too much, comparing her to a walking billboard. The girl is confused by the word billboard. Looking at the worn-out clothes Han gave her, she asks him if he wants her to wear them, and what about the clothes she's wearing now? Han replies that there's a dumpster outside, so they will throw out the clothes she's currently wearing there. He then asks her if she does not want to. She replies it's fine, as she expected this much, but asks Han to let her be alone. Han steps out of the room, and then shortly after begins hearing sounds. He thinks that he can hear her and wonders if she's crying right now. He reasons that even if just by name, the girl is still a princess, and she's at most 15 years old. He's sure it's hard for her to accept the current situation she's in. The girl comes out dressed in the clothes Han provided her with, saying that the texture is weird. Han replies that he's sure it is, as the bugs were laying eggs on it. These words make the girl panic, as she wonders if this is true. Han then tells her that he's just kidding, and she yells at him, saying not to make jokes like that. Han, while sitting back down in his chair, tells the girl that they'll be leaving in 2 to 3 hours, so she should get some sleep. He then reasons that if something happens to Eren, he'll receive a status abnormality message, so they still have time. He hopes that Eren can hold on just a bit longer. It is currently dark outside, and the girl is sleeping soundly. Han looks at the girl sleeping and then sighs, thinking that he ended up talking too much. Suddenly, Edis stealthily walks into the room. Han and the girl are in and says that the girl is sleeping well. Han looks at Edis, who is now standing in front of him, and asks her about the exit. She replies that she found it. Edis says there's a small problem with the exit. The scene then shifts to a bunch of guards standing by the exit. There are 21 level 11 soldiers and 1 level 21 human knight. Han thinks that there are 22 guards in total, and that this is too many for him and Edis to take on. Edis asks Han if they should just go to another gate, but he replies that they'll just be wasting time by doing that, and that he's sure it's the same there. Han looks at the girl behind him and thinks that he could maybe get through the gate by himself, but he can't overlook the girl, as this mission only counts as a success if she makes it out of the gates. Han then looks at the level 21 human knight and thinks that this knight is at least 5 levels above most of the knights he has dealt with. He thinks he has no choice. Han asks Edis if she knows where Eren's party is, and she replies that she doesn't. He then asks her if she knows the layout of this city. He tells her that there's a dress and crown if she goes back to the shelter. He tells Edis to find Jenna and have her put it on. These words make Edis wonder about Han's plan. He confirms it by saying that they will use Jenna as bait. Han thinks that according to Edis' information, they can't leave any other way. They could have inspected the city exit gates more if they had the time, but they don't know how much longer Eren will be able to hold out. He thinks that if Jenna disguises herself as the princess and creates chaos, then he's sure some of the soldiers in this gate will leave. Edis acknowledges Han's plan to have Jenna disguise herself as the princess, and tells Han that she'll be back. Han looks at his shield, thinking that he will have to leave it here as there is a risk of the shield reflecting light. Han tells the girl that they'll make it out of there in an hour at most. He tells her to stay inside and to run outside when he gives a signal. The girl, worried about Han, asks him if she's to escape even if he's hurt, and Han replies even if he's dead. The girl, walking back to a safer spot, says all right. With a sad expression, she then says she guesses this is their last moment together. Han looks at her with a grin and says that it probably is. Han and the girl lock gazes one last time. Then Han takes off to clear the exit gate so the girl can escape. The scene shifts to Eren, who is badly hurt due to the poison, while Jenna wipes the blood off of him. Iolka, worried about Eren's health, asks how much longer they have to wait, saying that Eren might die at this rate. Jenna, who is just as worried about Eren's health, hopes for Han to do something as they cannot stall any longer. Meanwhile, Edis finds the dress and crown of the girl. Now we are back with Han, who is approaching the guards who are guarding the exit, as he declares that they will leave the city before dawn. Han spots two soldiers in the street. While Han hides behind some crates, he reasons that Jenna and the girl have similar builds, so differentiating between the two in the dark will be hard. Suddenly, Han is alerted by the status abnormality message, saying that Eren is inflicted with deadly poison. His HP will be reduced for a period of time, and the hero's condition is worsening. Han takes off in a rush, and with a determined expression, thinks that everyone will be put in danger if Jenna is found in her disguise, as the forces will all gather around her. He reasons they need to attract the enemy's attention while protecting Eren. He knows this will be difficult, but they have no other option. Han thinks about the consequences that will come if he doesn't complete this mission quickly. The system notifies that Han has awakened a new skill. Another notification says that Han has learned stealthy movements. Meanwhile, Han quickly passes by a soldier who is holding a torch without the soldier noticing him. We are back at Eren's party, and Edis calls out to Jenna, making Jenna and Iolka turn quickly towards her. Looking out of breath from rushing towards them, Edis holds the dress and crown and tells Jenna to hurry and change into these clothes. Back to Han, he observes the soldiers near the gate as he thinks about the skill he just learned. He thinks stealthy movements is a skill a thief might learn, but luck seems to be on his side right now. Han thinks about the 22 enemies standing by the exit gate, as he doesn't know how many of them will leave once Jenna starts acting. As Han hides in the darkness, he thinks that he'll have to fight all of them in the worst-case scenario. He decides to wait until the signal is fired. Some moments later, a soldier is captivated by something and turns to look. The scene shows a tornado of flames unleashed inside the city walls, and many soldiers look at it in shock. The captain of the soldiers is in disbelief at what he's looking at, and shortly after, another soldier calls out to him. The soldier points in a direction and tells the captain that they've found her, saying white dress and golden crown, just like he said. The captain raises his sword and yells that they have to go for support, telling all of his troops to follow him. Multiple soldiers head in the direction of the fake princess, which is Jenna. Han counts the soldiers leaving the exit area and notes that 18 have left, so there are only 4 remaining. He looks at the human knight, thinking that this guy is still there. He thinks this is a bit concerning, but it's a much better scenario than earlier. Han rushes towards the soldiers as fast as he can with his sword unsheathed, and a timer displays 0.01 seconds. At 0.76 seconds, a soldier notices something, but by 1.26 seconds, Han has already decapitated him, not giving him enough time to react. At 1.64 seconds, a soldier gets ready to attack Han, but at 1.83 seconds, Han readies himself for the next attack, and by 2.28 seconds, that soldier is already dead, as Han decapitated him as well. This leaves the remaining soldier who saw this happen in shock. By 2.64 seconds, that soldier is struck in the neck by a dagger thrown by Han. By 3.98 seconds, Han is seen with all 3 soldiers around him, all of them dead, 2 of them decapitated, and 1 struck by a dagger on his neck. By 6.98 seconds, all the bodies of the 3 dead soldiers finally hit the ground. Han then heads towards the human knight, slashing away the blood of the other soldiers from his sword, and tells the knight to move and he'll let him live. This is at 8.21 seconds. By 10.21 seconds, Han is already standing near the human knight. At 14.28 seconds, the human knight begins to draw his sword. Han reasons that the intimidation earlier didn't work and that he can't slice through the armor with his current strength. He thinks that he'll have to go for the gaps in the armor, but there aren't many. By 16.98 seconds, Han is already rushing the human knight. As he is about to attack the knight, he thinks that he has no time to measure how strong the knight is. By 20:16 seconds, Han gets close enough to try and attack the gap in the knight's arm, but the knight quickly blocks Han's strike with his sword. Right after this, Han looks desperate and prepares to attack the knight again. After a series of attacks from Han, we see that the knight is still standing, blocking all of Han's attacks. The attacks from Han prove to be ineffective against the knight and his sturdy armor. Han and the knight get into a bind with their swords, and Han looks to be struggling a bit. Han decides to fall back and make some distance between him and the knight. Han, annoyed at the situation, calls the knight a bastard. He wonders why the knight is not attacking him. Han thinks that he purposely left openings between his attacks, but the knight hasn't even made an attempt to counterattack. Han thinks the knight knows he will win if he just stalls for time. Now, with a determined expression, Han tells the knight to come to him. Suddenly, a system notification appears saying that Jenna is inflicted with bleeding and her HP will be reduced for a period of time. Another notification says that Eren is on the brink of death, noting that his life is in danger. The knight doesn't move from his spot and chuckles at Han's earlier remark to come at him. Han unleashes his berserk form and tells the knight to die then. A system notification says that Han has fallen into a state of frenzy. Han rushes towards the knight with explosive force and hits the knight, but the knight blocks the attack again. Han continues to attack the knight relentlessly, thinking that since his strength stat is now 40, he'll just destroy the knight's armor if he can't slice through it. A system notification appears, saying the Yolka has fallen into a state of mana frenzy, which catches Han off guard. A system tip appears, saying that mana frenzy is a state that occurs when mages overuse magic. Han thinks that this is bad, as they don't even have a few minutes of time now. He yells out to the white-haired girl, telling her to run. The girl begins to run towards the exit gate, and Han, while fighting the knight, tells her to ignore whatever happens and to just run out of the castle gates and run along the road. Han then addresses the knight, telling him to F off, as he delivers a strong kick to the knight and pushes the knight backward. The knight quickly regains his balance and rushes towards the girl to stop her from escaping. The knight swings his sword at the girl, but Han quickly appears in front of the knight, blocking his sword, which allows the girl to keep running towards the exit. Suddenly, someone jumps off a roof, targeting the girl as she runs towards the exit. Han takes note of this and sees an assassin throwing poisonous daggers at the girl. But before the poisonous daggers can hit the girl, Han jumps in, protecting the girl with his own body. This makes the girl quickly look behind at Han in disbelief. A system notification appears, saying that Han has been inflicted with poison and that his HP will be reduced for a period of time, and the girl yells out to Han, worrying about his well-being. Han loudly yells at the girl, telling her not to stop and to run. A warning appears saying that the party is at risk of death, and a system notification tells the master the party is in danger. Han is seen in his berserk form, coughing up blood due to being struck by a poisonous dagger on his back. The system notifies that Han is inflicted with bleeding and that his HP will be reduced for a period of time. The knight rushes towards the girl, but Han blocks his path and his attack once again. Han and the knight are now in a sword bind. The knight takes the initiative to break out of the bind and hits Han into a wall, dealing devastating damage to him as blood is seen gushing out of Han's mouth. Han, now on his knees, thinks that if it weren't for his breastplate, his ribs would have been shattered. Han then grins, thinking that, thankfully, he believes he did just as much damage to the knight. We then see a dagger stuck into the gap of the knight's helmet, and the knight holding his face as he bleeds from it. Han asks the knight if it hurts. The system notifies that Edis has been inflicted with bleeding and that her HP will be reduced for a period of time. Han thinks that he has no time. The assassin suddenly fires a bolt at the girl, who is about to reach outside the city walls. Han quickly reacts, pushing back the knight, who blocks the bolt with his helmet. Han moves some distance away from the knight and throws a dagger at the assassin. The dagger hits the assassin in the face, while Han yells at the assassin, "What the hell is he looking at?" The knight sneaks up behind Han and attacks him with his sword. Han jumps, dodging the knight's attack. Han uses the knight's sword as a structure to balance himself on it and counterattack with a double kick. The kick is so powerful that it sends the knight flying backward in midair as blood violently gushes out of his helmet. The knight is seen on the floor, sliding backward from Han's powerful kick. Han grabs the knight's sword, which is stuck in the wall, and the knight takes note of this. Han now stands in front of the knight, holding up the knight's sword and looking at the knight with a stern expression. As the girl is about to escape the city, Han gathers all of his strength and swings the massive knight's sword, hitting the knight's helmet. The hit managed to shatter some of the knight's helmet, forcing more blood to gush out of it. Han drops the massive sword and then sits on the floor. Han begins coughing up blood with black veins showing on his face due to the poison's effect. He curses, thinking that this poison is spreading too fast. Han is now seen sitting alone with the knight and the assassin on the floor, as he thinks that this is bullshit. While bleeding from the poison, Han takes a look at the girl who is still running and sees that she has finally made it out of the city. Han is relieved to see the girl made it out of the city alive and says that this is goodbye. Han begins to be teleported back to the waiting room as he says that he's tired. The scene shifts to Edis, who is surrounded by soldiers, and she looks desperate to get out of there alive. We see Jenna, disguised as the princess, running for her life on the line, trying to escape the many soldiers who want her dead. Iolka is seen holding her head, suffering from being in a mana frenzy due to overusing her mana. Eren is seen inside a house, sitting on the floor and on the brink of death, with multiple empty health potions on the floor by him. The scene then shifts to the girl, who is outside the city walls, running along the road as the sun starts to come out. The girl is breathing heavily as she continues to run along the road. Back to Jenna now, as she's running away from the soldiers, the crown falls off her head. She looks back at the crown, but then suddenly begins to be teleported away to the waiting room. The system announces that the target has escaped the city and chooses Han as the MVP. The system says that the stage has been cleared and shows that everyone in Han's party has leveled up and paid out 100,000 gold and 3 iron ores of grade A each. Han and the other party members are finally back in the waiting room, and Jenna snaps, saying that she thought she was going to die, asking Han if he was the one who made her wear that weird outfit. Han replies, asking if she didn't like it, thinking that it looked really expensive. Jenna angrily says that's not the issue, asking him if he knew that all the soldiers were trying to kill her. Han nonchalantly replies, but no one died. The system notifies that the recording is complete, saying the video has been saved to the gallery and it can be shared with other users on the internet. Han looks at everyone and tells them they did a good job. He adds that no one died and that they cleared the boss stage. The system asks the Master if they will disconnect, and Master Anything chooses yes. Han especially praises Edis, noting that this mission would have been really hard without her. Edis smiles at Han, saying that she just did what she should. Edis begins walking away, saying that she'll go back to her party now. She adds that she didn't intend to stay at Han's party for long anyway, and that she's sure the Master will bring someone in. Han believes that the real MVP of this mission was Edis, as this entire thing, along with the bait plan, would have been impossible without Edis's geographical knowledge and information-gathering skills. Iolka yawns and tells Han that he almost kills them each time and that she's going to go rest, adding that she feels like her skin is not going to like the lack of sleep. Jenna tries to cheer up Eren. She tells him not to be so sad. He was just unlucky, and it's not like he was a burden. As Han and Jenna begin walking away, Eren calls out to Han. Aaron apologizes to Han, saying that because of him, but Han cuts him off, telling Aaron that it looks like he's aware. Han tells Aaron not to do that again, as he's not going to save him twice. Aaron asks Han if there is a guarantee that the same thing won't happen next time. Han turns around, asking Aaron what the hell he is talking about. Aaron asks if Han intends to take him all the way to the end of this tower. Aaron, with a bitter expression, says that he doesn't think he can catch up with the rest of Han's party, no matter how much he tries. Aaron adds that he thinks the gap between them grows every day. He mentions Iolka, Jenna, and even Han, but Han replies, "So what?" Aaron begins to walk away, looking depressed, and tells Han that he's sorry, saying that he was speaking nonsense just now. As Aaron leaves, Han thinks that it's true they took a lot of losses because of Aaron this time. He reasons that if Aaron had not gotten injured, they wouldn't have had to risk so much. But he was the one who chose to save Aaron, so his lack of judgment was what put them in danger. Han thinks that there isn't a difference in level, as Aaron's current level is 14, but the stat growth rate is different. Han adds that he and Jenna had their stats go up by 5 or even 6 when they leveled up, but Aaron's stats did not change. It's even worse when they consider Aaron's skills, as his proficiency is low, and he has very few skills too. Aaron has good basic combat skills, but he's not good at utilizing them. Han thinks that they can somehow do with what Aaron has for now, but the gap will continue to widen as time passes. And that in the end, Aaron will be left out or end up dying during a mission due to a lack of skill. Han thinks that they don't have much time left with Aaron, noting that Aaron is not talented enough. As Han follows behind Aaron, he thinks that he didn't abandon Aaron because Aaron had grown on him, but he hasn't become so irrational that he would keep a useless member. As Han goes his separate way, he thinks that if Aaron cannot keep up, he will be left behind, and that this truth has always been valid. The scene shifts to Iolka, who is excitedly asking Han if he really won't feed them only potatoes or something, because they aren't running. Han replies that he won't, asking her if she's been lied to all her life. Han says that from today onwards, it'll be voluntary training and that there's no need for him to make a training schedule. Han says that this will go on for 3 days and that this is kind of like a holiday. He adds that the master will also not call them to combat for some time. Han then asks Aaron and Jenna about their plans. Jenna says that it would feel a little weird to just rest the whole time, so she'll train until dinner and then rest, as she thinks that training has become a habit now. Han says what the hell, even when he's saying they don't have to train. Jenna tells Han that he'll be training as well, anyway. While Han is training, he thinks about the 10-kilogram weights attached to his ankles, noting that if he doesn't do at least this much, he won't get tired at all, as his physical ability has reached the human limit. Han wonders if this is also an effect of the interference power that a cell talked about. Han thinks that the atmosphere of the waiting room changed after he gave the strategy manual to master anything. He notes that low-ranking heroes were always on edge when they were being thinned out, but they started to relax as time passed. Since Master Anything wasn't synthesizing them, they didn't need to compete with each other. Some time passes, and a man is seen spitting on the floor. The man approaches Han with a female beside him. Han asks them what the rising stars of Party 3 want from him. The man giggles and says that he heard a funny story when he came into the waiting room. He repeats what he heard, saying that it doesn't matter who you were before you came here. Whether you were a noble or trash, prove that you are useful if you want to live. Show your worth. The man says that he got excited when someone told him this, as this might be a place where anything was possible if he just proved his worth. He adds that he enjoys fighting with his life on the line. The man's expression suddenly becomes serious as he asks, "But what about now?" As he hears the people in the waiting room laughing out loud, the man says that he's hearing the laughter of those who are worse than dogs and pigs. The man speaking is known as Velkist, and Han thinks that Velkist is also one of the second generation, but an oddity. This is because Velkist voluntarily jumped into training even without synthesis and is as persistent as Aaron, and he has outstanding talent as well. Han then thinks about the woman next to Velkist and we learn her name is Nerissa. Velkist unsheathes his sword and says that he's disappointed that he got here so late, but this isn't what he expected. Now, with a sadistic expression, Velkist tells Han that if he permits it, he'd like to train these pieces of garbage, adding that he's sure Han is fine with it, right? Han tells Velkist not to step in, but Velkist grins and asks Han if he just needs to stop before they die. These words anger Han as he looks at Velkist with intense bloodlust. Velkist jokingly says that Han is so scary and then apologizes to Han for his earlier remark. Velkist then tells Han that he should answer his question, asking if what he said back then was all lies. Han asks if he means about proving your worth and tells him that he doesn't think it matters here. Velkist tells Han that he heard of a very good system called synthesis that gets rid of garbage, but it seems like the master doesn't use it. Han looks at Velkist with a stern expression, telling him to do what he has to do and that he'll find out soon anyway. Velkist puts away his sword, saying, "All right then," noting that he's looking forward to it. Soon after, Velkist and Nerissa leave. Han reflects on his past when he managed Nilfheimer. He had a rule that he went by, and it was not to use synthesis rashly. Many masters went by this rule as well when he revealed his methods. But then everyone failed. Han thinks that fear is one of the strongest motivators of all, and without synthesis, heroes do not listen to their masters. Recalling the previous events of the Taunia heroes going into synthesis, he notes that many heroes become lazy and do whatever they want, disobeying orders. He adds that this is the reason why they have so few active heroes despite there being so many heroes, as the scene shows a woman yawning outside while others just have fun. As Han walks around the town, he wonders if they came back from the daily dungeon, noting that this man is Enoch, the carpenter, and then asks him if something happened. He asks Enoch why he's going into the storage alone. Enoch replies that no one's working. They just threw some branches together and have been playing around, and that, thanks to them, he had to do all of the work. While looking at the people having fun and not working, Enoch says that the situation has changed a lot, noting that back then, such people all died. With a tired look on his face, he wonders if the world has really become much greater now. Han looks at the current situation at hand and thinks that at this point, Master Anything should have realized that the progress isn't great. He adds that the efficiency of the heroes is worsening quickly. Han thinks that there are two solutions. The first solution is to perform mass synthesis. He notes that in this case, most second-generation heroes will be sacrificed, but job and training efficiency will increase. He also notes that if misused, the stress rates of the heroes will increase greatly. He then thinks about solution 2, which is to provide a different motivator instead of fear. The system displays the research's current development. It shows that hero reaction research is at level 1, and lobby expansion and dungeon depth research are both at level 0. The system says the master has chosen lobby expansion research, and the master pays 150 research points for this. The system notes that the lobby expansion research has become level 1, displaying its card. The system says that there are now more facilities available for construction, and the details of the facilities can be changed. The system opens the customization setting and shows a tip saying that setting customization is for the master to change the facilities to their taste. It encourages the master to decorate the lobby however they wish. Han looks tired from his training as he stands in front of a training dummy. He then smiles and thinks that a party will be held soon. Eren approaches Han, asking him if he has time for a duel. Han questions Eren's decision to duel him right now, as he notes that Eren just dueled with Edis, so he won't even last a minute against him. Eren desperately says that it's okay, but Han asks him if he thinks he'll just get stronger simply because he's overworking himself. Asel then calls everyone to the town square. Han tells everyone to pause their training and go. Jenna says that it's a first for the master to call them, and Edis wonders if it's maybe for synthesis. Isel, with an authoritative expression, asks if everyone is here. She then asks if anyone else is missing besides the ones that are in the dungeons. She adds that they'll get a scolding if they don't come because they were sleeping. Chloe tells Isel that they're all here. Isel replies, "All right, and tells everyone to go into the storage. They get to the storage, and a man asks what's happening. Isel says that if they get swept up, they might disappear, and this makes the man question what she means by this. Isel says that they're going to do a big remodeling. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and multiple people in the storage are caught off guard by this. The system shows a message. It says building facility and to please tap the kind of facility you want. The scene shows a view of the whole town of Townia trembling. The system notes that the master has chosen lodging level 3 and asks if the master will expand the chosen building. The master clicks yes. The system then displays a new building containing a table with 5 chairs. The system then says it's expanding the level 3 training center, and the training center now looks bigger. Jenna says that this is what happened last time too. She adds that it was about time this happened, as they do have more people now. The system displays a message saying that lodging is now level 3 and that the maximum capacity of heroes has increased. Edis looks at Jenna and asks, "Remodeling?" With a smirk, Jenna replies that she guesses that Edis wouldn't know. Jenna then says that there are times when the master makes new facilities in the lobby, adding that a bathhouse with some warm water would be nice. As she says this, the master chooses a bathhouse as a lodging attachment and proceeds with the construction. The system then displays another upgrade logging attachment, which is the rest area. Aaron asks Han what he thinks will appear this time, while the system shows the cafeteria is being upgraded, but Han tells him who knows. The system says great, showing that the town square is evolving to level 3. Han then tells Aaron that what's certain is that things won't go as he expects. Aaron becomes curious and asks Han what he means by that. Han replies to Aaron with a smile, telling him that he'll see. Jenna reassures the heroes not to worry, explaining that the master is building new accommodations for them, which excites the group as they imagine better beds and food. Soon, Isel announces that the construction is finished, and everyone steps outside the storage to find a fully renovated lobby, now a 2-story building. The system notifies the master of new facilities that can be built and that other buildings have been upgraded, which amazes everyone. Jenna is especially thrilled about the new bathhouse, and the heroes decide to go check out the lodging, but to their surprise, they find out that the rooms are empty, with no carpets, decorations, fireplaces, or beds inside the lodging. Bewildered, they wonder if they'll have to sleep on the floor. Jenna is also confused and says that should not have happened, but Han sarcastically notes that this outcome is entirely possible. He reminds her that there is now a 2nd floor, and they all go there to see it. Upstairs, the 2nd floor is fully furnished, and it is on a different level from the 1st floor. This leads to arguments among low-ranking heroes over who will be staying on the 2nd floor and who will be staying on the 1st floor. Edis wonders about the master's intentions, and Isel appears, asking why they are all talking nonsense. The heroes argue that room assignment is crucial, and Isel tells them to move to the 2nd floor square as the master will be assigning rooms to them. When everyone gathers, Isel announces that Party 1 will occupy the 2nd floor and they can select the room they want. A 1-star hero then says he knew Han would be on the 2nd floor. Isel continues her announcement that Party 2 also gets 2nd floor rooms, and since there are a lot of rooms, they should choose any. Chloe, Enoch, Alter, Patrick, and Amarin, who are the cooks and workers, are added to the list, which excites them. Isel then announces that everyone else is relegated to the 1st floor. This causes protests as the remaining heroes refuse to accept the master's arrangement. Party 3 returns from the dungeon to find the commotion, and the party leader, Velkis, asks what kind of event is going on. As a hero explains the situation to him, Jenna approaches Han and asks him what is happening as it seems strange to her, but Han dismisses her concerns, saying he thinks it is a perfectly normal situation, but the decision to have only 13 people on the 2nd floor still baffles Jenna. With a smirk, Velkist confirms that Party 3 will also be on the 1st floor, while the other heroes still argue that there is a lot of room on the 2nd floor, and it is a waste that they have to stay on the 1st floor. Han thinks that until now, heroes have been living similar lives, and the level of effort and progress differed from individual to individual, but the rewards were the same. He also thinks that the method of management was fine as long as there were very few heroes and they were using synthesis, but to level up the lobby's heroes, there needs to be a separation. Jenna asks if there is really a need to divide the people like that, and Iolka links the situation to aristocrats and peasants, saying it is an obvious path to take if Master wants to manipulate them into his will. She admits that she did not like how things were being ran before, and the Master's new strategy is better. As Jenna reflects on Iolka's words, Han reminds her that she always gets up early to go to the training center, and she trains until late. He says she also hunts in the daily dungeons, and more than half the meat they consume is from her hunts. He points out that she does her part in missions too, but the same cannot be said for the one-star heroes arguing with Isel. Edis speculates that the Master might be establishing a rank-based system instead of synthesis. Meanwhile, the first-floor heroes demand reassignment, questioning how they're supposed to sleep without beds, as it is bad for their bones. Han discerns that the Master is using the facility customization. This feature was only used to decorate the lobby a bit in the beginning of the game until Masters realized that heroes are very similar to humans. Han reasons that what Master Anything did was create the A3 model he had used at the beginning of Niflheimer. He reflects that there are disadvantages, but it was the simplest way to decrease the usage of synthesis. As tensions rise, Isel snaps, saying they are getting on her nerves, and she smashes the floor to silence the protesters. She says they are all feeling entitled, and she reminds them that just a month ago, they would have been synthesized, so they should consider themselves lucky. When the group argues, Isel threatens them with her nuclear punches, leaving them speechless. Isel then assigns Chloe and Amarin as cooks just for the second-floor residents, and one hero questions how the first-floor heroes will eat, to which Isel coldly suggests they figure it out. She informs them that the first floor is banned from eating meat, and there are potatoes in the first-floor cupboards that they can eat. This enrages a hero, who accuses her of mistreatment. He says he is already upset enough that he is there against his will, and he's now being treated that way, and he asks if she thinks he will take that kind of treatment, but Isel only calmly asks him what he will do. The man draws his sword in anger and charges toward her. Isel stretches her tiny muscles to fight back, but suddenly, the man's arm is severed and blood splashes everywhere. As the hero screams in pain, Isel sternly looks at the person who cut off that man's arm, asking what the hell is he doing. Velkist steps in, holding the amputated arm and casually remarking that it's fine as long as he doesn't kill him. A few hours earlier, before this ruckus, a bearded man informs Velkist that Han once said he did not care who they were before, whether an aristocrat or garbage, and they must show their worth if they want to live. The man advises Velkist to strictly follow the rules and avoid bothering Party 1 and 2, calling them absolute monsters. Velkist claims he has seen them training and speculates that if they can become that strong through training, he could take on Eren. He then asks about Han's prowess, to which the man admits he isn't sure since he has never been in Han's party. Velkist then asks where the man heard these rumors, and the man reveals that Jenna shares a lot of things with them, unlike the other party members. When Velkist asks if he has witnessed synthesis, the man denies it, explaining that he arrived after the Master stopped using it, and that is one of the reasons he is still alive. Velkist concludes that one can grow stronger with each battle and training, acknowledging Han as the leader. He then suspiciously grins and thanks the man for the information. At that moment, the man introduces himself as Alan and asks if Velkist has any more questions, but Velkist dismissively asserts he isn't interested in his name. Back to the present, Velkist swirls his sword, sarcastically acknowledging the hardships of his seniors. Referring to the members of Party 1 and Party 2, he says it must have been really exciting, and he is rather upset that he is late to the party. While the injured man trembles in pain, Velkist reflects that proving one's worth may not matter, and from what he's heard, there used to be an efficient system to deal with the trash, but it seems the Master no longer uses it, which he finds odd. He arrogantly tosses the man's severed arm next to him, instructing him to reattach it himself, claiming it will stick if pressed right. The sudden turn of events terrifies the other one-star heroes. He taunts them, asking if they did not know that was possible, as they have never experienced it before. With a malicious grin, Velkist says he came back to a rather interesting event that he liked very much, and mockingly asks if anyone else wants their arms cut off. One of the heroes nervously calls him a psychotic bastard, but Velkist dismisses the insult, asserting it's better to be a psycho than a useless pig. Han then interrupts, questioning Velkist's intentions, and Velkist apologizes, claiming his disgust caused an involuntary reaction. Observing the injured man, Han notes how lucky he is because if not for Velkist, Isel would have crushed his head. Isel then informs Velkist about the changes, including the division of the first and second floors. She explains that the second floor is luxurious, while the first is essentially a dumpster, but Velkist confidently remarks that it's not a problem for him and vows to climb up soon. Isel warily summarizes the situation in that of the 35 heroes. 13 are on the second floor, while the rest are on the first, and she reveals that second-floor residents have access to all facilities, while the first-floor residents do not. She warns that sneaking into the second floor will result in dire consequences and advises them to improve their skills if they want a better life. Using Han as a role model, she highlights his genius techniques from the 15th floor. Han, pulling her cheeks to lighten the mood, urges the heroes to show their skills if they want to live well, reminding them that the master is watching. And if he thinks they are doing well, he will send them to the second floor. However, the heroes complain, considering the system too harsh since they were brought here against their will. Eavesdropping, Velkist starts to draw his sword again, but Han menacingly tells him that that's enough. Han then explains that everyone on the second floor faced similar hardships, and it was actually worse for them. Jenna confirms this, revealing that they once had no food, and a single mistake meant synthesis. Han asserts that the current harsh training and fighting they did wasn't optional if they wanted to survive, which shocks the heroes, and they ask if Han wants them to fight like his party does. Han says that is exactly what he wants, and he reasons that there is no big need for support roles and gathering roles yet, as most are combat roles, and the minority who are talented will make it to the second floor. Han reasons that half of the heroes have accepted their situation while the other half are in denial, and he understands that it is worse for them since they used to have all the luxuries. Han reflects for a system transition. One needs to push off free gacha or go about it gradually, and there is bound to be resistance when the change is too much at once, as things were already set in place. Some heroes begin protesting, saying it is unfair that they are expected to fight while being treated like trash. Velkist reminds them that they did not fight even when they were being well fed. But the heroes ignore him and go on to accuse Han of hiding secrets on how to change the master's mind. They also call Isel a monster and say they know she cannot harm them, and it is insane that they should have to risk their life and fight monsters if they want to live a decent life. The heroes unite to say they will refuse to fight, and the system notifies the master of those who have refused to participate. Frustrated, Han challenges their defiance. He throws his sword to the ground and tells them to cut off one arm each with the sword, and he will let them live. The heroes ask him if he is out of his mind, and Han says if words will not work, then he has no choice. But the heroes say they do not feel threatened, as they already know they can refuse the master's orders. Han agrees that heroes have the right to disobey the master, and Isel cannot put a hand on a hero except for special circumstances. Edis also inputs that they were risking their lives when they disobeyed and tells the other heroes they are not in the same situation, but the men insist that it is the same since they are also risking their lives. Edis tries to convince them more, but Han stops her, and Isel commands Velkist, Alan, and Leslie to enter the synthesis chamber. Caught off guard, the heroes hesitate, prompting Isel to forcibly drag them inside, and in the chamber, Alan is shocked to find himself with Velkist, who sarcastically greets him. Reflecting on Alan's earlier offer to answer questions, Velkist mockingly states he will no longer be able to ask him any questions. The synthesis process completes, and Alan and Leslie are reduced to light. Meanwhile, Velkist, now a 2-star hero, levels up and acquires new skills. After synthesis, he feels as good as hell but finds it insufficient. With a spiteful demeanor, he wonders whether there is more, as he still can see a few offerings. Observing Velkist, Han comments that he has had his fill and his turn is over. Velkist then says that is a shame, but commends it as a good experience, hoping it occurs more often. Shortly after, Isel calls out 3 other heroes named Nerissa, Oliver, and Walter, which startles the older man, and he anxiously mentions that he worked diligently. Isel then clarifies that it's Walter, not that older man named Alter, who sighs in relief. Meanwhile, Walter is startled by this sudden turn of events and ferociously grabs Sithon's collar. He yells that Sithon, who is the leader of the rebellion, said nothing would happen, but things are different from what he said. Sithon anxiously remarks that it should not have happened like that, and from what he heard, nothing should have happened. This further enrages Walter, and he turns his attention to Isel, urging that this man trick him, and he did not know that things would turn out that way. However, Isel ignores them, saying she does not care. Later in the synthesis process, Oliver and Walter disappear into light, and Nerissa, the 2-star hero of Party 3, is up as she emerges alone from the synthesis chamber. It catches the other trash off guard, and they realize the impending danger. Sithon abruptly stops the strike, and the system notifies the Master that Party 4 is now operable. However, Isel commands Jenna and Lawrence to enter that chamber. Meanwhile, despite the strike being called off, the Master continues the synthesis without ceasing, which catches them off guard, and Sithon is overwhelmed with panic. Han reasons that it is obvious that the Master is not stopping because they are being made an example for other heroes. Although the current method is more moderate than running everything with the threat of synthesis, it's not as if fear isn't necessary either. When Isel calls out Edis and Liddell, the guy grows increasingly frantic and approaches Han, telling him to say something to the Master. He says he has heard that Han can communicate with the Master, and he pleads with him to stop this madness. Nevertheless, Han remains resolute and proposes that Liddell use that sword to cut off one of his arms. Then he will tell the Master to stop, which catches that guy utterly off guard. Han reminds Liddell of his words that it was going to be an expensive lesson. Suddenly, Sithon interjects, anxiously yelling at Han and asking if he is out of his mind for saying the guy should sever his own arm, but Han remains unfazed and asks what is wrong with that. Meanwhile, Liddell finds it too much to cut off, not even a finger, but the whole arm. However, Han reminds them of their claim about putting their lives on the line, and the guy tremblingly asks Han to cut off his arm since he can't do it himself. But Han refuses, as he reasons that they have already created a scene, and he can't let them get off scot-free for the good of the future. But if there is someone determined enough to cut off their own arm, it will be worth keeping them alive. Han acknowledges that it's not an easy feat to sever one's own body part, and a few tried to cut off their own arms, but they all failed because, in order to cut off a limb with just one try, they needed a swordsmanship-related skill or a high-strength stat. If not, they would have to cut it off using a saw. Isel then commands Han and Sithon for synthesis, which makes Sithon more nervous, and Han points out that the others are gone, so it is just them now. Shortly after, inside the chamber, Sithon is overwhelmed with fear and asks Han what will happen to him, but Han assures him not to worry, as it won't hurt. Sithon then disappears into light, and Han's stats are enhanced, but it isn't fulfilling for Han, and after the synthesis, only 25 heroes are left. Suddenly, someone calls the 2 heroes crazy monsters, which enrages Velkist, and he attempts to unsheath his sword, but Han halts him. Velkist says it seems there is still a lesson to teach, as there are still people who have an attitude, but Han counter-questions why Velkist is acting up when he says it's okay. With a sarcastic grin, Velkist remarks that Han is very casual about the situation, unlike him, because he would have destroyed them. He then walks away confidently, claiming that he will soon meet Han on the 2nd floor. Later, the Master summons 10 people. Han reflects that depending on the rank, the place where the newbies are summoned is also different. Heroes from free summons were on floor 1, and those from premium were summoned on floor 2. After the arrival of 1-star newbies, the thinning started, and through this at least 2 would die, and a minority of them would make it up to the 2nd floor. Gazing down at the newbies, Han advises his party members not to let their guards down because they are floor 2 residents, and emphasizes that they can be downgraded at any time. Jenna speculates that floor 3's existence is also not far off, and Han concurs with her assertion that there will always be additional floors, and ranks will also be divided. On the 2nd day, as Han joins Jenna at the dining table, she tells Han that she doesn't know why, but today's breakfast is so good, and Han points out that there are fewer people to feed. While enjoying the meal, Jenna wonders how Chloe and Amaran managed to prepare a meal for 30 people all this time. Han speculates that the two of them might have earned some cooking skills, and he sardonically adds that floor 1 should be peeling potatoes about now. Later, Han contemplates seeing most of the facilities from the 2nd floor, with the change to their residences and floor 2 being so visible everywhere, which should motivate people to try harder. After breakfast, Han approaches the training ground, where Eren is already engrossed in training. Han asks him if he slept at all, and Eren clarifies that he slept for about 3 hours, and Han says that is ridiculous. The most significant change to the training grounds after becoming level 3 was that there were now individual training centers and duel centers. The individual training halls can be locked from the inside, so Han can now train his berserker skill without worrying. The duel centers aren't affected by the accelerated healing of the waiting room, which means they can spar with realistic conditions. And one would need to get dragged outside if they suffer serious injuries. So now that the facilities have improved, the party will also improve. However, Han considers the problem of who will fill the vacant slots in Party 1 and 2. He reflects that it will be either Velkist or Nerissa, while Velkist's personality is aggressive and fearless. His talent is above average, and the wild nature skill he awakened yesterday is a rare ability with an acquisition rate of less than 1%. It's a passive skill that changes status abnormalities like rage into combat power, so it has immense synergy with skills that forcibly put oneself through status conditions. On the other hand, Nerissa lacks combat power relative to Velkist, but she is calm and collected. She is also excellent at stealth, disguises, and information gathering, so she has great potential. Han then watches Velkist down in the training ground overpowering the newbies. When Velkist notices him, he mocks Han with a gesture, while Han grins and refers to him as an arrogant bastard. In contrast, the newbies beaten up by Velkist in sparring start healing as Han approaches Velkist on the training ground. Velkist grins and asks if Han can teach him. He explains that there are only pigs and dogs there who are afraid of blades. Han then asks if Velkist does not like dogs and pigs, and, with a menacing aura, he remarks that they are all just beasts to him. Meanwhile, exuding a malicious aura, Velkist asserts they can't tame a beast without proper punishment. Shortly after, with a grin, they commence the fierce spar. Without much trouble, Han skillfully dodges all of Velkist's attacks and counters with a powerful kick, causing blood to gush from Velkist's mouth. However, Velkist doesn't let his guard down and lunges again, but Han remains vigilant and deflects all his attacks. Amid their fierce confrontation, Han contemplates that he won't need to unleash his berserk skill, but he might need to later in the future, and they continue their sparring match. Later that day, Acel calls for Party 1. As they gather, she complains that going up and down constantly is so hard for her, but only Iolka asks her what she wants, and if they are going into a dungeon. Han says he doubts it, as they are still short of a member, and Iolka asks why they were called, as she does not think they can go to a weekday dungeon either. Acel informs them that the Master has ordered them to enter the exploration dungeon. Heroes in the space-time rift have access to 3 types of dungeons, which are main, daily, and exploration. Han realizes the exploration dungeon, which opened up after clearing floor 10, is only now being assigned after they cleared the 15th floor, and they are finally going in. Acel explains that the space-time rift is open, and they should descend to floor 1. Jenna then points out a similar door on the second floor and asks if they can use it, but Isel denies it. When Eren questions the necessity of the exploration, Han remarks that it's not important, noting it will consume at least a day or two, and he adds that time passing in the waiting room might extend the delay. Iolka wonders why it takes so long, but Han assures her they'll understand once they're inside, and the system instructs the Master to provide funds for the heroes to explore more effectively. After the Master's approval, Isel hands Han a pouch of coins and tells the group to take 3 each. Han informs the group that the coins are their travel allowance and gives each of them 3 coins, and the others become astonished by the gold coins, but Han advises them to remain cautious as they could encounter danger soon. The party enters the dungeon to explore Heimer with a 48-hour return window, and after being teleported, Iolka notices the surroundings and identifies their location as Nelsa, a city they have been to before. Jenna recalls the area from floor 10, remarking how it was once a disaster zone with burnt forests and numerous casualties, and now it seems peaceful. Iolka smiles, noting how nothing surprises them anymore after everything they've endured. Eren asks Han what they need to do, speculating whether they'll fight an enemy, but Han asserts that he does not think they need to fight, but they should enter the city to find out. As they walk towards the city gates, Han reflects that the exploration dungeon is unlike the main dungeon and weekday dungeons, as it does not have a clear goal. There are times when heroes do not bring back anything, but sometimes they bring back amazing items. As they proceed, Han notices that NPCs can see them this time, and at the gate, a soldier stops them, demanding an entry permit. Han hands over a gold coin, asking if it's sufficient, but the soldier is caught off guard. He says he did not ask for an entry fee. Han turns around while smirking, saying that he will then go to the north gate instead. Another soldier intervenes, assuring Han they'll let them through if he doesn't cause trouble. Jenna calls them crooked, while Han comments that money works wonders with such people. Han recalls how Nelsa was nearly overrun on floor 10, but now shows no traces of the massacre. The system notifies them of their remaining time, which is 47 hours and 48 minutes. Iolka asks Han if they should just look around, while Eren asks him what kind of information they should be looking for. Han tells them to do what they think is right. At their confused look, Han explains that they should find information on their own and hang out wherever they wish. And since the Master gave them money, they should eat something good and look around. The group still looks shocked, and they ask Han if they can really do that. He reassures them to take a break while he takes care of the rest. After staring at Han for a while, trying to see if he is actually being true, Iolka declares she'll go far from the city, and Han reminds her that maintaining their condition is part of the mission, and there will be no breaks until they clear the 20th floor once they go back, so she should keep that in mind. She agrees and decides to sightsee the ocean, leaving Han to handle things. Eren also opts to relax, while Jenna initially insists on joining Han, but relents when he advises otherwise. Later, Han overhears 2 NPCs discussing something about a raid, and he reasons that there are a lot of mercenaries in the city. His attention shifts to wanted posters, particularly one of Princess Phreasis, accused of several heinous crimes, such as heresy, demon summoning, murder, and so on. He thinks that they literally just listed all of the crimes they could think of. Han reasons that they nullify her royal status because she committed an evil crime despite being of royal blood. While engrossed, a young boy approaches, asking if he is after the witch too. Without waiting for Han's response, the boy says he has big dreams that won't work as the best of the nation looked all over, but they could not find her. The boy assumes Han is a bounty hunter, and Han asks him why he is calling the princess a witch. The boy explains that Princess Phreasis al-Lagner was said to be taking out the hearts of living babies and offering them as sacrifices. The boy adds that she also uses banned dark magic, and when Han inquires about the dark banned magic, the boy says that apparently the princess could call forth unpermitted beings, but he does not know the details. Intrigued, Han offers the boy a gold coin for more details, leading to a conversation in a nearby restaurant, where the boy reveals that Phreasis lost her last name and became wanted about a year ago. But Han recalls separating from Phreasis less than a week ago on floor 15. He recognizes the insignia on the poster, as it is the same symbol on the armor of the guards he killed when protecting Phreasis. This helps him deduce that the warrant was issued after Phreasis escaped the city, and she must be alive somewhere. Han asks if any monsters had invaded the city in the past, and the boy mentions a massive goblin attack 2 years ago, and he thinks it was resolved thanks to the order. The boy says there is a rumor that the one who caused the invasion was Phreasis, as monsters do not live in a group like that. This makes Han feel bad for Phreasis, as the people have put all kinds of bad rumors about her name. Han asks if there is anything else, and the boy says there was a disease too, and monsters were wild, and he also thinks the weather is getting colder. He then talks about the emergence of dungeons. He says a few years ago, a bunch of places that looked like historical sites popped up all over the continent, and they have been calling them dungeons. Ordinary people can't enter these ruins due to invisible walls, and there is a rumor that there is a special stone at the end of the dungeon that grants power. Han thinks that there is only one possibility and identifies the special stone that grants power as the Advent Stone, the source of a hero's third ability, imprinting. Speculating that a dungeon exists nearby, as there are a bunch of mercenaries in the area, Han urges the boy to guide him there, asserting he needs his money's worth. As they head toward the dungeon, Han and the boy guiding him encounter an injured man. The boy explains this is why he doesn't like venturing near the dungeon. Han speculates the dungeon might be in the inner city, and the boy confirms it's located next to the temple at the city's center, appearing right after the invasion. The boy says that the staircase nearby is the dungeon entrance, asking if it is easy to recognize. Han says it doesn't look like much, but the boy dismisses the idea, reasoning it wouldn't have guards if it were insignificant. The boy describes the dungeon as a treasure trove filled with gold, jewels, and valuable equipment, with the order owning sole rights and profiting from entry permits and a share of any treasure found, calling them a bunch of thieves. After sharing this information, the boy turns to leave, saying he feels he has done his share of the golden coin, and he tells Han to seek him out if he needs more help. Han asks how he is supposed to know where he is, and the boy says that is Han's problem, and he runs off and promises extra services next time. Observing the scene, Han notices the heavily equipped adventurers, guessing they plan to stay for days, and he reasons that he will have to look at the dungeon some other time since his party members are resting elsewhere. Han realizes that the mercenaries are just glancing around in anxiety and almost no one is going in, and he concludes that most people cannot cross the barrier. But it seems like if the leader of the group can enter, the rest can too. Han reasons that he is sure he can cross the barrier. After a while, the boy returns and is surprised that Han is still there. Han asks him why he is back, and the boy explains that he went to get the golden coin appraised, and it is more valuable than he thought. Han suspects a scam and says he cannot give him any more money, but the boy insists he's not asking for more money. The boy says the information he is about to tell Han is free, and he asks if Han does not want the service he offered earlier. Han says he is not interested, but the boy insists, saying he thought Han was interested in the witch. The boy tries to tell Han about the witch being slandered by the Order, but Han cuts him off, saying he already knows. This surprises the boy as it took him a lot of effort to get the information, but as he notices that Han remains uninterested, he changes tactics and offers to guide Han around. The boy says he knows a few good food places, and he used to work as a guide before, but Han firmly declines, wondering why the boy is so persistent. The boy then mentions that Han reminds him of his younger sibling and asks if Han is from the East. The boy reveals that someone young and similar looking to Han, having black hair and black eyes, is part of his circle, and the reason he approached Han in the first place was because of how he looked. Before the boy can say the name of the person he is talking about, Han interrupts, telling him to stop talking and to guide him to a jeweler instead. Inside the shop, Han sees Jenna, who surprises him with a new bow. She explains it has a spell cast on it and costs her 2 gold coins, but Han examines the bow, deeming it impractical, and advises her to buy something more valuable, pointing out elemental stones instead. Jenna is intrigued, especially when Han mentions that he is sure the master would like it if they return with those stones, since they are an ingredient of the promotion stone. Among the items, Han spots a turquoise regenerative stone, which allows players to replay boss stages without gaining experience points. Jenna asks about the boy, but Han brushes it off, stating he doesn't know him. The boy hears this, and he corrects Han, saying he knows him. He then introduces himself to Jenna, saying his name is Josh, and attempts to pitch an investment plan. Han dismisses him with another gold coin, leaving Josh ecstatic. He promises to repay Han's kindness, but Han advises him to help the witch instead, startling Josh before Han vanishes into the crowd. As Jenna and Han walk on, Jenna curiously asks about the witch, and Han reveals the princess they rescued earlier is the witch. Later, they're teleported back to town after 48 hours. Iolka complains about not being able to visit the beach, explaining it was blocked. Han asks her if she really tried to go, and Iolka says yes. Han speculates that it seems like they cannot go outside a certain perimeter. The exploration dungeon opens up a new region every 10 floors, and they will be able to go anywhere if they can get to the 100th floor. Noticing new faces in the waiting area, Han is surprised to learn they've been inside the dungeon for a week. As time flows differently there, he notes some adventurers have reached the 2nd floor and wonders about getting new assistants in the equipment workshop. Han instructs his team to rest before starting training the next day, and Iolka makes a sour face thinking about training, but Jenna invites her to take a bath with her. Han then spots Eren heading to the training grounds and urges him to rest instead, warning against overexertion. Eren tries to argue, but he tells him that they start training tomorrow, so he tells him to go rest. Han reflects that there were a few people like Eren in Niflheimer, and most of them did not have good outcomes, as not everything is achievable through pure grit. He reasons that if they cannot achieve something despite all their effort, it just means they are not talented, and they will either have to find a different path in life or die during a mission. At dawn, Han and Jenna arrive at the training grounds, finding Party 2 already engrossed in intense practice. Jenna is surprised, as she didn't expect them to train dangerously, noting that they are fighting using real weapons, but Han notices something odd. While Edis, Usher, and Roderick are present, Dika, who has been a member from the beginning, is not there. Following the system's instructions, the Master places Velkist and Nerissa on the 2nd floor. They meet Han training with Jenna and Eren, but while Nerissa is quiet, Velkist says it is really fancy there, and it is a whole different world from the 1st floor. Han ignores his words and says it seems it is about time they got more people to complete their party, and Jenna asks if she should go bring the straws, but he tells her to wait, as he wonders if the Master is planning to have just one good party. The system welcomes the newcomers to the 2nd floor. It turns out that the Master sent Dika down to the 1st floor because he could not kill anyone, which makes Edis frustrated, as she knows her party will not be able to go anywhere with just 3 people, and that is why they decided to make their training a bit more intense. She tells Han that it would be nice if the Master summons more advanced people, but he says he does not think the Master will, and she wonders how her team will grow. Back to the present, Velkist, in his annoying manner, asks why they are staring at him and Nerissa like they want to kill them. He says they just want to say hi, but Nerissa speaks up in her cold manner, saying she is not interested in that. She then asks if she's probably going to end up in either party 1 or 2, and Han says that is a pointless question. She then says that she would prefer to be in party 1, and she is confident that she will not be a burden. Her words annoy Velkist, telling her that she's out of her mind and to know her place. But she points out that strength is not the only value a person can have, and she has a lot more skills than just combat, adding that Velkist should know this if he has eyes. Han informs them that they do not choose where they go, and Nerissa says she is aware that either the Master or Han and Edis will decide. Jenna asks Han what Nerissa's issue is, as she seems to really want to join their party. But Han is also confused, saying how should he know? Han asks Nerissa why she wants to join their party, and she says she thought the rumors were just exaggerated. At Han's confusion, Nerissa explains that she did not believe the rumors about his party until she saw for herself. Han realizes that Nerissa must have used the regenerative stone, which allows a hero to re-clear already cleared missions or to look at others' records. Han reasons that the stone is normally used to re-clear missions, but the master replayed the videos of them clearing the missions to Nerissa and Velkist. He asks how much they saw, and Nerissa admits that they saw everything. She then says the rumors were actually downplaying how great his party is, and it is only natural to want to stick with the strong for the sake of survival, which is the reason she wants to be in Party 1. Edis asks what she thinks about Party 2, but she says she would prefer Party 1, and Usher angrily asks what she means as they are not bad either. Velkist makes fun of Usher, asking if he is sure, and Usher angrily reminds him that he is just a newbie, but Velkist says no one cares if he is new or not, as it is the survival of the fittest and not the oldest, and although Usher has been there longer than him, he does not seem to know that. Velkist then tells Han that he wants to join Party 1, and he can guarantee that he will be more useful than Nerissa. Han says if they have heard the rumors, they should know that they pick parties based on straw drawings, but Nerissa points out that the method is entirely dependent on luck, and she thinks a different method will be efficient. Han asks if she is saying he should decide, and Edis agrees that he should, as she does not want people who do not want to be with her in her party. Han points out that she does not have enough people in her party, and her party is not functional. Jenna tells Han that she feels like there will be complaints even if he made the decision, and it would just be better if they just draw names, and she asks if there is anyone he wants in particular. Han reasons that he would have gone for Velkist had it not been for his shitty personality. He then tells the duo that they do not want to leave it to luck, and they also do not want to leave the decision to others, so if they want to prove themselves worthy to be in his team, they should fight. Han asks how he's supposed to pick when he does not know their abilities. Han says they should use the duel center as healing won't work in there, and to continue the fight until one of them goes down, and then he will make his decision. Velkist confidently steps into the arena, expressing that he never turns down a fight and relishes the opportunity for a good battle. He menacingly asks if he can kill his opponent, and when Han responds that if he can, a malicious grin spreads across Velkist's face, as that is just the answer he wants. Han gives them free rein to fight as they wish, emphasizing that he needs to evaluate their capabilities. Nerissa pulls a vial of poison from her bag and pours it onto her sword, catching Velkist off guard. He asks if she's lost her mind, but she points out that Han said they should fight however they want. Han, observing closely, recognizes it as a paralysis poison that induces full-body convulsions and notes that Nerissa has demonstrated poison-related skills since her arrival. Nerissa states that while she's used this technique often against monsters, this is her first time using it against a human, but Velkist is undeterred, and he confidently asserts she won't get the chance to use it against him. A system notification appears, noting that Velkist is requesting a duel against Nerissa, and both parties agree to the fight. Jenna, sensing the intensity, predicts that someone might die, and Han agrees with her. At Han's signal, the fight begins, and Velkist charges at Nerissa, aiming to strike her down, but Nerissa counters skillfully, keeping him at bay. Meanwhile, members of Parties 1 and 2 watch anxiously. Usher notes that Velkist is fighting differently compared to sparring sessions against him, and Edis remarks that he's been hiding his true strength. Han advises his comrades to observe closely and learn. As the duel intensifies, Han analyzes their weapon techniques, noting that both are at level 4, similar to Usher, but they employ different approaches in battle. Nerissa deftly dodges Velkist's onslaught and counterattacks with calculated precision, and Han is impressed by how she utilizes her surroundings. Iolka arrives, looking at the fight and asking if those two really just arrived here, adding that the fight is impressive and that their level and skills are probably both low, but Han dismisses her remark, questioning why she isn't focusing on her research. Just when Velkist appears to gain the upper hand, Nerissa surprises him by pulling a hidden dagger from her sleeve, and although the dagger narrowly misses, it slashes Velkist's cheek, inflicting the poison's paralysis effect, and parts of his body begin to fail him. The system also notes that he's bleeding and that his HP will be reduced for a period of time. Smirking at her upper hand, Nerissa taunts Velkist, thinking that she won, but Velkist retaliates by striking her with his sword's handle. The strong hit makes her spit out saliva from her mouth, and she is then sent flying backward, crashing into the metal fence. As she kneels in pain, Velkist asserts his victory, claiming that she can no longer fight, but despite his declaration, Velkist admits he's unable to move properly due to the poison. He asks Han if there are any objections to his win, and Han commends their efforts and announces his decision, much to Velkist's shock, that Nerissa will join Party 1. This announcement makes Nerissa smirk while she's on the floor. On the other hand, this annoys Velkist as he questions Han's decision. Jenna is amazed and praises Nerissa's skills, and Han reflects that only Edis, Roderick, and Jenna likely understood what happened in the fight. He finds it amusing how Nerissa intentionally backed herself into a corner to make Velkist lower his guard. The double dagger technique was a clever ruse designed to set up her decisive strike, and while Velkist relied on his skills and pressed forward, most others were caught up in the fight's action and missed the subtleties of her tactics. After Han declares Nerissa the winner, Velkist is taken aback and asks him to repeat the decision, attempting to exert pressure, but Han is unfazed, and he replies that he can repeat it as many times as needed, and says that Nerissa will be the one to join Party 1. This unexpected outcome infuriates Velkist, who clenches his teeth in frustration and demands an explanation. Han points out that his party includes a swordsman, spearman, mage, and archer, all focused on combat, and to adapt better to various situations, they need someone like Nerissa. Han says he initially thought Velkist might compensate for the team's needs with sheer power, but he now believes he was mistaken. Velkist says he could have beaten Nerissa within 5 minutes if she had not used her dirty trick. Han then acknowledges Velkist's talent, but emphasizes that they don't need him in his party. While grinning, Han challenges Velkist, asking if he wants to try fighting him, and offers Velkist the chance to join his team if he can endure for a minute against him. This startles Velkist, but he grins and suggests sparring with another member instead. Eyeing Eren maliciously, he mocks him. Han dismisses the idea, explaining that swordsmen and spearmen have distinct roles, and it's not about raw strength but strategy. Velkist concedes the point but taunts Eren, questioning his ability to fulfill his duties as a spearman. Velkist says he has watched them all fight, and it was interesting, but there was one person who did not fit in, and he asks if they really need a spearman that much, so much that they are willing to look past his weaknesses. He then asks Han if he doesn't think Eren is limiting his team. This infuriates Jenna, who defends Eren, insisting he is doing great and demanding Velkist to stop his nonsense. But despite Jenna's objections, Velkist says Jenna might not know because she is talented, but sometimes comforting is poison. Han says to be quiet, and Velkist grins. Han surprisingly concurs that a spearman isn't essential, and they could adjust their formation if a stronger swordsman joined. And he clarifies that this is only possible if Velkist proves more useful than Eren. Velkist confidently asserts his superiority, brandishing his sword at Eren and challenging him as the others watch in shock. Han asks Velkist to confirm he will not go back on his word and emphasizes that Eren has been part of the team far longer, and if Velkist is challenging Eren with groundless confidence, he might have to change his thoughts about him. Velkist reassures Han that if he loses, he will go to Party 2 without a word. Han then tells Eren that it is his choice, telling him that he can reject the challenge as well, but Eren hesitates as he is overwhelmed and asks for some time to think. Han thinks that it's about time as he observes Eren's struggles, realizing he's been pushing himself hard. He also knows that things won't end well at this rate, but Eren is still more useful, and they have worked together for a long time. And even if he is still falling behind, he can still fulfill his role for a bit longer. Han knows Eren needs a spark to reignite his confidence, and after some contemplation, Eren exudes determination and accepts the challenge. Velkist smirks, ready for the duel. The system notes that Velkist is requesting a duel against Eren and vice versa. As they prepare to fight, Han reminds them that the winner will join Party 1, and both Eren and Velkist agree to this. Both of them get ready to fight, Eren with a stern expression while holding his spear, and Velkist with a grin on his face while spinning his sword. After an intense face-off, Eren lunges at Velkist, attacking with his spear, but Velkist easily blocks his attacks. Jenna, startled by Eren's decision, voices her concern over the risk of losing, but Han reassures her it was Eren's choice and asserts Eren can win if he relies on his training. Meanwhile, in the duel, both fighters are fighting fiercely, with Han noting that both fighters have a weapon mastery level of 4. Velkist has passive skills Eren lacks, but Eren's extensive experience gives him an edge. Soon Eren quickly proves his mettle, landing a powerful strike with the wooden side of his spear, drawing blood. Velkist acknowledges Eren's agility, while Usher cheers him on, telling him to teach the newbie a lesson, while Edis watches Usher in disbelief. Han dismisses Velkist's bravado, emphasizing his lack of experience fighting monsters or facing skilled spearmen like Roderick or Eren, and unlike Eren, who has faced boss monsters, Velkist has yet to prove himself in such battles. He adds that in a fight between skilled heroes, a spearman's movements are beyond reason. With renewed resolve, Eren launches a relentless assault, slashing Velkist's arm and landing a blow on his back. The continuous onslaught leaves Velkist unable to counter. Seizing the moment, Eren delivers a decisive strike with his spear. Usher continues to support Eren, mocking Velkist, calling him an arrogant bastard, and telling him that, should he lose, he'll end up as a dishwasher in Party 2. Meanwhile, Edis continues to look at Usher in disbelief. Spears have been used for centuries in hunting and warfare, and they have proved to be very useful for their ability to maintain distance in combat. Over time, they became longer and more effective in large-scale battles, but were less practical in one-on-one fights. A spear's extra meter of range over a sword is advantageous in certain scenarios, but leaves the wielder vulnerable against close-range weapons like daggers. Furthermore, spears lack the range of a bow and arrow. However, this logic applies to ordinary humans, as in a world where individuals regularly transcend human limits, such reasoning no longer holds. As the duel continues, Eren launches an attack that narrowly misses but manages to graze Velkist's arm, and when Eren twirls his spear for another strike, Velkist, sensing the danger, leaps to evade. Observing Velkist's quick reaction, Han reflects that, regardless of Velkist's past talents, the principles of combat as a hero in this world differ from ordinary reality. Eren, having trained and fought countless times, is accustomed to battling monsters and individuals who surpass human limitations, but swordsmen and spearmen employ entirely different strategies. Watching the intense fight, Jenna notes that Eren is performing well, though he doesn't seem like himself. But Iolka, standing nearby, disagrees, confidently predicting Eren will win easily. And Jenna insists that Iolka should take a closer look, pointing out that Eren's effective attacks are diminishing. Edis concurs with Jenna's assessment, while Velkist lands gracefully and remarks that the fight is boring. Han reflects that Eren's techniques are precise but overly straightforward, making them easy to predict. Velkist, with his keen observational skills, could see through Nerissa's attacks earlier and is likely to develop an ability akin to Han's mind's eye. Suddenly, the tide of the duel shifts. Eren, who had been dominating, begins struggling against Velkist. Amid the back and forth, Velkist accuses Eren of holding back, questioning whether he's underestimating him. Eren, who is confused, denies the accusation, and Velkist points out that he hears that Party 1 members fight with lethal intent during training. But their duel is different, so he wants to know why Eren is not attacking his weak points. Han realizes Eren has become too soft and that his spear techniques are predictable, while Velkist adapts too quickly. With a firm tone, Han asks Eren when was it that he started to consider the life of his opponent, and if he's so strong that he can go easy on his opponent. He then challenges Eren to show all that he has and not disappoint him. Velkist grins at Eren, telling him that it's what he said, and Eren says all right. Motivated by Han's words, Eren rallies. He spins his spear with newfound determination, warning Velkist not to hold a grudge if he loses. But Velkist, exuding a menacing aura, smirks mockingly. Eren charges forward, his assault nearly connecting and catching Velkist off guard. However, Velkist soon discerns Eren's predictable patterns and evades the attacks effortlessly. As Eren swings his spear in a final attempt, Velkist counters, dashing to a safe position and finding an opening to strike. But in a surprising turn, Eren's spear becomes lodged in the fence. Both party members who have been watching the fight stare in shock and sad acceptance as the duel concludes with Velkist declaring victory despite his dizziness from blood loss, while Eren kneels on the ground with an injured shoulder. Usher, shocked by the outcome, accuses Velkist of resorting to underhanded tactics, but Velkist says he does not know what he is talking about. Usher continues to argue until Roderick stops him, and the system then officially announces Velkist as the winner of the duel. Iolka finds it strange because she thought Eren would win, and Jenna feels bad for him because he was doing well. She says she is startled that the outcome was altered in just one attack, to which Han agrees. Han finds it hard to describe because saying that Velkist has good senses cannot justify it. Han reminisces that Velkist read Eren's attack patterns as the fight went on. It is certain, seeing as he began taking fewer attacks as the fight progressed and easily found Eren's openings. However, Velkist waited despite having the chance to turn the tables with just one attack. He knew all he needed was one attack to win, ruling out any unexpected variables, and he endured Eren's countless attacks to capture the best timing for his counterattack. Han contemplates that Velkist possesses cold, logical observational skills and the ability to analyze and calculate his chances of winning, employing methods that require patience. On the other hand, Velkist sarcastically expresses disappointment and mocks Eren, saying it would have been much more fun if Eren hadn't gone easy on him in the beginning. Eren, overwhelmed with despair, agrees with Velkist's assertion. Nerissa also comments that she is dissatisfied with the results, but thinks Eren wasn't as prepared as Velkist. Han concludes that no one is against the result and claims he will keep his promise, declaring that Velkist will join Party 1 while Eren is out. With all the unexpected chaos, Party 1's formation is changed. Velkist and Nerissa are included while Eren is excluded. Han tells Eren he brought forth his loss because of poor decisions and can't keep him in their party, and Usher anxiously approaches Han to convince him that Eren was trying not to hurt his own team, but Han halts him, cutting off any flimsy excuses. Han asserts they are not there to build friendships, but they are there to survive and win against enemies. He emphasizes that those who do not understand that will die, urging everyone to keep it in mind. When Jenna tries to request Han to reconsider, he dismisses her and instructs everyone to rest since it's already late. Shortly after, Nerissa and Velkist approach Han. Velkist comments that this will be fun, while Nerissa assures him that she looks forward to working together and introduces herself. Annoyed by Velkist's comment, Han inquires if he thinks life will be easier now that he's in Party 1. Han then warns him that it will be the exact opposite, as what they do is much more dangerous than Party 2. Nevertheless, Velkist confidently claims this is exactly why he joined Han's party, as he wants to become stronger. After the other members leave, Han turns his attention to Eren, still overwhelmed with despair and sitting in the arena. Han tells him nothing will change even if he stays there forever, but Eren refuses to leave, admitting he feels weaker. Han asks why Eren didn't target Velkist's weak points. He remarks that Eren initially had an advantage, so he wonders why he gave Velkist a chance. Eren replies that they shouldn't kill their teammates, prompting Han to wonder when Eren started caring about such things, as he does not think he raised Eren to be that soft. At that moment, Eren admits he had a change of heart because he is not talented. He reflects that maybe he could have beaten Velkist and initially felt confident about it. However, as time passes, Velkist comes back stronger. Eren questions whether he has the right to harm someone like Velkist, who shines brighter than him. Aaron admits that watching Velkist and Nerissa made him realize everything he had done so far felt pointless, and no matter how much effort he put into training, it couldn't compare to natural talent. Han asks if that is why he went easy on Velkist, and Aaron replies that he cannot harm the master. And those two are important people. He admits that he does not see in himself what he sees in Han and Jenna, but the fog in front of his eyes refused to go away, and it felt like he was just walking in place. Han realizes Aaron is having a breakdown and suggests a new role as an instructor. He explains that instructors teach newbies on the first floor, and he thinks Aaron and Dika are a good fit for the job. He says they just need to teach newbies in a safe location, and though competition for this role is typically fierce and it is dozens against one sometimes, he will especially recommend Aaron and Dika for the job. He asks Aaron what he thinks, and Aaron hesitates. Han then asks him what he's hesitating for. Is his goal to become strong like Velkist? Before Aaron can answer, Han tells him that it's not, and reminds him that his goal is to go back to his family. Aaron still hesitates, but eventually agrees to take on the role. As he is about to leave, Han tells Aaron to quit it if he does not want to do it. He explains that he used to know someone like Aaron who was really untalented, and his spearmanship was at Aaron's level. Han admits that he tried to throw the person out many times because he was so terrible, and he asks Aaron if he wants to become stronger. Aaron looks bewildered, and Han turns to leave the place, saying he guesses not. But Aaron kneels crying and saying he wants to become stronger, but he is not sure there is a way for someone like him to get stronger. Han tells him there is a way, so he should wait until the portal on the second floor opens, and he will take him to Niflheimer. Aaron asks where that place is, and Han replies with a smile that it is in a very good place. Later, Jenna enthusiastically introduces herself to the new team members, but they remain distant. Han notices they still feel awkward towards each other, and he tells the newcomers that there is something they need to know. He says he is sure that they are aware since they use the regenerative stone that the party fights with fire, and they will have to get used to that. Nerissa asks if he means fire resistance, and Han agrees, saying they need to learn it as fast as they can. Han then asks them if they know how. Velkist sarcastically says they can by just grabbing fire, but remarks that just grabbing fire is a very stupid method, and Han points out that it is as effective as it is stupid. Velkist then says he will learn it within 4 days, although he internally thinks that Nerissa will start whining that she's scared, but Nerissa confidently claims that she only needs 3 days. Han turns his attention to Jenna, instructing her to make up for Aaron's absence. She asks if he wants her to main her bow and arrow instead, but Han asserts that he and Velkist are both short-range fighters. However, he advises Velkist not to get overconfident and to ensure he fights within a range where he can receive support, and he urges Velkist to remember that relying solely on himself without cooperating will render him useless to the team, and Velkist tells him all right. Han contemplates Nerissa's wide array of skills, including swordsmanship, dagger techniques, throwing, and other weapon proficiencies. Additionally, she possesses various specialized skills, such as poison creation and ambushing. He curiously asks if she was an assassin before arriving here, to which she reveals she did something similar, and Han reflects that if she had been a full-fledged assassin, she would have required advanced summoning, leading him to believe she was something in between before being summoned. He assigns her to the mid-range position, but emphasizes that she must adapt to fight short range or protect Jenna and Iolka when necessary. Han also advises her to target enemies from behind when the opportunity arises, and assigns her the role of information collector, instructing her to carry out this task whenever ordered. In response, Nerissa assures him she will keep this in mind, but Han considers that people like her may agree outwardly but might struggle internally to fully accept their roles, potentially leading to conflict. He speculates that her reluctance could stem from the bad habits she developed in the challenging environment of the first floor. Meanwhile, Iolka approaches Han, asking about her role, and Han sarcastically points out that she just ran with sandbags, but Edis's arrival shifts the conversation. Han says Party 2 is still short on members, and they will always be short on members because the master is not doing paid gachas at the moment. He then advises Edis to recruit new members from the first floor if needed. He explains that if she looks closely, there will be someone useful, and since Dika has decided to begin work as an instructor on the first floor, she should tell him to focus on the ones with the most determination, as that is the only option she has. Edis agrees to follow his advice, and Han warns her to be discreet to avoid jealousy or bullying, as there are a lot of people in the environment who tend to bully guys who are doing well for themselves. The next day, the group gathers at the training grounds, and Han suggests they familiarize themselves with each other's strengths and weaknesses through an unrestricted sparring session using real weapons. As the group prepares, Velkist moves towards the arena stairs, saying he likes that. Han asks if Velkist is confident handling the challenge alone, and he calls Nerissa to join, adding that he thought Velkist wanted him to try his hardest. Velkist asks Han if he is sure it will be okay, as it will be different from his usual training duels. Han asks Velkist if he wants to duel him one-on-one, and Velkist smirks, saying that if it is possible, Han then agrees and activates his berserk skill, accepting the challenge. Reflecting on prior events, Han recalls that Chloe mentioned that a group of first-floor heroes recently went to see Velkist. The group was composed of people who had been excluded from Party 3 for losing the duel against Velkist, but no one was able to put a hand on him. Han knows that some of that group still picks on heroes they do not like, or second-floor candidates, but that did not cause any problems, as there are no heroes that are a match for the second-floor candidates at the moment. As the spar begins, Velkist charges at Han, only for the latter to deftly deflect his attack and disarm him with a soul-infused move, and Han reasons that Velkist needs to know there are stronger opponents than him out there. Han warns Velkist that he has grown arrogant from fighting only weaklings on the first floor, but despite his defeat, Velkist smiles and says Han is as strong as he thought he would be, calling Han an arrogant bastard, as this result was to be expected. Velkist expresses his satisfaction with joining Han's party, but notes that he'd need Nerissa's help to truly challenge Han. Nerissa joins the fray, coating her blade in poisonous liquor, and Han asks her if she's really planning to use that, but she quips that this seems to be precisely what Han wants, prompting him to brace himself. Velkist reminds Han this will be no easy task as he's fighting two of them now, but Han remains unfazed, saying who knows. Despite their combined efforts, Han easily overpowers the duo, leaving them barely able to stand. Velkist admits he underestimated Han, thinking two would be enough to defeat him. Han exits berserk mode and reminds them that two does not mean stronger when they cannot work together. Han thinks they might be able to win against Eren or Usher, but believes that even together, they cannot best Jenna. But Jenna, overhearing Han's assertion, is shocked. Han asks her what she is doing outside and tells her to enter the duel center. She admits that she is a bit scared, but Han tells her not to worry, as she is stronger. He then instructs the duo to fight as a team, and he informs them that he will not permit dueling as an individual anymore, and tells them to fight Jenna until they win. Annoyed, Velkist says Han is looking down on them too much, and he does not think he will lose to Jenna, but Han tells him that he'll see. Velkist says that he doesn't like that he has to work with Nerissa, saying she'll only hold him back, and Nerissa, annoyed, replies that's what she wants to say. Han tells Velkist to show him instead of talking, and he will fight him as much as he wants if he wins against Jenna. Velkist agrees, saying he hopes Han will keep his promise, and he tells Nerissa to stay back as he prepares to duel Jenna alone. Before he can make his move, Jenna shoots an arrow which he promptly deflects, and suddenly, she unleashes a barrage that catches him off guard, but he hardly manages to deflect them all. Jenna employs her weakness detection skill and continues to shoot her arrows without giving him enough time to retaliate, and out of the blue, an arrow barely misses hitting Velkist's neck, which leaves him utterly bewildered, while Han reminds him of his early claim about Jenna's prowess. Velkist realizes Jenna's superior skill and realizes he is just a frog in a well. Han then repeats that Velkist and Nerissa should fight Jenna together and orders them to win against her within 2 days. He points out that they saw how the party fought against countless strong enemies during their mission, and he does not understand why they are trying to fight alone when they do not even have the basics down. Meanwhile, Nerissa insists on taking her turn, and Han comments that she is really stubborn. Nerissa is allowed to take her turn to fight Jenna alone, but also falls short, unable to land a single hit on Jenna before being overwhelmed by arrows. Han says neither of them held up for more than a minute. Frustrated but determined, Velkist and Nerissa reluctantly agree to work together, with Velkist saying that he doesn't like the idea, but he'll try, and Nerissa saying that it won't be easy this time. The duel begins, and Nerissa rushes ahead, but Jenna is already prepared with her bow, ready to strike. Han watches the fight and thinks it is pitiful. Nerissa struggles to deflect Jenna's relentless arrows and is then caught off guard when she appears right in front of her. Jenna then attacks Nerissa's right hand, knocking her rapier out of her hand. Despite the duo's renewed efforts, Jenna remains unshaken, skillfully countering their attacks. Velkist tries to get closer to go in for an attack but finds himself wounded and unable to keep up. Han critiques their poor performance and mocks Velkist for doing worse than when he fought solo. Velkist curses, and Han tells him that nothing will change even if he curses, and he asks if he wants to switch to Party 2, noting that they don't train like this there. Velkist becomes frustrated and declares that he will try again. He taunts Nerissa, saying she is useless as she can't even endure for more than 10 seconds. In return, Nerissa also mocks his inability to swing his sword even once. Han observes their bruised egos and reflects on Jenna's resilience, shaped by her upbringing in the wilderness. He notes that she's more used to dealing with wild beasts than tamed animals. Han thinks that when dealing with clever beasts, you need to learn fast, and that even an aggressive beast is mere prey when it comes to a skilled hunter. With newfound resolve, Velkist and Nerissa launch a wild, frenzied attack on Jenna, but Jenna remains calm, focused, and unwavering, ready to confront their combined onslaught. Meanwhile, Han thinks that a beast should get used to hunting in groups. Velkist and Nerissa face off against Jenna, but stubbornly stick to their usual tactics, leading to repeated defeats with arrows piercing different parts of their body. As Velkist tries to stand to continue fighting, Han, who has been watching the spectacle, tells them not to waste their time as they will regenerate automatically when they step outside the arena. He tells them not to try and be tough and just get out. True to his word, both Velkist and Nerissa are healed afterward, and Iolka, waving her fan, comments that the duo weirdly match each other. Han asks why she is there, as she's supposed to be training her telekinesis, and Iolka makes a hasty retreat after Han threatens to tell Chloe if she does not vanish within 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Eren watches the party training as Velkist requests another round with Jenna, but she declines as she is too exhausted from the fights. Han then intervenes, postponing their fight until the next day. Nerissa also wants another go and asks if they still do not have a lot of time left, and Han explains that due to them clinging on to Jenna more than 10 times, she was not able to do her personal training. He tells them not to waste other people's time, and he warns that if they didn't win the next day, he'd consider finding new team members. Velkist asks if Han is serious, and Han replies, asking if Velkist thinks he is joking. Han then says he will only allow one sparring match the next day, and if they lose, that will be the end of it. They all watch Han in shock as he leaves and says they should not disappoint him. Jenna herself doubts Han's threat, and she asks him if he will really kick them out of the party, and Han asks if she has ever seen him lie. She replies that she has a lot of time, and she is about to give some examples, but Han hits her with her quiver. He then explains that if they do not know how to cooperate, exceptional talent is still useless. Jenna then points out that if he expels Velkist and Nerissa, she does not see anyone who can join their party, and she asks if Eren is on his list, but Han says it will not be Eren. He reflects that Velkist and Nerissa have good skills, but it is just that they do not trust their ally standing next to them, or they trust in themselves too much, and the party will only work if that can be changed. Meanwhile, Velkist looks very angry, saying he will definitely kill Jenna. The next morning, Velkist and Nerissa are absent from training, and Jenna wonders if they ran away before they even joined. But Han reveals that they went to the first floor for additional practice, and they had asked him to give them some time. Iolka cheers, hoping that the training will be cancelled, only for Han to declare it would be even more intense since they are missing 2 people. Iolka yells that she knew this would happen, and Jenna notices Velkist and Nerissa returning, ready to challenge her. Han asks them if they have thoroughly prepared, and they reply that they did. Han reminds them that the rules are the same as the previous day, so they can use real weapons. There is no restriction, and they have only 1 shot. As Jenna prepares her bow and arrows, Velkist tells Nerissa that cooperation is not something that fits him, but it cannot be helped. Jenna announces that she is ready, but the duo only gets ready and does not attack her. This makes her confused, and she wonders why they are not charging in, but she still goes on to release a volley of arrows aimed at Nerissa, but Velkist intercepts them. Nerissa throws a short sword that Jenna narrowly dodges while Velkist closes in, saying he can now see Jenna's pattern. Jenna retaliates with another barrage, this time aiming for Nerissa's vulnerable spots. But Velkist has a skill awakening called Projectile Defense that grants him resistance to Jenna's arrow attacks, and the duo finally begins coordinating. The duo rushes towards Jenna, but Jenna, with a smile, shoots another arrow at them, telling them they are still too far. Covering each other's weaknesses, they push through Jenna's arrows and force her on the defensive. As they split and regroup, Velkist attacks from below while Nerissa lunges with her rapier from above, but Jenna quickly dodges their attacks with a quick jump into the air. Jenna, while in the air, notices a dagger coming straight at her, so she quickly pushes herself from the roof of the arena and lands on the ground. Sensing Velkist's killing intent, she sees him coming towards her with his sword ready to strike her, as Velkist tells her that he will kill her. Jenna quickly dodges backward, trying to put some distance between Velkist and herself. But to Jenna's surprise, she doesn't notice Nerissa sneaking up behind her until it's too late, and Nerissa seizes the opportunity and holds a dagger to her throat, saying it is the end. Jenna laughs shakingly and agrees that she has lost the match. Velkist then smugly declares the win as easy, and Han reminds him that they suffered all day because they could not see it. Han reflects that Velkist's blatant killing intent was able to decrease Nerissa's presence just a bit, and when one's existence becomes too overwhelming, it is only natural that their target will miss the other one. Han reasons that they should have known this if they watched the party fight on the boss stage, that the strength of the group should be put before the strength of the individual. Han then says they have passed, and they should remember the feeling they just had. But Velkist's arrogance quickly returns as he asks Han if they can win against him with the same method. Han asks if they want to try, and obviously, he swiftly defeats them, as he immediately activates Berserk and crushes them as soon as he sees an opening, and it wasn't just once or twice that one of them nearly dies. Han reasons that they still have some time until they properly started climbing again, and the Master was not immediately sending out Party 1. He reflects that it looked like the Master was giving the new members time to get used to the party, and with that, Party 1 neared its completion. Han says that starting next time, Jenna will be participating in the duel. Velkist and Nerissa sit on the ground, healing up, while Velkist asks Han what he means by that. Han replies that he and Jenna will be teaming up, just like how Velkist and Nerissa teamed up. Both Velkist and Nerissa look at Han with disgust, telling him to loosen up. Han tells them not to think that their team formation is fixed, as they are going to be mixing up the combination of partners between them because they need to be able to work with one another. Velkist says that he thought in this party he was going to mostly fight individually. He adds that he noticed that Han was the one mostly carrying the party on the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors, and that he didn't really think that the other members were that great if he's being honest. He then asks Han what is the point of training in teams like this, but Han asks him if his eyes are for decoration. Han recalls the fierce fights he endured, saying that he can't do anything on his own. He explains that if the individuals in a team are weak, then you can't have a good team, even if they have great teamwork. But the opposite is also true. Regardless of how strong an individual is, the mission will end in failure if the teamwork is not great. Han notes that the exception would be for an individual to be overwhelmingly strong. Then they could carry the entire party, but he doesn't think they have someone that's strong in their party, himself included. He then tells Velkist not to complain too much, as he will train with him individually until Velkist gets sick of it once he gets used to the team. And Velkist says that he looks forward to it. After some time, Han looks at Velkist and Nerissa, a bit impressed, reasoning that they grow quickly and can now duel against each other, 2 versus 2. With the exception of the morning's basic training and afternoon's weapons training, Party 1 spent the entire day sparring. Every time a team won, they switched up the combination of the team. There was a side effect that whatever team Han was in would win, but slowly, they began to learn to work as a team. Iolka was added after a week in order to start the formation training. This training consisted of identifying Iolka's and Jenna's weaknesses, how to make up for them, and how the party could use their strengths. Han guided Velkist and Nerissa on these points. Nerissa looks at Han and tells him that she becomes more surprised the more she learns, noting the precision and efficiency of each tactic. Nerissa says that she can't even imagine what Han used to do prior to coming to this place. But Han says, didn't he mention before that he was a farmer? Nerissa, not believing this, tells Han that if he wants to be more convincing, he needs to change that lie. Suddenly, Isel calls Party 1 to the first floor city square. Velkist grins, saying that they sure made them wait long, and Han gets up from his chair, also grinning, and asks Velkist if he likes going out there and fighting. Velkist replies that he thinks that is much better than having petty fights with wooden dolls, but Han tells him that they should go and that he's sure Velkist is aware that they are not going on a trip. As they leave, Eren tells Han to stay safe, and Han smiles, telling him not to worry. Han arrives at the city square and sees a bunch of angry losers staring at him and his party. Han wonders who all these people are, and Nerissa replies that they are the people who were summoned right after the floors were divided. Han looks at them, thinking that they are the 3rd generation. Nerissa tells Han that he may not know this, but there's a strange rumor going around, and with a sharp gaze, he tells her that he knows. Han reasons that the 1st generation refers to the first heroes, which are Jenna, Edis, and himself. Both Velkist and Nerissa are 2nd generation heroes, and they were chosen right after he gave Master Anything the tutorial. The other angry trash heroes were summoned after the upper and lower floors were divided, so they are considered the 3rd generation. One of the 3rd generation heroes looks at Velkist and calls him an arrogant bastard. This annoys Velkist as he mentions that a dog is barking somewhere and tells the man to come at him if he wants to fight, but Han stops him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approaches our protagonist, wondering if he's Han. The man introduces himself as Melkard, saying he got here 4 days ago and would like to ask Han for a favor. Melkard says that he has a serious chronic illness and that his life has been hard, but before he can say any more nonsense, Han pushes him to the side, telling him to move. With a sharp tone, he tells Melkard that he must be joking, because even if he has cancer or whatever, the lobby's healing power is able to heal everything. Isel shouts to the 3rd generation heroes, asking them what they are doing here, and tells them not to block Han's party, as the master is waiting for them. Han asks Nerissa how long it has been since the 3rd generation heroes began acting like that, and she says that things started to get worse little by little ever since the floors were divided up. Iolka wonders how this could happen. Han says this is a side effect of dividing the floors, and Iolka says they sure are strange. Han tells her not to pay attention to them and to focus on the current mission, as that's more important right now. The system notes that this is the main dungeon. The current challenged floor is the 16th floor, and that the doors will open after 10 seconds, urging the heroes to get ready. Han looks back at his Velkist and Nerissa, telling them to follow his orders once they are in the field, and asks them if they have any complaints, to which they reply that they don't. Han and his party are transported to the 16th floor, where the mission type is exploration, and the objective is to investigate the unfamiliar location. Velkist says that he has never had to do an exploration mission before. Jenna tells him that she's done it only once, and it was on the 6th floor. She then enthusiastically turns to Han and says that it wasn't that difficult, asking Han for validation on her statement. But Han says this mission will be different from the 6th floor, so they will have to see first. Han begins to look around the field and thinks that the field they are in is a castle or maybe a mansion. Nerissa looks around the place with a suspicious expression and mumbles, "This place is," and Han asks her if she recognizes this place, but she tells him that she can't guarantee it, so she'll let him know once she's sure. Han says that they should inspect the area and that there must be an exit leading to the next floor somewhere. He then knocks on a door, saying that, of course, it is not this door, as this is outside the field, as they can see. Han orders Nerissa to go first and look around the place while in her stealth mode and report anything suspicious to him. Nerissa accepts the order and takes off. Han begins to unsheath his sword and tells the rest of his party members to move while in inspection formation. As they move through the empty halls of the mansion, Iolka says that it's a bit creepy in there and that perhaps this is a haunted mansion. She then wonders why there isn't anyone in there, but Han tells her that the mansion has been cleaned, so it's not abandoned, and guesses that they'll see soon enough. Han moves his sword against a door and thinks that none of those doors are accessible to them. Iolka is surprised at how big the place is, noting that there's no end to it, while Velkist says that the place has a unique layout and that the sizes of the halls don't really make sense, adding that it must look quite strange from the outside. Iolka mocks Velkist, saying that he's smarter than he seems. This angers Velkist, making him release killing intent and ask her what she just said to him. Iolka gets scared and panics, saying loudly that she didn't say anything, and Han says to be quiet, telling her not to be so loud. Suddenly, Jenna becomes surprised as they've arrived at a three-way corridor. Han and his party look around, and Han says that it's a labyrinth, making Jenna question Han about what he means by that. Han says that this is no ordinary mansion, and that the paths must all be twisted in a similar way to a maze. Iolka, with a confused look, asks Han where they should go, and Han tells her that they should stand by for now until Nerissa comes back. As the party waits for Nerissa, Han says that it looks like they've got quite an annoying mission. Jenna says that she's never been in a place like that one, noting that there isn't anyone in there and that the paths are unusual. She adds that the other missions they completed were much simpler. Velkist agrees with Jenna, saying this mission is quite boring. Han then looks at Velkist and asks him if he does missions for fun, but Velkist replies, how can he not be bored, as he was expecting some strong enemies to fight against. Han tells Velkist that he can relax, but not to let his guard down, as it is impossible for there not to be any enemies here. With a serious expression, Han says that the enemies are definitely here, while Velkist, with a menacing expression, replies that that is good. 5 minutes go by, and Han notices Nerissa approaching him. Nerissa tells him that she went to the hallway located in the middle and informs him that it seems like the forked path leads to one place, and that it's not that complicated. She then says that she hasn't noticed any traps or enemies, but that there is something strange, and Han questions what she means by that. Nerissa says that it was hard for her to judge and that he'll see it once he goes there, and the scene shows a maid who seems to be gushing out blood from her mouth. The door of the mansion creaks open. From the first look, it appears all neat and tidy. The floor is so shiny that the pillar's reflection is visible. A maid is seen on the floor crying and vomiting blood immensely. Meanwhile, Han and others slowly start making their way toward the maid. Nerissa mentions how this maid is not reacting to them at all, and that her condition is weird too. At the same time, the maid continues to throw up blood. From behind, Velkist thinks this looks suspicious and suggests getting rid of the maid, offering himself to do this dirty task in case Han refuses to kill a woman. However, Han says to leave her alone, believing it is best not to interfere with suspicious things. Jenna then looks at the maid and states that her condition is serious and that she may be suffering from an illness. Han asks Jenna if she wants to help the maid or something, but she replies that she is not that nice and moves forward. While they leave, Han still senses something suspicious as he turns to the balcony. At the same time, Jenna is busy interacting with the artifacts around the mansion, while Iolka expresses that this is getting too boring. Thereafter, Jenna comments that there must be a pathway somewhere. Seeing everyone complaining like a little child, Han tells them not to complain too much, assuring them that there will be action soon. As they proceed, no doors open, and the identical halls seem endless. Although the structure of this labyrinth isn't that difficult, these guys still cannot find a pathway. This next event happened when they tried to move on to the fourth hallway. A black aura surrounds Nerissa as she senses their enemies. Han comments that they must be in the next hall. Nerissa continues, informing the group that there are 7 of them, armed with swords, spears, and crossbows. Thereafter, Han tells his group that they will ambush their enemies the moment they make their entry into the hall. Han further orders Jenna and Nerissa to take on the bowmen, while the rest will handle the remaining enemies. Right there in the next room, a bunch of soldiers are ready to face action. Peeking from a wall, Han looks inside the room and counts before signaling everyone to move forward. One soldier is drinking water when, in the next moment, he is killed and the water is spilled. Before he is killed, another man questions who these guys are. Pity that he will never get his answer. They quickly eliminate all 7 enemies. Han then looks around, noticing a stairway that leads up in front of him and that there are doors behind them. He throws his shield up the stairs to check if it is blocked and confirms that they can't go up to the 2nd floor yet. He instructs Iolka to prepare a first circle fire spell toward the back doors. Confused, she questions Han's orders. Soon after, we see 18 human soldiers of level 14 and 5 of level 17 emerging from the back doors. She ignites the flames and starts burning them. Just then, Han quickly calls out for Velkist and Nerissa to make their move, to which they quickly begin moving toward the enemies alongside the flames. Han, Velkist, and Nerissa begin slaughtering the enemies. Jenna also moves alongside the flames, killing the remaining soldiers as if they are mere toys to play with. Not long after, they manage to swiftly eliminate all of the 23 enemies, and Han tells them that it's over and gives the order to recuperate. Iolka then asks Han how he knew more enemies were there, and he explains that since the 2nd floor did not open after clearing the lobby, it was clear there were more enemies present. Now that they are defeated, the barrier to the 2nd floor opens, signaling that they can proceed now and even clear the floor above if that's what's required. While walking up the stairs, Han tells his group that they will need to prepare a bit more for when they are ready to take on the 17th floor. Velkist agrees with Han, commenting that this stage was a boring one. Han then asks him if it's a hobby of his to destroy things, to which Velkist replies that if he's being honest, it is. As they step through the door, the stage is cleared and rewards are distributed. Velkist and Nerissa level up, 50,000 gold is awarded, and the MVP of the stage is Iolka. Later, in the game lobby, Jenna asks Han if the 17th floor will be similar to the last one. He responds that it is possible, but Jenna complains that she doesn't like that, as she prefers to get things over with quickly. She adds that even the master left while they were stuck in there wandering around. Expressing that it's getting late, Jenna begins to leave, saying that she will go take a bath. Thereafter, Han tells the rest of his group that that is all for today and praises them for their excellent work. Nerissa stays behind, so Han decides to question Nerissa if there is something wrong and why she hasn't left yet. With a serious look, she tells Han that there is something she would like to discuss with him regarding the place they were just at. Later, the two are in a private room with Han pouring a cup of tea for Nerissa, ready to listen to what she has to say. Handing her the cup of tea, Han asked Nerissa what she wanted to tell him. Creating even more suspense, Nerissa takes a sip from the tea before speaking up. Nerissa then reveals that she recognizes the mansion that they were in earlier. Visibly confused, Han stares at Nerissa. Narissa then explains that she doesn't just recognize the place, but she actually used to work there. Han, not giving a single worry to Narissa, asks why she is telling him this. In response, she says that she thinks that it will increase their chances of survival. She then reveals that the place is called the Golden Mansion, where the Haljion family lives, one of the 4 renowned families of Townia. With a huge smirk on his face, Han tells Narissa that he doesn't know much about this stuff, since he was just an ordinary farmer till now. However, Narissa quickly reminds Han that no one's buying his fake story. According to Narissa, the Townia continent is dominated by a nation called the Empire, and within it, 4 families hold power comparable to the Imperial family, to the point that even the Emperor cannot control them. Curious, Han asks Narissa if the mansion they were in earlier was the Haljion's mansion. Narissa explains that that is what she believes, but cannot guarantee it. While the entrance and exterior of the mansion looked the same, the interior was completely different, and she wasn't sure why. Moreover, she isn't sure why they are doing and going on all these missions, but she is sure that somehow they are all connected. She adds that she became certain of this after watching the mission's replay. She explains that the Golden Mansion has 5 floors and that the blood of monsters, specifically dragon blood, is mixed with the bloodline of the 4 families, though this is only a rumor. Taking a sip of his tea, Han is clearly intrigued by this story. However, the real challenge lies on the 20th floor. It divides the beginner and middle-class players, and only players who have cleared the 20th floor are treated as proper masters. The reason for this is that the 20th floor's stage is fixed for everyone, featuring high-ranking monsters with unique traits, unlike easy monsters such as ogres. The first barrier to the game is the 5th floor, and about 1/3 of masters fail there. In comparison, less than 50% of the players make it to the 20th floor. Narissa mentions that Han had saved the princess on the 15th floor and doesn't understand why the Golden Mansion appeared on the 20th floor. Han tells her that he doesn't know what she did in that mansion, but to let him know if she prefers to stay out of it. With a sinister smile, she declares that she doesn't want to avoid that floor, as everyone in the mansion deserves to die. Standing up, she says that's all she can tell him and hopes that it helps him in some way. Han, done with the conversation, asks for Isel to come out of hiding. Impressed, she questions if he knew that she was listening to their conversation, to which Han tells her that she is too sparkly to hide herself well. When Han asks her about the reason for her visit, she tells him that it's nice to see that he's been doing a great job climbing the tower, but she was feeling a bit anxious about it. Han tells her that this is just the beginning, especially the 20th floor, to which Isel mentions that the forums on the official site are flooded with complaints about how hard that floor is. Han agrees and tells her that the 20th floor will be a big barrier for Master anything. Isel then asks if he gathered anything useful from Narissa, and Han states that with all the information he has collected so far, the puzzle is coming together. He adds that there is a group that wants the main NPC of the 15th floor dead, and that this group is connected to the Haljion family because most of the donations to this group come from the Haljion family. While he isn't sure what this group truly is, the fact that the 15th floor is related to the goddess makes him suspect a connection between the 15th and 20th floors. Thereafter, Isel asks Han if he thinks these floors are connected, and Han simply nods as his answer. From his conversation with Narissa, he has figured out 2 things. The first is that since the Golden Mansion has 5 floors, it makes sense to assume that the mansion spans from floors 16 to 20. The next thing he figured out is that the family residing in the Golden Mansion has dragon blood running through them. This thought visibly terrifies Isel. So, Han confirms that it is very likely that the boss monster on floor 20 will be a dragon. Han then states that dragons are powerful creatures without weaknesses, but he suspects these are not pure dragons, to which a terrified Isel replies that even if they are not pure dragons, they are still dragons. Han says that he and his team must prepare for this mission as much as they can, as they are the only ones capable of carrying it out. He assures Estelle that they will complete this quest and asks her to help when needed while gazing out of his room's window, and she nods. Later, the team enters the 17th floor and once again finds themselves in the same mansion, this time with 5 different entrances. Velkist mentions how this floor has even more entrances than the previous one, calling it a pain. Thereafter, Han asks his groupmates to prepare themselves if this floor also turns out to be a labyrinth, further emphasizing that clearing this might take days. Jenna, scared, asks if they will starve to death, but Han assures her that as long as they stick to a few rules, that won't happen. Han thinks that the real issue is that this account's difficulty level is high. He then holds a pen and paper, leading the way to map out the labyrinth. Along the way, they encounter arrow traps and soldiers lying in wait, but in the end, they safely clear the 17th floor, earning 50,000 gold coins, with Velkist as the MVP. Following the same pattern of resting and mapping, they also clear the 18th floor, where Jenna becomes the MVP. As for the 19th floor, Jenna retains her title of MVP and another 50,000 gold is added. Jenna then casually remarks that reaching the 19th floor was surprisingly easy, questioning why Han frightened them. Nerissa then reminds Jenna that they did pass some dangerous areas where the same path kept repeating. She adds that they only got through the floors so easily thanks to Han. After clearing the 19th floor, Master Anything is seen setting up a new facility, a level 1 check room. Meanwhile, Iolka curiously asks what type of building their master is aiming to build now, even mentioning how noisy it's been for quite a while. Han then turns to Iolka, mentioning that this is a check room, a place that can be used to store their stuff. Iolka questions if this wouldn't overlap in use with the storage, but Han quickly explains that this serves a different purpose. With a stern expression, he declares this building as their grave. Hearing this, Iolka is shocked. Just then, Han gets notified that the check room is finished, and that the user can now look back on those heroes who came back to the goddess's embrace. Moreover, the user can also look for the details about the deceased heroes, but that's only possible if the deceased heroes had their relics stored within this check room. Standing outside, with a stern tone, Han proclaims that Master finally had Party 2 climb above the 16th floor. The Master knows that the sub-parties also need to improve. Soon enough, Party 3 will try the 16th floor. While talking to his group, he tells them he is sure they are all aware that they will be attempting the 20th floor soon. Mentioning Jenna, he tells her that from now on, she needs to train her strongbow. He advises her to ask the others for useful weapons and focus on learning the strongbow skill. After that, he asks Iolka to increase the force of her flame magic up to the 4th circle. Confused, Iolka casually replies that it's not going to be easy. Eventually, with a serious expression, Nerissa tells Han that she will go to the weekday dungeons. She says instead of paralysis poisons, she will prepare lethal poisons this time. However, it may take her some time. Smirking, Velkist mentions to Han that with real weapons, he would like to do combat training with him. Smiling, Han asks if they should start it in the morning. Casually, Velkist asks if the time of the day matters. Smiling, Han muses about Velkist that despite the countless losses, he never gives up. He believes that Velkist has a different mindset from Eren, Dika, and Usher. Eventually, Iolka yells that she wants to do combat training too. She questions why they always leave her out. She can fight too. Annoyed, Han reminds her that she said she didn't want to do it. Realizing it, Iolka tells him that she changed her mind. She does not want to go inside that weird check room, standing in front of the building that Han calls their grave. Han mutters that it seems like the Master is preparing for the 20th floor too. Finding it ominous, Iolka yells to question how building a grave is preparing for the 20th floor. She questions why it is called the check room. Han tells her that it's like a charnel house. He adds that, of course, they can't retrieve the corpses. It is just to keep the things they used to use before dying. Disgustingly, Velkist finds it a funny facility. He questions if it is to mourn the dead. He says he would rather have a new training center than something like that. Excited, Jenna says she thinks it's okay. She believes that it just means the Master is thinking of them. Freaking out, Iolka yells that it's ominous. She says it's like someone's going to die on the 20th floor. Irritating her, Jenna mockingly refuses it, saying they have Han. They won't have any problems, just like the 15th floor. Shocked and scared, Iolka yells to question what she means because they almost died on the 15th floor. Continuing to irritate her, Jenna asks her to not mind it too much. None of them will end up in there. Smiling, Nerissa mentions about Jenna to Han that she is quite the strong young lady. Smiling, Han replies that Jenna wouldn't have held on for so long if it weren't for that kind of mindset. He tells her that is the reason why he keeps her around too. Anyways, Nerissa tells him that the 20th floor is next. She says she assumes that it will be a difficult mission. Laughing, staring at her, Han asks if she is scared. Smirking, Nerissa confidently denies it. She says she would have just chosen a support job instead of joining a party if she was scared. Looking at her, Han jokes that it's not too late. However, Nerissa keeps silent and smiles in calmness. After that, they start training. While training, Iolka shoots her ignite spell toward Han to increase her flame magic and helps Han in his training. However, Han dodges the attack. Eventually, Velkus sprints to attack Han with a sword. Han confronts the attack with the shield. Velkus' basic swordsmanship has become level 5. Han's basic swordsmanship has become level 8. While training, Jenna stretches her strongbow string and launches an arrow. Swiftly, it breaks down the target. It reveals that Jenna has learned the strongbow skill. Han opens his weight on the arm which he wears for training. Eventually, it falls on the floor and even breaks it. The preparations for the 20th floor went smoothly. Han's overall skills are displayed, noting 43 strength, 39 HP, and 37 agility. They received more useful people on the 2nd floor. A pharmacist who could create healing potions was assigned to the magic hall. Dika, who had become an instructor, returned to the 2nd floor. The support jobs became very important with the 20th floor so close before them. There are more trainees for these jobs now. The blacksmith improved from the increased requests for weapons, and he can already make equipment above D+ rank. Party 3 began properly climbing the tower because there was a possibility that they might be needed to clear the 20th floor. It looked like after this raid, instead of being just a group of potential raiders, they would join the 2nd floor as an official party. At night, sitting alone in the room, Han continues musing that the 20th floor is difficult. Master Anything has to know if they read his manual. He had quite a hard time on the 20th floor too. When he was the master, everyone in the party died 3 times. However, they cannot fail even once this time. In the 20th floor, as well as all the future missions after it. The next day, Han asks his group to make sure to take care of things they wanted to do before they go, whether they write a will or something. With a stern voice, he says if anyone writes a will, he will personally rip the will to pieces once he or she dies. Laughing, Jenna mutters that Iolka is writing one. Smirking, Velkus asks Iolka what she is writing. Annoyed, Iolka yells that it's none of his business. Meanwhile, Nerissa stays silent. Confidently, Han proclaims that they are going to survive. Smiling, he asks them if they ever heard him lie. Casually, Iolka mocks that they heard him lie many times. Eventually, the system gives a warning revealing that this mission requires 3 parties. It adds that they can use summons to fill in the parties if they do not have enough party members. Smirking, Edis asks Han if this is going to be a boss raid. She is not sure, but it sounds like they will just have one enemy to fight. The system notifies that they can choose when each party will attack. It advises them to think wisely because their choice will have a lot of impact. The 3rd party is also geared up. It notifies that the later parties can start fighting once the first party has reached a certain condition or a certain amount of time has passed. Anxiously, Jenna mutters that this is an all-out war. Casually, Han replies that this mission allows multiple parties after all. Curiously, Jenna asks about the boy shivering in fear. Han reveals he's a sacrifice who is being sent to obtain information on the 20th floor. The man is going in there on his own to see what it's like, and then they go in. Han asks Jenna if she doesn't know that this has been happening since the 16th floor. Annoyingly, Isel asks the boy why he is not going in there. Later, it reveals that the guy who went in did not even last more than a few minutes. However, Han chooses Party 1 as the first party. He then confidently suggests his group to go in as it's their turn. Acel asks Velkis to stay alert and listen to what Han says. However, Velkis tells her that she's really kissing up to Han. He asks Han what she did to that fairy. Eventually, Edis asks Han to go ahead and they will catch up. Staring at her, Han smirks. The system notifies that the mission is being recorded and that the recording will be saved. They are in the main dungeon. The current challenge floor is the 20th floor. Before opening the door, with a serious tone, Han tells his group that the mission will begin as soon as they enter these doors. He advises them to do just as they practiced. Then he opens the door. Suddenly, multiple warning alarms pop up. On floor 20, the mission type is subjugation, and their objective is to annihilate their enemies. Standing inside the horrific floor, Jenna mutters that they are in another strange location. Eventually, Iolka prepares her new fire spell, Le Grand Sadis. A creepy man in front of them laughs. He yells at them that it's all because of them. Eventually, Han orders his crew to fire. Following the order, Jenna fires an arrow. On the other hand, Iolka fires her spell set ablaze. The arrow pierces one side of the man. Moreover, the ablaze fires the man into ashes. Rushing towards him, Han orders them to keep firing and the rest of them will flank the guy. Han, Velkis, and Nerissa rush toward the man. An eye shines in the darkness behind the fire. Suddenly, a danger notification pops up, and a half-black dragon named Halgaraf level 42 appears. The system notifies a tip that sometimes a monster will appear that is the only one of its kind in the world. Rushing without hesitation, Han tells his crew that there is no time to be surprised. Following the order, Jenna loads another arrow and releases it to attack the dragon. Just as the arrow begins to hit the dragon, a red shield protects him and stops the arrow from stabbing him. The system discloses that the monster is resistant to physical attacks. Jenna gets confused. However, Iolka spells the set ablaze and attacks the dragon. When the fire attack finished, the dragon seemed fine as it was protected by a blue shield. The system reveals that the monster is resistant to magical attacks too. Shocked, Han muses about how it is fine even after taking second realm flame magic. He continues sprinting towards the monster. Eventually, he jumps and attacks the dragon with his sword but fails, since the shield protects it because of the resistance against physical attacks. In the blink of an eye, Velkis and Nerissa attack the monster. However, the system notifies that the monster is immune to physical damage. Eventually, the monster raises his head. Han yells at them to get away from it. The dragon starts twirling. Suddenly, he unfurls its skin blades in multiple directions. With a swift movement of his sword, Han confronts all the blades coming towards him. The system notifies that Nerissa is bleeding and her HP will drop periodically. Han turns his face and feels disgusted. Nerissa dismisses his worries and says she is fine. She uses an HP potion and her wound heals. Eventually, Jenna shoots another arrow, yelling that she will go for the eyes this time. All in vain. The arrow clangs again from the shield, protecting the monster. Shocked, Jenna can't believe it, as none of her attacks are working, wondering what is happening. Smirking, Velkis mutters that their swords and arrows are not working. He adds that its scales are too tough, and it didn't look like the magic worked either. Han tells him that it has nothing to do with the scales. The attacks are simply not going through. Shocked by Han's statement, Velkis asks what he means. Han tells him that he is talking about the attack. It is useless, and no matter how many times they attack, it won't do anything to the dragon. Confused, Velkis then questions what they are supposed to do to kill the dragon. Eventually, the dragon roars and rushes towards them. Han tells Velkis they'll talk later as the dragon is coming. They rush again towards the dragon. They start fighting with their full strength. Meanwhile, Iolka also tries hard to use her flame magic, but the dragon is immune to it. Dodging the dragon's attack, Velkis furiously yells how they are supposed to kill this thing when their attacks won't work on it. Furiously, Han yells at his group to get as far away from him as they can. He will take on the dragon by himself. He swings his sword to attack on the dragon's neck, but the immunity shields it again. Han confronts the unfurled scales of the monster again and furiously yells that the dragon will only attack one of them at a time. claiming it's a waste of stamina if they all gang up on it. The dragon's scales thrust into the ground. A creepy dark aura comes out of it. The aura merges to form an army of horrific creatures. These are corrupted shadows of level 14. Tired, Han casually talks to his crew that it seems they are going to have their hands full. Laughing, Velkist asks if they just need to hold out while they kill these monsters. Suddenly, the dragon attacks Han. However, Han confronts the heavy attack with his shield. Han confirms Velkist's words and says that he's sure there's going to be a way to defeat the dragon. With no time to waste, Velkist sprints to attack the shadows and finds that their attacks are working on these enemies. Casually replying to Han, he tells him that they will take care of the shadows. Jenna stretches her crossbow string again and asks Han if he means that they just need to endure till they find their chance. The gang gets indulged in a fight with the shadows. Meanwhile, fighting with the dragon, Han muses that it's immune to both physical and magical damage. It can shoot its scales, has a melee attack, and can summon minions. He figures that the dragon only has these 3 attacks. It launches its scales, lashes out with its claws and tail, and then summons subordinates. He thinks there is nothing complicated about it. The dragon tries to eat Han alive, but Han manages to dodge it. Han uses his sword again, but all in vain. He feels disgusted at the immunity of the dragon against physical damage. Party 1 includes Han, Jenna, Iolka, Velkist, and Nerissa. In the blink of an eye, Han sprints and swings his sword at the dragon. However, immunity protects it. The dragon attacks Han and pushes him back hard. The system notifies that Han is bleeding and that his HP will drop periodically. Han slows down his momentum by thrusting the sword into the ground. Eventually, he takes out a healing potion and heals his wounds. The dragon attacks with its claws, but Han dodges it. However, he gets injured again and bleeds, which causes his HP to drop periodically. The dragon twirls its tail to attack, but Han skids to dodge it. Jenna turns her face and gets worried about Han. However, Han furiously yells at her to take care of herself first. Confused, Iolka yells about what is going on because none of her attacks are working. She yells that the creepy shadows keep springing up. She yells to question if they are supposed to just die like this. Han keeps attacking the dragon and yells to advise his group to hang on for a bit more. Curiously, Velkist asks him how much longer they have to wait. Dodging the dragon's attack, Han becomes angry with himself, thinking that he can't think of anything. He ponders to question himself about how long this phase lasts. An invincible enemy and an endless stream of shadows. He can't think of a way out of this situation. Suddenly, his gaze shifts towards the soldiers standing on top of the dungeon wall. Confused, he wonders how long they have been standing there. He wonders if they are watching their fight. The dragon keeps attacking Han, but Han manages to dodge it again. While fighting with the shadow, Velkist tells Han that he got excited watching the footage from Han's earlier battle. However, he thinks they got a pretty fun mission this time around. Looking at the gigantic dragon, Velkist asks Han if he can actually kill that dragon. Han tells Velkist that it seems his nonsense has increased quite a bit. Eventually, the system notifies that the composition of the field has been completed. Moreover, the master can now deploy the next party. It tells him to extend a saving hand to his heroes in their time of need. A glow appears on the roof. The system notifies the master to choose the next party. Confused, Jenna looks at the glow on the roof. Eventually, the master chooses Party 2 to deploy them in the mission. Edis looks at Han fighting with a horrific dragon and questions what that thing is. Out of worry, Eren tries to save Han, but a barrier stops him. Roderick mutters that it looks like they can't go down there. Worried, Usher believes they must have a different role. The soldiers on top of the wall glance at Party 2. Eventually, they turn and start walking. Their clunking sound steps fill the air. They include 18 human soldiers of level 18 each and 5 human knights of level 20 each. A red aura is released from the base of the statue. Roderick guesses that their role is to get through the soldiers and capture that statue. The first party takes care of the boss, and the second party captures the object. He believes that it's a multifaceted mission. Anyways, Han continues his attacks on the dragon, but the immunity keeps protecting it, and Han thinks that he's counting on Party 2. Edis asks Duran to take care of the crossbowmen first. Duran follows the order. While fighting with the soldiers, Edis tells Han to hold on and that they will break through soon enough. Eren and Roderick also indulge in fighting with the soldiers. Usher swings his sword and pierces a soldier's chest. Advancing towards the statue, they swiftly continue to kill the soldiers. Eventually, Han yells at his crew to take care of all the shadows before Party 2 reaches the altar. Curiously, Iolka asks him if things will change if Party 2 reaches the altar. However, for now, Han asks her to prepare a Stage 3 spell. Summoning her magical skill, Iolka casually says to buy her some time to cast, and her crewmates surround her in order to defend her while she casts. Han keeps fighting with the monster. The corrupted shadows try to attack Iolka. However, Iolka uses her ignite on them and burns them into ashes. Moreover, she uses Scorch and Transcend spells to burn more of the creepy shadows. Eventually, Jenna gives an exhausted Ulka a potion and tells her to drink it. Han turns his face and witnesses that they took care of all the minions. Suddenly, the dragon swings its tail and attacks Han. Han prepares for the attack and swings his sword. A radiant light appears, and a splash of blood falls on his face. To his surprise, his sword is now glowing. The dragon screams in pain. The system reveals that Party 2 is now occupying the altar, and that the altar's powers are taking effect. The system notifies that the goddess's blessing has been activated. The system notifies Master Anything to swipe his screen and bestow holy powers upon his heroes. After that, it notifies the holy power resonates within his heroes' weapons. Nerissa's sword glows up, Jenna's crossbow and arrows glow. Smiling deviously, Velkist's sword also glows up. Han tells his party that it's time to wreck this dragon. Party 2 includes Edis, Roderick, Usher, Eren, and Diren. Han casually mentions to his crew that he is sure they have noticed, but their attacks are working now. They will divide into groups. One will attack the boss while the other deals with the shadows. He continues that Group 1 will be him himself. Velkist and Nerissa will be in Group 2. Group 3, Jenna and Iolka, will support both groups from the rear. Eventually, the dragon rumbles again. Sensing it, Han asks them to get ready and that it's about to shoot its scales. Eventually, the dragon unfurls its scales in multiple directions. However, Velkist and Nerissa lunge towards the dragon. Velkist pierces it from one side, and on the other side, Nerissa slashes it with her sword. They keep swinging their swords on the dragon, and it screams out loud in pain. The dragon's scales that were shot are seen on the walls and ground. The creepy dark aura emerges from them. An army of corrupted shadows of level 14 forms again. Han yells that the group that is fighting the boss is going to get worn out faster, so they will switch positions when needed. He will keep the shadows at bay once he recovers, so he tells Party 3 to cover him. Jenna steps forward, shooting multiple arrows at a time, and keeps piercing multiple shadows. Eventually, she ran out of arrows. Han notices that Jenna is out of shortbow arrows. In the blink of an eye, he sprints and slashes down the shadows in his way. Taking note of this, Jenna pulls out the stabbed arrows from the ground and at the same time begins shooting them. However, Han is also covering Jenna. Eventually, he asks Jenna to shoot the boss with her longbow. He can deal with the rest of the shadows by himself. Han swings his sword and slashes down shadows into two halves. On the other hand, Jenna pulls out a longbow arrow and loads it. She shoots the arrow and it penetrates the dragon's shoulder, making it scream in pain. Velkist steps on the dragon's blood while rushing towards it and swings his sword to attack the dragon again, landing a successful hit on the dragon. Eventually, Han asks Group 2 to switch with him as he throws a dagger at the dragon's eye. He asks them to drink their potions the moment they get back. The dagger finally reaches the dragon's eye, and Han takes hold of the dagger and slashes it down. The dragon screams in pain and tries to attack Han, but Han dodges the attack. Edis yells at Han that they can't hold out for much longer. Escaping from the monster's attack, Han muses that Party 2 will only be able to hold down the situation for so long. They can't keep blocking them. Eventually, the enemy will break through and they will lose control of the altar. Someone from Party 2 yells to knock the soldiers off of the ladder. They have to stop them from climbing up. Suddenly, a scream is heard, and Han quickly turns around to see a soldier stabbing Usher with their spear. Usher spits a lot of blood from his mouth, and the system notifies that Usher is bleeding and that his HP will drop periodically. Edis asks her group to pull Usher to the back, and Eren follows the order. Iolka desperately yells that things are not looking great for them. Han knows that. About Party 2, Han ponders that they have reached their limits earlier than expected. It's all over if they lose the altar. The remaining 4 members of Party 2 will maybe last 5 minutes tops. Eventually, the dungeon rumbles, surprising both Han and Edis. The system notifies that the composition of the field has been completed. They can now deploy the next party. Master Anything chooses the available party, Party 3, to deploy them in the mission, while Edis stands against multiple soldiers. Party 3 is deployed, and they all anxiously look around them. Han yells at Party 3 to run. Sharn gets confused to witness the situation. Furiously, Han yells at them, asking if they can't see. They need to climb up the tower. He tells them to quickly run up to the tower now. He then tells them to aim the ballista at the damn lizard. Party 3 understands it and runs to follow the order. 45 human soldiers of level 18 show up, and 6 human knights of level 20 are deployed too. Party 2 keeps on killing the soldiers to protect the altar. Velkist lunges forward and reminds Han that it's time to switch, and Han agrees. Velkist swings his sword and cuts off the dragon's tongue. Nerissa asks Han if he thinks the poison is working. To some extent, he replies. Han says the dragon lost its sense of perspective. He asks his crew to take advantage of that. Jenna loads an arrow on her longbow again and shoots it at the dragon. Han asks Jenna how many longbow arrows she has left, and she replies 5. Han tells her to shoot all of them. They have to finish this before the enemy breaks through Party 2's defensive line. Edis asks Roderick to help Eren fend off the ones on the ladders. She says Duran will take care of the enemies coming from the front. Han thinks that they don't have time. Eventually, Sharn reaches the ballista. Han muses that they will lose the blessing if the soldiers reoccupy the altar, and the dragon will become immune to their attacks again. If that happens, their chance at victory will go down to less than 1%. Han tells Sharn that she only needs 1 person on the ballista, and the other 4 should guard the door. Confused, Sharn asks how to shoot with this thing. Furiously, Han yells to ask if he needs to explain everything to her. However, Sharn says she will figure it out and asks her group to cover her. Tired, Edis yells to hurry up. Jenna shoots her last longbow arrow. Rushing towards the dragon, Han asks Jenna to use her dagger to fight off the shadows and defend Iolka. He is joining the front line. Meanwhile, Sharn takes hold of the ballista. She points it at the dragon but is unsure of how to proceed. She yells that the dragon is way too fast. Party 3 includes Sharn, Jakil, Nadin, Rodel, and Ronnie. Continuing to slash the dragon, Han yells to Velkist and Nerissa that they need to keep the dragon in place for at least a moment. Dodging the dragon's attack, Nerissa exclaims that they will try. Eventually, the dragon raises its claws and swipes, pushing Nerissa and Velkist back. Han rushes towards the dragon. He stabs his sword in its claws and stops its movement for a bit. The monster screams in pain. Han yells at Sharn that now's her chance to shoot the dragon. Aiming the ballista, Sharn says she has never been good at handling these things. The scene shifts to when she first came to this place. She remembers that she was caught off guard when she was first brought here. She is sure she was not the only one who felt this way. However, in the face of absurdity, only those who adapted quickly survived. She was born into poverty and never once had enough food to eat or decent clothes to wear. The only person she could rely on was an older girl that she had known since she was little. However, as soon as she was old enough, that same girl sold her to the docks. That place was full of people who spent their whole lives doing dangerous things, and soon she found herself doing rough work in that place, clutching her doll as she wept for help that never came. One fateful day on a sailing ship, a giant monster emerged from the depths, threatening to attack. The captain yelled at Sharn to quickly shoot it, taunting her to stop standing there like a puppet. But she only stood there crying and shivering in fear. Now back to the present, Sharn has her eyes closed from remembering her awful past. She then opens her eyes and fires the ballista at the dragon. A deafening boom shook the air as the massive bolt was shot forth and embedded itself in the dragon. Blood gushes out and the dragon's body lurches heavily to the side. Sharn happily exclaims that she hit it. She proudly declared that she could overcome any obstacle as long as she set her mind to it. With newfound confidence, she realizes she doesn't have to be afraid anymore, not with her comrades by her side. Just then, Han shouts that they are not done yet, telling her to calm down. As he turns back, his heart sinks. Sharn had been struck in the head by an arrow from a human soldier with glowing red eyes. Sharn has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will forever be remembered. The remaining party members fight back against the human soldiers. Nodin is in a state of fear. All his stats are reduced by 30%. Han shouts to get rid of Sharn's corpse and for someone else to take charge of the ballista. Both Ronnie and Jackal are shocked to find out Sharn died. Ronnie has a panic attack, reducing all of his stats by 50%, and Jackal falls into a state of fear, reducing all of his stats by 30%. Han gets furious thinking about those brats. Velkus says that things are not looking good. The system notifies that Ronnie has returned to the goddess embrace, and that his fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. The dragon, still staggering, continues moving. Han yells to hurry up. They must pile up damage before it recovers. Get ready to attack, he says. Velkus curiously asks what they should do about Party 3. Han replies to leave them be. Death messages flood in. Naden and Rodel have returned to the goddess embrace. Their fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Han orders Iolka to prepare her magic, but she hesitates, citing the numerous shadow monsters surrounding them. Jokil also dies, and the system notes that Party 3 has been wiped out. With no one left to man the ballista, Han orders Velkus and Nerissa to retreat while he stays to fight the dragon. The system notes that Usher is in a critical condition. His life is in danger. Edis yells, telling Han this isn't working out for them either. Usher quietly mutters that he's a mercenary. Han swings his sword and sprints towards the dragon with the aim of stabbing it in the heart. The scales have been ripped off around the area it was hit by the ballista bolt. If his analysis is right, his sword should just about reach its heart if he plunges his sword in through there. Meanwhile, Edis asks Usher to hold on just a bit longer for her, but Usher is too far gone, babbling incoherently. Duran tells Party 1 to attack the dragon with everything they have on his signal. He tells Edis to hold on for just 1 minute, then quickly tells Han to hurry. A soldier climbs up the ladder, and Diran's life is cut short as a blade erupts from his chest. He coughs up blood, mustering the strength to fire his bow from the edge of the wall before his body falls beneath. Usher, feeling cold and disoriented, asks Edis where she is. Diran's desperate cries for help meet with silence, and Usher closes his eyes, abandoning him to the mercy of the soldiers. Diran's life slips away, his determination etches in memory forever. Soldiers close in on Usher, one with a spear, ready to end his life. In his final moments, memories flood Usher's mind. The two men who had mocked him, one telling him to focus on taking care of the luggage, and another questioning his decision to become a mercenary, telling him to give up, questioning if he even knows how to hold a sword. This makes the shirtless man start laughing while Usher sits quietly and embarrassed near the luggage. With a blood-stained sword in hand, Usher steels himself to take down as many soldiers as he can, telling himself that he knows how to hold a sword. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Han dodges the dragon's attacks, striking back with precision. However, his sword shatters as the dragon is once again resistant to physical attacks, catching Han off guard. Party 3 is seen retreating, and an injured Edis apologizes profusely to Han for failing to protect the altar. The system notes that the altar is no longer occupied, and therefore the goddess's blessing is lifted. Usher returns to the goddess embrace, and his fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Han muses that Party 3 has been wiped out, so the ballista is basically useless now. The same goes for Party 2. Who knows how long it will take to recapture the altar? It's practically impossible at this point. More and more human soldiers and human knights are emerging. Bleeding from his wounds, Han wonders how he's supposed to find an answer in the midst of all this, as he stares in front of him at an injured but still very dangerous and vicious dragon. All members of Party 1 are bleeding. Party 2 lost 2 members, and the rest of them are bleeding. Party 3 were all killed in combat. The dragon attacks again. Han defends himself with his shield. The dragon's relentless attacks push him back. Jenna recalls a similar ordeal on the 5th floor and wonders how they can reclaim the altar. Han warns that they can't move towards Party 2 as they will be killed if they do, so he advises her to stay put for now. Han requests Velkist's sword, and after a brief moment of confusion, Velkist hands it over. Han then orders Iolka to set the sword ablaze. Iolka becomes surprised by the order. Han points out the white flame in her hand and knows she can enchant it. Using the telekinesis technique, Iolka infuses the white fire into the sword. Iolka explains that the fire holds some power with the goddess blessing, but it's too weak to forge into the blade. She can amplify the blessing with a more potent spell, but it would take some time. With determination etched on his face, Han says that is good enough. Velkist asks what to do next, and Han instructs them to protect the caster, Iolka, with their lives. Velkist encourages Han that he can do it. With a firm voice, Han replies that he knows he can. Iolka begins casting the 4 circles, and Han charges towards the dragon. The creature lowers its wing, and Han thinks it has realized his plan to target its vital points. The dragon attacks, but Han evades and strikes back, only to find his physical attack ineffective. Han realizes the blessing's power isn't enough and thinks that he can't get past its attack nullification detection. Despite the danger, Han considers reoccupying the altar or using the ballista. He wonders if he can hold the dragon until it dies of excessive bleeding. The dragon's intensity grows and charges on Han. Han confronts the attack. He can't believe that it's still too lively. No matter what he chooses, he can only see the end for them. Han knows he has to try everything to kill it and has no time to slowly look for a way out. He begins attacking from all sides, cutting into the dragon's scales. Watching Han, Velkist watches in awe as Han's determination drives him forward, noting that even in terrible situations like these, Han is still amazing as always. Nerissa reminds Velkist to stay focused and asks if he has time to look elsewhere. Han continues his attack and realizes that his attacks are beginning to have some effect on the wounded parts of the dragon. He dashes under the dragon and targets the already damaged areas. The dragon screams in pain. The immunity message didn't pop out. Confidently, Han muses that he needs to focus on its wounds as much as possible before the blessing completely fades. The dragon, now enraged, charges at Han. Han blocks its attack and strikes back. The shield falls and slides towards Iolka. The dragon notices Iolka casting magic, and Han quickly takes notice of this. He yells out that the dragon is shooting its scales, telling Iolka to get away. Dozens of spines shoot out from the stretched body of the dragon, targeting Iolka. Han swings his sword wildly, using the dagger when necessary, and taking hits with his body when all else fails. Scales pierce his body like paper. Han enters a bleeding state, his health decreasing periodically. Worriedly, Jenna asks if he's all right. Han shouts to Jenna to worry about herself and to keep guarding Iolka while fighting the shadow monsters. Han then tells them not to come close. Meanwhile, Iolka is still preparing her spell. The dragon's body turns crimson, with red-black veins becoming vividly visible throughout its body. Warning, the half-black dragon Halgraf has gone berserk. Han follows suit, also going berserk. Han blocks the claw attack from the dragon, and the intensity of the clash makes the floor around him crack. The fight intensifies as we await the outcome of which of these two beasts will come out on top. Han's sword stops the dragon's tail attack, but due to the intense power of the attack, the floor below him begins to crack. Han struggles to hold off the attack when suddenly his sword shatters. Han quickly gets rid of the sword and yells to Nerissa for her sword. On his order, Nerissa throws her sword and Han catches it. White flames flicker from the broken blade and transfer to Nerissa's sword, and Han begins attacking the dragon's vital points. However, Han is unfamiliar with the sword, and so it breaks down easily. Han yells to throw him the rest. The dragon starts to march towards Iolka, with Han taking note of this. Eventually, Nerissa throws him a dagger. Han catches it and continues his assault on the dragon. Despite Han's growing fatigue and his body screaming for rest, he knows giving up is not an option. Iolka is still casting, and everyone is protecting her. The dagger breaks, but Han transfers the flame to another one. With renewed determination, and with his dagger now engulfed in the white divine flame, he heads towards the dragon's head. The white flame grows larger, illuminating the battlefield. The dragon charges towards Iolka, but Han leaps onto its back, dagger in hand. He's earned a new skill, Indomitable, and his soul has leveled up after facing his limits. Han's berserker skill levels up twice, reaching level 6. With renewed strength, he strikes the dagger repeatedly into the dragon's neck. Meanwhile, Velkist and Nerissa fight off the black shadows, and Iolka stands firm, preparing her 4th circle spell. Han continues his relentless assault on the dragon's neck, but notifications indicate the monster is resisting physical attacks. Undeterred, Han's dagger bites deeper, but it begins to crack and eventually shatters. The dragon's eyes blaze red as Han clings to its neck. Enraged, the dragon slams Han and crashes him to the ground. Worriedly, Jenna yells Han's name. Still determined to win this fight, Han does not let go of the dragon's head. He grips the dragon's neck tighter, positioning his legs for support, while the injured dragon could have never imagined the fate that awaited him. With a fierce cry, Han begins to pull the dragon's neck harder, ultimately tearing it apart. Blood gushes from the severed neck, and the black dragon's posture unravels instantly. Han savagely throws the head into the air as blood is seen gushing from the dragon's mouth, while its eyes still openly glowing red. The head then bounces on the ground with a sickening thud. Standing victorious atop the dragon's lifeless body as the new apex predator in there, Han's eyes glow red. Achievement unlocked. Han has acquired the dragon's slayer skill. He smiles, satisfied, and eventually his berserk mode ends. Han enters a state of extreme fatigue, his attributes decreasing by 90%. Strength drains from his body, and he begins to fall into the dragon's claws. Jenna rushes and catches him, praising his efforts. Velkist interrupts, warning that the battle isn't over. The dragon's body moves independently, smashing the ground where Jenna and Han are, but Jenna quickly dodges. The blood spewing from the dragon's neck intensifies. Jenna flees, carrying Han in her arms. Shocked, Nerissa shouts how the dragon remains active despite its severed neck. Velkist notes that the blessing is gone, leaving them powerless. Smirking, Han tells Velkist to stop being dramatic, noting that Iolka has finished casting. Right after Han says this, Iolka shoots her inflare magic spell toward the dragon. The dragon, unaware, continues moving towards Iolka. The fire reaches its body. The beam of flame engulfs the dragon's body. Han and Jenna watch the flames, and Han remarks that he's never seen 4th circle flame magic in real life. Iolka stretches out her hands and chants "Unite," and the dragon's body begins to disintegrate as the white flames gather near its heart, forming a circle. The flames grow, swallowing the dragon whole, and then it vanishes with an upward massive flame controlled by Iolka at the end. The upward flame attack by Iolka is so great that it lights up the whole stage, and Velkist, Nerissa, the members of Party 2, Jenna, and Han all stare at it in disbelief. A massive explosion occurs at the end, and the stage is cleared. Han, Jenna, Iolka, Velkist, and Nerissa level up. Edis, Roderick, and Aaron level up. Rewards include 150,000 gold, a low-ranked dragon's heart, black dragon's bones, black dragon's scales, and black dragon's claws. Han was chosen as the MVP, and the system congratulated the master on clearing the 20th floor, and that he had graduated from amateur status. It also notifies the master that he has unlocked the low-rank weekday dungeon. He has also unlocked the second adventure dungeon, Halcyon, as well as a new facility, and the system tells him to please look into it. The system tells the master that a hero is currently awaiting promotion and provides a tip to use promotion stones if the master has enough ingredients to find the pieces of forgotten memories. The dimensional rift can now be opened. Laughing, Jenna remarks that no one died. Velkist reminds Jenna that that's only true for their group. Han asks Jenna to let him go and to go help Iolka instead. Jenna jokingly calls him her princess. Smiling, Velkist asks if Han is really human, to which Han questions what he means. Velkist remarks that he's never seen a human rip a dragon's throat with bare hands. Jenna approaches Iolka, who looks dazed, and asks if she's all right. and then tells her that the explosion was an art piece. All 5 members of Party 1 remain alive, along with 3 members from Party 2. Injured, Edis looks gloomy and apologizes to Han for not fulfilling her duties. Han reassures her, thanking her and her team for their success. He advises her to take good care of her team and not to allow this experience to break her down. Edis, still looking gloomy, says okay. Edis and her other 2 group members leave through the rift of space-time. Only the 5 members from the first party remain. Nerissa casually says only 8 returned out of 15. Han remarks that Party 3 was entirely wiped out. It's better than all 3 parties being wiped out. However, this is a big setback in training up their sub-parties. Eventually, Han praises everyone for their great job. He asks them to rest tomorrow and do whatever they want. Velkus says that he would like to duel against Han tomorrow. Han tells him to stay quiet. The Warhorse statue is gifted to Han. Isel flies over, sprinkling stardust. She praises Han for a great job on the 20th floor. Handing over the gift, she says this is from the Master to their very own Dragon Slayer, God Loki. Han muses that he doesn't need the gift. The scene shifts to the building where Party 2 lives. Inside the room, Adis exhales a deep breath while leaning on the door. She slowly opens her eyes and says she came back alive this time too. She grieves for her lost teammates, shouting in pain that once again only she came back alive. Han is surprised to see Jenna back outside, despite his orders to take the rest of the day off. Jenna says she was thinking about going to the depository. Yawning, she mentions she is too tired to train right now and that she's thinking about heading to the resting area. Meanwhile, she thinks that she heard they had a game called chess in there. Han gives her his approval, telling her to carry on. As they part ways, Jenna can't help but ask Han where he's headed. Han's cryptic response is that he is busy. Many heroes return to the embrace of the goddess due to their last mission. Usher from Party 2 was born a 2-star hero, and Edis liked him quite a bit because unlike the 1-stars, he was quick at understanding new information and was passionate. Han is sure that Usher would have created great synergy with the newly recruited member Diran. For Party 3, it wasn't as if the heroes were completely lacking in ability. They just lacked the boss stage experience Han's team had. Their death clearly showed them what was lacking in their current waiting room. The memorial room holds the belongings of the fallen heroes who perished fighting the dragon. The relics are a poignant reminder of their sacrifice. Roderick, Aaron, and Edis stand before the relics, lost in thought. Edis struggles to contain her emotions, her face a picture of grief. Suddenly, the screen flashes to the Welcome to Pick Me Up Master interface. The hero Han is waiting for promotion, but it requires intermediate promotion stones, which can be crafted using low-rank promotion stones and low-rank soul stones. The Master selects the conversion chamber as an additional building of the synthesis chamber. After confirming his selection, the transformation chamber begins to be constructed, and once completed, the system notes that the Master can now convert heroes and that the promotion chamber has evolved to level 2, noting that the efficiency of synthesis will now be higher. The Master is being introduced to the conversion tab. He learns that converting heroes can provide various materials, and Han notes that conversion is another way to utilize useless heroes. Han witnesses a man being dragged into the chamber, screaming and struggling. The man's screams grow fainter as a cell pulls him into the chamber. The door closes tightly, and a moment later, a message flashes, conversion complete. Master has obtained a basic spirit stone. Conversion creates items from heroes. Due to a difference in level between the target and the sacrifice, synthesis can lose its effectiveness. This is when conversion should be used. Sitting on the bench, Han concludes that with this, they have all the materials for a 3-star promotion. That guy wasn't worth enough to even use in synthesis. Han finds it not a good sight to see. The item synthesis begins. A basic promotion stone and a basic spirit stone merge to form an intermediate promotion stone, and the success rate is 91%, and the synthesis method is automatic. Eventually, the Master approves to synthesize. A loud BAM echoes, followed by some fairy power. The synthesis is complete, and the Master has earned an intermediate promotion stone. Holding the stone, Isel congratulates Han on becoming a 3-star. He remarks that this is his second time, and Isel replies that since the maximum is 7 stars, he just needs to be promoted 4 more times. Han then asks Isel how many intervention points she has collected. He wants to contact the master directly again. Isel reacts with shock, trying to avoid answering. Annoyed, Han asks if she used up all the points. Scared, Isel reveals that she just watched a bit of YouTube. Guys, please use your intervention points to watch some of my videos. She tried to make an excuse by saying that she had no choice because there were too many heroes there now. Every day and all day long, she just works. And at this rate, she's going to die from the workload. However, Han asks how much she has left because he assumes that she didn't truly use it all. Smiling, Isel reveals that only about 30 minutes of use remain. She adds that the time decreases if he writes an email or makes a post on the website. Han is confident that this will suffice and orders Isel to prepare the connection. He stands up from the bench and walks to the synthesis chamber. Inside the room, he notices a circle engraved on the floor, and in the middle of it is an altar to put the promotion stone. As he places the promotion stone on the altar, the stone shines and a red light envelops his body. When the light fades, Han finds himself inside a familiar room. He looks around, taking in the surroundings. A young boy with black hair is seen crouching and shivering in a corner, as Han thinks not this again. Han tries to reach out for an exit, but a barrier blocks his hand. He notes that the surrounding is blocked just as he expected, and unlike last time, he can't leave through the other door. There is nothing he can do right now. The boy's crying intensifies. Suddenly, out of frustration, Han slams a wooden rack. The boy calls for his parents, but Han pays him no attention, crossing his arms. With a stern look on his face, he thinks that this is really getting annoying. A message appears, congratulating the master. His hero's forgotten memories have awoken. Han's promotion to a 3-star is now complete. A new illustration of Han is created. Han leaves the synthesis chamber. His level and skill limits have been increased. He can now take on another class. Han finds Isel nodding off on the bench. He smacks her using his pimp hand, and she wakes up with a star in her eyes. Annoyed, Han tells her that he was in there for only a few minutes, and she's already sleeping. He suggests going into his room to finish their earlier discussion because there are too many eyes outside. Isel wipes her face and happily agrees to go with him. The system notifies that the master will initiate 5 consecutive summons. It's looking forward to what hero will appear. Han guesses that the master is summoning more heroes to compensate for the sacrificed heroes. While conversing with Isel, Han asks if she's sure she doesn't need to go right now, and if she wants him to postpone their meeting until tomorrow. Isel replies that it's okay, as the selection process starts tomorrow. As they enter Han's room, Isel interrupts, saying she has something to tell Han. She reveals that she hasn't just been surfing the web to play around, but rather she was trying to help him. She looked up information that could be of use to him. With enthusiasm, she asks if Han wants to know the details. Without waiting for Han's response, Isel blurts out that Master Anything had signed up for Ragnar Loki. Han's expression turns shocked. Isel explains that maybe the Master realized Loki's greatness. Confused, Han asks if Master Anything has joined his fan club. Isel confirms it and emphasizes he joined the Ragnar Loki Association, the #1 fan community of the Master of Masters. Isel adds that Han shouldn't expect anything less, given his reputation, casually mentioning how much she wants the text of the heavens. Han queries about the second piece of information, and Isel reveals it's about Niflheimer. Han is shocked, and Isel continues to bombard him with details. Niflheimer has put up advertisements seeking students who meet specific eligibility conditions of at least level 20, 3-star grade or higher, and survivors of the second server who are awaiting their class change. Han's curiosity is piqued, and he wonders why students are needed. He asks Isel to show him all the details. Isel flashes a screen displaying the dispatch board information. While reading it, Isel gets furious and yells how dare they impersonate Han. Noticing Han, she gets confused and asks if he is not surprised to see this. She really thought he would be shocked. Smirking, Han remarks that he's on the internet through her, and that they are basically doing the same thing. Curiously, Isel asks what he means by that, to which Han replies he meant the Niflheimer heroes. Looking at the post, he thinks that he's here, but the writer is Loki, and the only ones who could have done this are the heroes of Niflheimer. He never imagined that his heroes would be able to access the user system. It looks like the Submaster's authority goes further than simply standing in for him. Han's eyes widened to think about the conditions for the apprenticeship, as it reads to be from the second server, above level 20, and have no class. It's almost as if they are calling for him. Isel observes that it has been a long time since Niflheimer posted anything, specifically 5 months in Earth time. Shocked, Isel points to the post, saying the real Loki is here, so the question arises regarding who is making these posts. Han considers the matter carefully and determines that when he is absent, only 2 candidates could inherit his authority. The first is Cirrus, who holds the top rank, and the second is Yurneth, who is in second place. After analyzing, Han concludes that Yurneth is responsible. The service that the post is talking about is accepting promising rookies from other waiting rooms and training them. The heroes undergo intense training in high-quality facilities with great instructors. It was good for earning gems as well. While in his prime, Han used this method quite a few times. Curiously, Isel asks what they should do, to which Han casually replies, "Sign up." The number of comments on the service is overwhelming, with a competition rate exceeding 100 to 1. The question arises whether the master would apply, considering the entry cost is 500 gems. Smiling, Han asks if she hasn't said anything has joined Ragna Loki. He brushes off her worries, saying they don't have to worry. The fact that anything joined his fan cafe means they realized who sent them the message. Eventually, Han gives the instruction to open a window and compose an email. Isel acknowledges the order. Utilizing fairy power, she conjures a window. Han notices that anything hasn't replied to his previous email either. He wonders why that is, and if it's because they had nothing to say after reading everything. Later that day, Han encounters Edis emerging from the chamber and calls her over. They sit together for a conversation. Han inquires whether Edis has gotten any rest, and she admits that she has lost track of time. Han notices that she still appears to be quite stressed. He asks about the well-being of her teammates, to which she responds that the old man Roderick is fine, Eren is training more diligently than before, and that he is still training in the training grounds. During their discussion, Edis brings up an issue concerning the first-floor inhabitants. Recently, those who had intended to become combatants have reconsidered their choices after witnessing the fate of Party 3, who ultimately perished. The general sentiment among them is shifting toward the idea that it is safer to subsist on basic provisions like potatoes rather than risk death in battle. Han acknowledges the situation and comments that it's true, the survivability of the combat members is extremely low. The balance between combatants, supporters, and sub-parties has become highly unstable. Curiously, Edis seeks a solution to rectify this imbalance, but Han explains that there is no quick fix. They will need proper education and experience for an effective solution. The main reason Party 3 met their demise was due to their lack of experience in fighting bosses. If they had access to multiple replay stones, Party 3 could have reviewed Han's and Eddie's team battles. Unfortunately, they lack such resources. Additionally, the training facility itself is not that good either. The effectiveness of training and facilities ultimately depends on how much the master is willing to invest in them. Edis listens intently and becomes visibly impressed by Han's deep understanding of the situation. She acknowledges his ability to provide clear direction and recognizes his strategic and rational approach to decision-making, judgment, and combat. She admits that she had never imagined Han fighting and killing a dragon alone. As she reflects on their conversation, she begins to doubt her own capabilities and expresses a lack of confidence in herself. She adds that for some reason, she thought she had a chance to catch up to him before, but the gap in ability between them just continues to increase. Han reassures her by emphasizing that his success is impossible without the support of others. Smiling, Edis understands it and apologizes. Han reveals that he will be absent from the lobby for about a month. Blanked, Edis asks if he is going on an exploration. Han replies, no, and reveals that he is going somewhere further away. He instructs her to take over for him. There will be a lot she will need to do until he returns. Smiling, Edis asks if he is telling her to make the others useful. Han confirms it, saying to make them good enough so that they won't drag them down. However, Edis asks where he is going. Eventually, Han discloses that he is traveling to another lobby. Edis becomes shocked when she hears this. Han recognizes that Edis is the most crucial hero in the lobby, aside from himself. Neither Jenna nor Roderick possesses the leadership qualities necessary to fill that role. There is no substitute for Edis. Han then wonders how much of the situation he should explain to Edis, and then decides to at least share some information with her. Edis becomes shocked to hear that there are 100 million places just like their current lobby. Smirking, Han reveals that 100 million is just an estimate and that there are actually a lot more, and Edis is stunned by this revelation. Dismissing her worries, Han tells her that they will be interacting with only about 10 of them at most. Edis processes the information, saying it feels like she just stumbled upon something massive. She takes a deep breath, saying she got it. She will try to do the things Han told her. Confidently, Han turns to her, saying he believes in her. After that, Han exits. Han's berserk level has increased. The effects of indomitability and Dragonslayer also improve. The stat bonus from Berserker reaches nearly 10. Indomitability proves useful in slowing down status abnormalities, such as bleeding and poisoning, making it one of the most valuable skills alongside Berserk. Dragonslayer grants Han a combat bonus when fighting dragons. Unlike other skills that can be developed through training, special skills like these can only be acquired through significant achievements. The system credited Han for landing the critical attack on the dragon, rather than Iolka, who ultimately delivered the finishing blow. Han reflects on his luck, acknowledging that although he often considers himself unlucky, fortune occasionally favors him in unexpected ways. Soon, Han prepares to encounter real-life heroes whom he has personally nurtured. The system welcomes the Master to pick me up. In answering the question, what is the Dimensional Rift? The system reveals that this is a unique establishment that enables access to external content from Pick Me Up. It is a feature exclusively available to masters who have reached level 20 or above. Unlike other services, this one does not require any cost to use. The Crack of Space and Time allows for various functions, including dispatching forces, participating in wars, and engaging in special events. A notification appears informing that opening the Crack of Space and Time will grant him access to the Dimension community on the right side of his screen. This feature enables interaction with other masters across different dimensions. A warning accompanies the notification, stating that once the Crack of Space and Time is opened, dimensional coordinates will be attributed. The first level of protection on the lobby is also undone. The lobby is now vulnerable to invasions from other masters, making it necessary to stay alert and prepared for any possible threats. Dimensional coordinates now point to the lobby's exact position within the server. If he wants to prefer playing solo, it is advised not to open the Crack of Space and Time. The system prompts the Master with a confirmation message, opening the Crack of Space and Time. It asks him if he is sure, since once he opens it, he cannot turn back. After a brief pause, the system asks once more for confirmation. The Master selects yes. Isel successfully opens the Dimensional Rift. A system message appears confirming the successful activation. The Crack of Space and Time is now available in settings, and Dispatch and War have been added to the menu. Isel voices concern, suggesting that opening the Crack of Space and Time may not be a good idea. Confidently, Han responds that having it open will allow for greater opportunities. With the Crack of Space and Time opened, Han has become certain. Niflheimer chose Master Anything as a cadet candidate applicant. Thinking about it, Isel inquires about the exact contents of the email Han had sent to Master. Han simply replies that it wasn't much but was of great importance. He talked about 3 things. First, it was to write an application comment on the cadet gathering post and open the Dimensional Rift. Since the replies are all hidden, he asked them to include information that only those within Niflheimer would know about. With that, it doesn't matter if the competition is 100 to 1 or 1,000 to 1. The second part involved a strategy related to playing tips. Isel yells at Han for providing them with the Book of Heaven. Calmly, Han replies that the way they are playing the game right now is not enough. The current lobby's primary objective is to improve low-ranking heroes, which, while a good initiative, is not entirely reliable. Isel remarks that some low-ranking heroes possess remarkable potential. Han agrees. He says a low-rank hero becomes better when they have the system for it. They can't expect to get a good low-rank hero just by throwing them into the training center, so they still need high-rank heroes. Isel asks about the third component of the strategy. Han explains that the final part was not to depend entirely on his manual. Suddenly, a notification shows up. Waiting room, Townia, has been given a dimensional code. The current coordinate number shows up with the current sector, 955113. A tip that the master can use the crack of space and time tab to check the surrounding area's map. Additional details are available under the help section. Han thinks that each situation is unique and the lobby management must be adaptable. At some point, Master Anything will have to make judgments on their own. The system announces the availability of the Dimension community, enabling communication with other masters. A new notification provides information regarding the protection of beginners. Until account level 40 is reached, or 40 floors are cleared, death protection will be applied. When in battle with another master, a hero may die, but they will not permanently disappear. However, upon resurrection, the hero's stats, level, and skills will be significantly reduced. Keep this in mind. A further tip advises that resurrected heroes will be weaker than before. To mitigate this, synthesis or conversion is recommended. Han says that with the crack of space and time now open, additional content in the game becomes accessible. Users can communicate with one another, navigate within the lobby, and participate in dispatches, wars, and events. However, this also means that external users now have the capability to invade the lobby. Another notification provides instructions regarding evacuation procedures in case of an invasion. Master, please set an evacuation route in case of an invasion. When enemies attack, heroes who cannot fight will evacuate through the designated route. Resident buildings cannot be invaded. Han acknowledges that this lobby will become stronger while he is in Niflheimer. The system introduces another critical aspect of external content. Master, to fully enjoy external content, a flying ship is required. A flying ship consists of 4 components: a main body, an engine, a dimensional core, and a blueprint. Additionally, a magic engineer is needed to operate the ship. The sound of metal clashing echoes through the sparring area. Inside, Velkist and Eren face each other, their weapons raised. Velkist swings his sword multiple times, but Eren swiftly counters the strikes. Eventually, Velkist attacks Eren with a powerful attack, but Eren stops that attack too. Eren then strikes with his spear. Velkist stops his first strike and dodges the next one. Eventually, Eren strikes straight at Velkist's eye. Swiftly, Velkist dodges it and puts his sword at Eren's neck. Velkist lifts his gaze beyond the training grounds, spotting Han. He questions about standing there and says he thought they were supposed to be on break. Casually, Han replies that he has to talk to Eren. In another space, Jenna carefully places a knight piece on the chessboard, saying it's over. Iolka, sitting across from her, appears disappointed. Standing aside, Han casually says the game of chess exists here as well. Surprised, Jenna asks if he knows about this game, and that she and Iolka didn't know it before. Iolka expresses disbelief at Jenna's sudden proficiency, especially considering Jenna's 10-game winning streak against her. Jenna teases that she had no prior knowledge of the game, since living in the forest had left her unaware of such things. Eventually, Han mutters that a matter needs to be discussed with both Jenna and Eren, and that this location is suitable since no one else is present. Iolka protests, pointing out that she is still there. Han chuckles, reassuring Iolka that he's kidding before requesting a moment alone with Jenna and Eren, noting that it won't take long. Iolka understands and leaves the room. Once only the 3 of them remain, Han informs them that they should prepare to leave. Jenna and Eren freeze momentarily, their expressions shifting to shock. Jenna asks if the 3 of them are going to a different lobby. Han confirms that they are, and that for the next month, they will train in another lobby before returning. It will provide valuable experience. Eren hesitates. He questions if he is the right person for this opportunity. Han reminds him of his own desire to become stronger. Eren acknowledges this before agreeing. Han is satisfied with this response and nods in approval. Jenna is asked to leave so that Han can speak privately with Eren. Now alone, Eren broached the topic of Niflheimer, which had been mentioned previously, asking if this is the place they are going, and Han confirms it is. Han says they will stay there for a month, but not Eren, because Eren might never come back to this lobby. Eren becomes visibly shocked. With a serious expression, Han asks if he understands the implications of going there now. Han adds that the instructor position is vacant, and Dika cannot handle it alone. There is another option beyond combat, but the path ahead is difficult. Han tells him that he will give him more time to think it through. There's no need to tread a thorny path. Despite this, Eren remains determined and affirms his decision to go. Han is visibly pleased with his decision. Eren is advised to seek permission from Edis to leave the party. His training will not be completed in just a month. It will take a year. Surprised, Eren asks if he will truly need that long. Han asks if he thought that it would only take him a month to get stronger. Han thinks that their time at Niflheimer will not be long enough to change their fate, but the cogwheels of fate there are turning 3 times faster than in his world. Elsewhere, Velkist appears displeased. He questions why he doesn't get to go together with Han. Nerissa also expresses curiosity, while Aolka looks more displeased and asks what about her. Han assures them that they will have their opportunity in time. He instructs them to do as Edis says, especially pointing out Velkist. Velkist tells him not to worry. Han finds this hard to believe, questioning Velkist's past. Velkist then poses an unexpected question. He inquires if Han is sure he is coming back. Curiously, Han asks what he means. Licking his fingers, Velkist says he is asking if Han intends to stay there permanently. Han muses on the sharpness of Velkist. Han says that he thought about it, which causes Aolka to worry, but then says they shouldn't worry as he intends to come back to this lobby. A notification arrives. Niflheimer's flying ship, named Rangrid 07, is requesting permission to land, and the Master grants them permission. The system notifies that another account requests a dimensional transfer and will land in the waiting room shortly. Approval is needed to proceed. A dimensional rift is opened for the account Rangrid 07. Captain Misakath requests a trade with the Master, proposing an exchange of 1,500 gems. The payment is necessary for training services in Niflheimer. A pouch filled with purple gems materializes in the exchange window. Han turns to Jenna and Eren, asking if they are ready. They both respond affirmatively. Edis and Roderick stand near the open door, watching them prepare to leave. Smiling, Edis asks if they are leaving now. Roderick remarks that things might become boring in their absence. Other combat heroes from the second floor gather as well. Velkist, Nerissa, and Aolka stand among them. Velkist wishes them a good time. Nerissa says they will be waiting for them. Smirking, Han mocks, saying what an over-the-top send-off. Eventually, Isel appears. Crying, she informs that a rumor has reached her ears that Han will not return from Niflheimer. She questions whether it is true. Han dismisses the claim, asking who is spreading such nonsense. Jenna pumps her biceps, reassuring Isel that she will ensure Han's safe return. Crying, Isel grabs Han's collar, telling Jenna not to allow Han to be stolen. Isel begins to badmouth Niflheimer, saying they are a bunch of thieves, a tyrannical bunch of, but before she completes her insult, Han playfully pulls at Isel's cheeks. He apologizes for being tyrannical, to which Isel clarifies that she was not referring to him. Nonetheless, she makes him promise to return. Isel extends her little finger. Han hooks his own around it, sealing the promise. With that, Isel backs off, but is still crying, and tells Han that he has to come back because he promised. Eren laughs lightly. He comments that Han might be the only person whom the fairy treats in such a way. Han feels annoyed and begins moving forward. The 3 step toward the dimensional rift, with Jenna waving a last goodbye at the other heroes. Once they were on the other side of the dimensional rift, they became excited when they saw the massive ship before them. Jenna gets happy to see the ship. Han asks her if she knows about the flying ships. Jenna replies that her dad told her about this, the ships that float in the sky. Eren says he has seen one before too. However, he couldn't ride it because it was a noble's possession. Eventually, a voice echoes, confirming their identities. The system recognizes Han Islet, Jenna Sarai, and Eren Delkut from Taunia. The dispatch begins, and the heroes Han, Jenna, and Eren are listed for departure, and their training will last 10 days. Checking completes, and the entrance is now open. A warning shows that as soon as the heroes are sent away, their affiliation will be temporarily changed to Niflheimer, and the Master grants permission. Eren observes the ship, noting its differences from what he has seen before. Han speculates whether it is a more recent model, and Eren replies that he thinks so. Without hesitation, the trio steps onto the staircase leading to the airship. A girl in a black uniform approaches them. She introduces herself as Lettel and welcomes them aboard. She is a drill guide who will guide them to Niflheimer. Noticing her, Han thinks of her as a magic engineer, although he is not really sure who she is since he had hundreds of them. Eventually, Lettel announces that the boarding is complete and the ship can now leave the harbor. Jenna feels a hint of anxiety and asks Han if he is sure they will be okay. Her concerns are dismissed by the other heroes who chuckle at her nervousness. When Han glares at them, their laughter ceases, showing evident fear of Han. Han asks Jenna to stay still because there are many heroes from other lobbies. A beep signals the departure of the Niflheimer-affiliated airship Rangrid 07. As the ship starts moving, Jenna and Eren are shocked. The entire ship becomes hazy. When the light fades, they find themselves flying through an unfamiliar sky. The system confirms the coordinates as the 1935th dimension Taunia. Eren leans over the railing, marveling at the sight. Han remains indifferent. Jenna acknowledges that Han must be accustomed to such views. Han reminds them to enjoy the scenery as much as they want, as their journey will take 2 days. His gaze shifts towards the tower. Below them remains a Taunia, which has already fallen. Rangrid 07 crossed different dimensions to pick up different guests. They were all heroes who had been chosen for the trainee program. In addition to them, there are a total of 20 trainees on the 07 ship. The rest are taking different flying ships. Jenna, watching from the assigned cabin, remarks on the variety of landscapes. Unlike their barren homeland, some regions are broken into pieces, others engulfed in flames. She questions the nature of these places, but Han, looking uninterested, says, "How should he know?" A beep alerts all passengers on board. They announced that they will soon arrive at their destination. The voice requests that all passengers come out onto the deck. Han realizes Eren is missing. He recalls that Eren said he would use an empty storage room for training and decides to call him. The system confirms their coordinates as Dimension 1106, Niflheimer. Lettel warns passengers against leaning over the railing, as stepping outside the protective barrier is dangerous. She waves a fluorescent rod as she directs the passengers. She informs them that there may be some turbulence during docking. Jenna acknowledges her warning, but suddenly stops mid-sentence when she looks up at the sky. Jenna's eyes widened in shock. Eren, standing beside her, and the other heroes on board all share the same reaction. Their surroundings overwhelm them. Above them, dozens of dimensional whirlpools spread across the sky. Large and small airships navigate near the whirlpools. At least 30 airships are visible at a rough count. Jenna points towards the airship above them, astonished. The enormous airship completely obstructs their view. Lettel provides an explanation. The ship they see is Siegdrithba 01, a battleship capable of carrying 37 combat airships. The airships surrounding it are dedicated escort ships, known as Trude 03 and Trude 18. The dimensional whirlpools continue to swallow various ships as Han, Jenna, and Eren stand in awe. Lettel concludes her explanation with a welcoming statement. She announces that they have arrived at Niflheimer. Every ship begins boarding its passengers onto the docks. Rangrid 07 landed on the third-floor hangar. Lettel farewells the heroes and wishes them good luck. Eren remains amazed by the enormous structures surrounding them. Jenna observes the vast number of soldiers stationed in the area. A middle-aged man stands near the railing on the lower floor. Addressing them with a rough tone, he presumes that they are the 7th Squad recruits. The man formally introduces himself as Elderkin Brog, an advanced instructor of Niflheimer. He orders the new arrivals to follow him, and a notification shows that he is ranked 114th. He turns his back and leads the way. Han recognizes him and thinks that it's different seeing him in real life as opposed to an illustration. Eren, still overwhelmed by the vastness of Niflheim, questions its size. A male instructor walking in front of him reveals that this is just a tiny part of Niflheimer, as there are 4 more sections. Eventually, Elderkin instructs everyone to line up and board one at a time. A fat man in the group questions the nature of the machine and its destination, but Elderkin dismisses the question, stating that an explanation will come later. The fat man mutters a complaint about the instructor's unfriendly demeanor. Without warning, Elderkin gives him a cruel punch on the face. Blood and broken teeth scatter through the air as the man collapses, unable to even scream. He grabs the man one-handed and tosses him away. The rest of the group falls silent as he repeats his instruction for everyone to board one at a time. Jenna narrows her eyes, attempting to process what just happened. Her gaze remains fixed on Elderkin, acknowledging the immense power he possesses. Han also recognizes the vast difference in strength, unable to perceive the instructor's movements despite possessing the mind's eye skill. He muses that an advanced instructor must be at least level 70. Even if all of the recruits in the group, including himself, attempted to attack the instructor at once, they would still lose against him. Han can't see the instructor's status window. Jenna asks Han if the advanced instructor is really stronger than him, and Han tells her that he is, so she should behave. The elevator is seen going down with the heroes inside. Looking around Niflheimer while inside the elevator, Han thinks he won't be able to memorize all 20,000 people. Eventually, they reach Niflheimer's 2nd floor training facility. Curiously, Jenna asks if they are going to train here. Blanked, Eren mutters that it is massive. However, Elderkin instructs them to line up. He orders them to stay silent, as the Major General will be there soon. One of the recruits, a woman, complains about his stupid obsession with lines. Suddenly, the girl freezes up. Sweat covers her face as she struggles to move. Elderkin directs his gaze toward the woman, who is now kneeling on the ground, like a servant to a god. Shocked, Han wonders if this is an intimidation skill. The woman seems to be in great distress. Observing the other heroes, Han muses that they are all people who were in leadership roles in the other lobbies, so it's best to control them using force. If any of them dare to act arrogantly and cross the line, they will be beaten to a pulp. The instructors are shown towering over Han, Jenna, and Eren as a reminder of the large gap in power between them, to which the heroes now begin to feel the pressure of this power difference. A young man with a disrespectful expression spits out in frustration. He doubts that following instructions will truly make him stronger. A female instructor smiles slyly, assuring him that as long as he follows her orders, he won't regret it. The other instructor says Elderkin has instructed them to line up in formation, but does not expect perfection. They can make themselves comfortable while maintaining silence. Staring at them, Han muses that he has to deal with this type of crap even after leaving Earth. A uniformed woman stands on the platform and welcomes the soldiers. She introduces herself as Eklet Pardisa. She's in charge of all training in Niflheimer, and a notification shows that she's ranked 9th. She informs the group that they will receive appropriate training, but she will not force it on them. They are free to leave without having done anything if they wish. She says they will do their best, but whether they want to learn or not is up to them. Smiling, she tells them that they are their guests, just as she was once upon a time. Eklet points to a man at the front and questions him about the number of airships in his territory. He nervously says 2. Eklet reveals that there are 427 flying ships in Niflheimer, about 210 times more than that guy's territory. Furiously, the man yells at her, asking what she is trying to say and if she is laughing at him. Calmly, Eklet adds that if they compare the forces in more detail, they are about 3,000 times more powerful. The crowd reacts in shock. Eklet challenges their perception of their masters. She questions whether their masters truly meet expectations, whether they are outstanding enough to warrant absolute loyalty from them, especially when they are putting their lives on the line. Most do not have an answer, and confusion spreads. Standing in the crowd, Jenna curiously asks Han what Eclet is talking about, but Han exhaustedly remarks that no one knows. Eclet continues and asks if their masters are comparable to Loki. Realizing it, Han understands the meaning of this. Earlier, he was confused about why there were so many people there. Eclet asks what fate awaits them once they finish training here and return. She reveals the grim reality awaiting them after training. 80 out of 100 will simply be treated as chess pieces and perish meaninglessly. 10 of the remaining 20 will not fare much better, becoming mere sacrifices. Their fate is bleak, treated as expendable tools. They will become toys and be thrown out like trash without any honor. However, Niflheimer offers something different. Those who prove their worth will be rewarded accordingly. Eventually, she announces aloud that this is their chance to become a part of Niflheimer. Han muses that the primary reason Niflheimer gathers students is for gem allocation. They can earn close to 50,000 gems if they take 500 gems per person. The second reason is to bring in more people. Eclet announces that her master does not care who they were or where they lived. She shares her own past, revealing that she was once an enemy of Niflheimer, but is here now. Musing about Eclet, Han reveals that she wasn't from Niflheimer originally. She was a hero of someone who tried to ambush him when he failed the 80th floor raid and lost most of his forces. Han destroyed the lobby and captured Eclet. Cirrus asked that Han execute Eclet, but Han brought her in instead because they were short on people. Curiously, Jenna asks what Eclet is talking about. Han replies that Eclet means that the top 3 trainees here will be allowed to become members of Niflheimer. Curiously, Jenna asks Han what will happen then, to which Han replies that her lobby will change. It reveals that the people here are all favorites of their own masters. Niflheimer trains them, and the highest-ranking ones are awarded and offered a chance to become a part of Niflheimer. Negotiations will occur with their current masters, offering some of the acquired gems in exchange. The price varies, starting at 1,500 gems and reaching up to 5,000 gems for top-tier individuals. The one-time paid gacha costs 500 gems, so with 1,500 gems, one could own at least 3 3-star and above heroes. Masters know this and agree anyway. This was what Isel was worried about all along. After her speech, Eclet descends from the podium, advising the heroes to think wisely. Of course, Niflheimer will take responsibility for everything. Elderkin steps in, saying they will begin categorizing the heroes by classes. He asks his assistant how many heroes there are in total. The man reveals there are 54 warriors and 46 bandits. Eventually, Elderkin instructs those who want to be warriors to move to the right and those who want to be bandits to the left. The female instructor instructs the recruits to do as the Major General says. Elderkin begins sorting the group into professions, instructing warriors to stand behind the red flag and bandits to stand behind the blue flag. Jenna questions the process, and Han explains that they are classifying them. They will all have classes by the end of the training. Aaron says he remembers hearing about this. They can learn advanced skills once they get a class or something. Excitedly, Jenna guesses that she should go to the blue flag. Jenna goes with the blue, and Aaron and Han go with the red. With the sorting complete, Elderkin announces that they will begin testing now. He orders them to get in line in front of him. He adds that this is to see the level of skill they are currently at, so that they can make sure to give them the training they need. He tells them there is no need to be afraid. Trainees will be separated into 4 levels with this test: low, intermediate, advanced, and top. They will begin training after dividing all the trainees into these levels. Han was the one who came up with this system. The participants line up before Elderkin. Aaron steps up next, visibly tense. Elderkin evaluates him and notes his low level of 20, with no progress in his spearmanship, being stuck at level 4. When Han turns arrive, Elderkin inspects his stats and praises them. Curiously, the subordinate asks about Elderkin's expression. Elderkin asks him to take a look at Han's stats. Reading it, The man acknowledges that Han is only level 20, yet he has incredible stats. Curiously, he asks if someone like Han was really born a 1-star. Elderkin orders Han to stay behind because he needs to talk to him in private, and Han agrees. Eventually, Han sits on the chair aside and puts down his luggage. Noticing him, Elderkin says he was going to say Han could make himself comfortable, but he already has. Crossing his arms, Han inquires about the reason for talking to him privately. Elderkin tells him he has reported the findings to the higher-ups. The Major General will arrive soon. The other instructor orders the other heroes to come with him. It's revealed that Elderkin Bragg was also born a 1-star. He panicked in his first battle and could not do anything. Han has that video saved, which he found pretty funny. Elderkin mutters that the Major General will be there within a minute. He then excuses himself. Sitting alone, Han feels strange. He muses about the facilities and the heroes he raised himself, actually being alive and moving around. Suddenly, Eklet arrives, saying she got the report. She asks Han if he is Han Islat. Gripping his sword, Han inquires what she wants to talk to him about. He assumes she is not there to scout him. Suddenly, Eklet quickly moves towards Han and points her sword at him, saying that he's right, as she's not there to scout him. Smirking, Han assumes that she has come to interrogate him instead, to which she says precisely. Eklet praises Han's talent, but tells him that he still needs time. He cannot win against her. Smiling, Han replies he knows that. Eventually, Eklet asks where he heard that information. Han says what information? She inquires if he is asking because he does not know. Staring at him, she clarifies that she is asking how he knows that Master Loki has disappeared. She guesses it's his master who knows. With a serious tone, she threatens him to tell her everything he knows, as well as the source of the information, if he wants to live, that is. Eventually, she asks about his true identity. Han thinks that this isn't fun anymore, and asks Eklet if she really wants to know who he is. Before Eklet can say another word, Han casually proclaims, "Come out." Suddenly, a voice is heard following his command, and a small tornado swirls into the room. Smiling, Han looks towards the tornado and says he guesses that she really is omnipresent in Niflheimer, calling her Yurneth. Eventually, Yurneth appears inside the room. She kneels before Han, saying she greets her master. Meanwhile, Eklet is still seen directing her sword at Han. Yurneth is revealed to be a beautiful young-looking woman and ranked second in Niflheimer. The cards of Yurneth, Eklet, and Elderkin are displayed, and we see that all three of them are 6-star heroes. In the middle of a vast lobby, a man named Gilbert introduces himself to Dika, the instructor, with a handshake. Gilbert reveals that he got information from the others about this world. Apparently, he will end up dead if he doesn't adjust quickly. He mentions the place is scary. He mocks Dika for being a young instructor, believing him to be unworthy. In an attempt to show superiority, Gilbert tightens his grip, trying to crush Dika's hand, explaining that he's from the mountains, so he doesn't know the outside world too well, but he guesses that here you learn to hunt from a kid. Eventually, Dika reminds him that he has come here way before them. He reveals that this place has different rules from the world they came from. They will become stronger than him someday if they give it their all. However, if they don't, suddenly, he crushes Gilbert's hand, which makes him scream aloud. With a serious tone, he continues that they will end up dead. Eventually, Edis arrives, noticing the commotion, and asks about the situation. Dika shifts his attention and questions Edis about her presence. She informs him that Aaron is gone and that she is searching for new instructors on the first floor. She asks Dika if he knows anyone suitable for the role. Dika recalls several individuals who have come and gone, many of whom are stronger than him. He names Roderick, who has a strong sense of responsibility and is strong. He should be a good match for her. Then he names Anand, who is bright and full of energy, so he is a good leader sometimes. Since parties 3 and 4 aren't main attack squads, the members change quite often, meaning that their abilities change depending on who is in the parties. He suggests Benik and Lilini, and that they work well with Anand. They are both pretty quiet, but Dika could tell what kind of people they were from watching them train. Dika thinks that those three are a good combination. He is almost envious. Before Dika can mention Ryman, the master initiates a summoning on the second floor. Velkus chuckles, speculating that they will finally meet some strong people. As the summoning completes, beast-like figures emerge from the light. In Niflheimer, Yurneth greets her master. Han asks what took her so long, while pushing aside Eclet's sword, who seems very confused by the situation. Yurneth apologizes, saying she was preparing to greet Han. Worriedly, she notices Han's bleeding neck and tells him he is injured. Eclet becomes shocked. Yurneth checks on Han to see if he is okay. Noticing Eclet's shocked face, Han jokes that he thinks she is less okay than him. Eventually, Yurneth reveals to Eclet that Han is their master Loki. Although Eclet had the audacity and the foolishness to wield a sword against Master, swear at him and prepare to kill him. Crying, Eclet apologizes because she didn't know Han was Loki. Staring at her, Yurneth, with a stern tone, questions how she intends to make up for the sin of pointing a weapon at their master. Shocked, Eclet points the sword towards her own neck and asks for permission. Han intervenes, dismissing the dramatics, saying Eclet does not know anything and that she was just doing her job. He questions what kind of hero would think that their master could fall into this world. Calmly, Yurneth replies that she did. Han reminds her that she is an outlier. He muses that Yurneth has quite the personality. Anyways, Yurneth mutters that this is not an appropriate place for them to talk. She suggests going somewhere more fitting. Eventually, a mist envelops them. When the mist clears, they find themselves seated in a secluded garden. Noticing the sky, Han believes that they must be on the 13th floor of Niflheimer. Yurneth confirms it, revealing that only the top 5 rankers and their secretaries out of 20,000 residents are allowed there. However, she offers him a cup of tea. Sipping it, Han curiously asks how she knew that it was him. Yurneth reveals that only the 12th and 13th floors know that he hasn't logged in for more than 3 months. She adds that there was no leakage of information, so if someone else were to know of this information, that must mean it is him. Han replies that's not enough. Yurneth continues that when he disappeared, she knew that he had already fallen into Moebius. Her secretary, Nisselred, and Yurneth are the only ones who know that the master is here. She guesses that there would actually be 3, including Eclet. She asks if he wants to take a look at the other members too. She can summon them all if he would like to see them. She is sure they will all be happy. Yurneth reveals that Nihaku and Mudin are out on a mission, while Litigyon and herself are on standby. Han inquires about Cirrus. However, he muses that Nihaku is in charge of diplomatic affairs, so she is gone quite often. Moreover, Mudin completely moved his residence to outside of Niflheimer. Yurneth orders Nisselred to bring more tea and snacks. Han finds it suspicious that Cirrus is not there. Nisselred follows the command with efficiency, swiftly returning with refreshments. She greets her master and says it's an honor to meet him. Picking up a cookie, Han questions Yurneth if she doesn't hate him, saying he was expecting to get stabbed or something. Smiling, Yurneth inquires if he means having used her as a chess piece. She questions how she could hate him. He didn't discriminate against them. He always gave them a chance, and he always led them to victory with his wise thinking. Niflheimer would have vanished long ago if it was not for him, including her and everyone else. She praises him, saying he is more than enough for them. Either way, it's an honor to be able to meet him. He is as brave and handsome as she imagined him to be. They have prepared a mansion for him on the 13th floor. She requests him to rest there and come back tomorrow morning. Curiously, Han questions about the mansion. Yurneth says she prepared it just for him. It's in the very center of the 13th floor. Casually, Han replies that he was a master before, but not anymore. He doesn't need such luxurious treatment. Shocked, Yurneth asks if he will go back to the 2nd floor. Gloomy, she says she put a lot of work into that place, and a welcome party too. Moreover, he could watch all of the victories he brought them to. However, Han replies that he doesn't need it. Yurneth tries to convince him, saying they can go to the 2nd floor, but Han interrupts in between, telling her that he doesn't need it. Furiously, Yurneth questions how they will aid him. She has lots to say and do for him. Casually, Han replies that he has training. He asks her to come pick him up when that is over. Yurneth keeps trying to convince him, saying they can send all the trainees back, and but Han interrupts and dismisses the idea. She says they can change out all the instructors who are, but Han interrupts and dismisses it too. Surprised, she remarks that the dormitories in the training facility have small rooms and aren't fit for him, so she could fix that for him. However, Han dismisses that idea as well. Disappointed, Yurneth gets worried about his dignity. Annoyed, Han questions about it. Yurneth mutters lots of dignity, the aura of an emperor that surrounds him. Han asks Nisselred if she sees that too. Nisselred replies that she is not sure, to which Han asks Yurneth if she heard that. Yurneth gives a scary look to Nisselred, which scares her a bit. Han stands up, saying he wants to go back. He orders Yurneth to open a portal and make sure it's not noticeable. Yurneth understands it. Eventually, she makes a portal. Before going back, Han turns his face and praises Yurneth for doing well without him. Curiously, he questions if she still considers the current him as her master. Yurneth looks at him for a while and then respectfully bows her head, admitting it. Han smiles. Suddenly, someone yells, asking Yurneth about the whereabouts of the master. Smiling, Yurneth says it seems like Lidijon has noticed. He is breaking the barrier. Curiously, Han asks if he was always like that. Yurneth tells him that Lidijon is the one who has been wanting to see him the most. However, she tells Han there is no time. Lidijon is usually calm, but he is hard to handle once he gets mad. Han understands. He steps into the portal and goes back to his floor. When no one notices him emerging from the portal, he wonders if it was an illusion spell. Nisselred points out the direction, telling him his companions are that way if he is looking for them. Han questions her presence, and she insists on ensuring his safety. She declares that if anyone dares to harm him, she will crush their spine. However, Han muses that he wants to go home. I'm sure he does. He has met too many dangerous, crazy people in one day. Later, while lying on the bed, Han muses that Yurneth has done well. As he recalls his memories, he realizes that this place is on the 5th floor of the dormitory building, meant for trainees. It is the highest floor of the dormitory and is meant for the instructors, so there are fewer rooms than on the other floors. Initially, he was assigned to the 4th floor, but he was forcibly moved here because there was a mysterious fire in his assigned room. Guys, something tells me that Yurneth knows something about this fire. Eventually, Nisselred enters the room, asking if he needs any help. She is sure that it's nowhere near enough for his standards, but if he wishes, she could move him to the 13th floor. However, Han dismisses it and confirms if she hasn't told anyone about his real identity. Nisselred confirms it. She starts following him like a shadow. As he descends to the 4th floor, he encounters Jenna and Aaron waiting for him. They acknowledge his presence, exchanging brief greetings. Jenna mentions the superior quality of her accommodations. Aaron, despite claiming to have slept well, appears visibly fatigued. Staring at him, Han mocks Aaron, saying that it looks like he did. Aaron fakes a laugh and smiles. Eventually, Jenna says she talked to the other girls here last night, and apparently this place is really great. She adds that there are lots of people and the facility is amazing. There are also lots of really strong people. Excitedly, Jenna reveals that Niflheimer has apparently never lost before. Aaron says he heard that too, and that everyone praised it for being undefeatable. However, while pondering, Han contemplates this claim. He guesses that it would be referring to the battles between masters and not the missions. Jenna explains that they don't have to worry about being synthesized here or dying on a mission. Aaron adds that the welfare is great and they reward them well. Eventually, Han asks them if they want to become top trainees. Laughing, both Jenna and Aaron express their firm intent to go back, as their comrades are waiting for them. Han muses that Master Anything might just sell them off to Niflheimer if they unintentionally become top trainees. They have no right to choose. Elderkin addresses the recruits in class. He explains that this world operates under different laws compared to reality. He questions what they think they need in order to survive. With a stern tone, he says it's information. He explains that they must know the rules of this world, what the text in front of them means, and what stats and skills are. The different types of missions, how to carry them out, and how to utilize objects. The types of enemies, formations they take on, and the compatibility between them. What they need to prioritize is the position they are in this world. Curiously, Jenna murmurs that it all sounds very familiar, to which Han reminds her that he already explained it to her. However, Elderkin continues and is sure that they have the game of chess in their lands too. He tells them that they should be aware that they are their master's chess piece. It reveals that heroes are nothing more than toys for the masters. They cannot survive if they do not acknowledge that. Later on the 13th floor, Han confirms that he is aware that he is a chess piece and that the master is doing things for the sake of his own entertainment. Curiously, Han asks how she knows he ended up in this world. Smiling, Yurneth asks if he remembers what she told him yesterday. The connection between a master and a hero is deep. It's top secret that he hasn't logged in for more than 3 months. Only the 12th floor and above know this information. When he vanished, she already knew that he had fallen into Mobius. Yurneth reveals about the intervention points. She explains that the more their rank rises, the stronger they become, and the deeper the connection between them and him becomes. The moment Han fell into Mobius, the 5 of them already knew. Curiously, Han asks if that only applies to the members of the 13th floor. Smiling, Yurneth replies, it's just a difference in vessels. It reveals that Yurneth and Eclet are both 6 stars, but the difference in their battle performance is unimaginable. Eclet is ranked 9th, whereas Yurneth is ranked 2nd. Even if all the remaining 95 of the top 100 were to charge at the 5, they would not win. Yurneth says this is now possible, thanks to all the effort Han poured into them 5. Eventually, Yurneth opens multiple screens. Surprised, Han wonders if she can manipulate the system. Yurneth mutters that they become closer to Han as they grow stronger. They receive intervention points through it. Blanked, Han says they are no ordinary heroes then. Smiling, Yurneth guesses they would be more like 6.5 stars. They are in Moebius, but they also have 1 foot in the Earth realm. Surprised, Han mutters that he didn't know he was that great. The system says, of course, the higher realm is a very amazing place. Curiously, Han asks how he ended up here. Yurneth explains that the closer they get to him, the closer he also gets to them. She assumes one of the conditions for how Moebius was able to handle his presence has something to do with that. Acknowledging it, Han says a 7-star would be completely different from a normal hero. Smiling, Yurneth reveals that they are the people who have transcended the system's restrictions. They are half heroes and half masters. It discloses that when the server's barriers were weakened because of the event, Han did fight a 7-star. He managed to get away, but his level was ridiculous. After all, the maximum level was 99 in the system. Yurneth mutters that she is sure he is aware, but he hasn't completely lost his authoritative rights. She assumes that he will be able to reach 7 stars even without the necessary item, the Book of Reversal. Laughing, Han interrupts, saying she is looking too far ahead. However, he is still a beginner. He asks about Cirrus again. He assumes she didn't go out there looking for him. A scene shows up where Yurneth asks Cirrus if she really intends to leave. Cirrus mentions to her that she is well aware that they are in a hurry. Yurneth tells her that she doesn't have a special send-off for her. She will leave the investigation to her. Cirrus wishes her good luck. Curiously, Han asks if that is also the reason why he doesn't see a fairy there. Laughing, Yurneth is impressed that he can figure out so much just from one thing. She reveals that she has taken on the duties of the fairy. Han asks how long Niflheimer can hold up for. Smiling, Yurneth realizes that he is worried about the automatic deletion of an account that hasn't been active for 6 months. She dismisses his worries, disclosing that Niflheimer has more intervention points than any other territory. It will not be deleted after 6 months. They can easily hold up for 10 years with the number of intervention points they have. Han replies that's good. Yurneth asks if that answers his question. Casually, Han replies, somewhat. Yurneth asks if it's okay for her to say a few words. She shows him the castle they have prepared for him. Han stares at the portrait of a hero fighting a giant monster. Yurneth remarks that she was disappointed and happy at the same time when he came here. She was happy that she would be able to see him. As she believed, he came to them. She thinks it is time that he sat on his rightful throne. She kneels down to him, requesting that he please stay in Niflheimer. She says he has become a hero, but he is not an ordinary being. With her help, he will be able to act as master. She will give him all of her authoritative rights. He won't need to worry about Taunia. They will be able to grow stronger without him there if they support them as an ally. She calls him master, saying they need him. As Han stands in front of Yurneth while she kneels, a notification appears that Yurneth is transferring over the vice master rights. It asks if he accepts it. As Yurneth waits for a response, Han says he is not the master anymore. Yurneth reassures him that they will support him wholeheartedly. They will continue to support Taunia as long as he wishes, so he doesn't need to worry. Smirking, Han acknowledges it and rejects the offer. The acceptance window disappears. Shocked, Yurneth asks if there is something he is dissatisfied with. However, Han replies that it's himself he is dissatisfied with. He says he is still weak. Yurneth asks to permit them some time, but Han refuses, saying he is going back to Taunia. It's not because he hates her or because he dislikes Niflheimer. He asks if she needs an explanation. Yurneth lowers her eyes, understanding his reasoning, but not giving up. Now, looking a bit more serious, she asks what he plans on doing if he cannot go back to Earth. Han thinks about her question for a bit, and then promises that he will come back here as she wishes. Eventually, Yurneth gathers a cluster of mist. Curiously, Han asks what she is trying to do. Yurneth replies that she decided that attending the meaningless training would be of no use to him. Yurneth remarks that a few different spells have been mixed in, ensuring that even his colleagues won't notice. Han asks if she is trying to create a substitute for him. The clone ensures him that he needs to make the best of the limited time Han will be staying here. Yurneth asks for her master's permission, and Han approves the plan. The scene shifts to a battlefield, and Eren is seen standing there gripping his spear. Han's party seems to be fighting against dark, shadow-like human soldiers. Eren is seen panting. Han shouts at him, asking him what he's doing and ordering him to kill them. Edis urges him to hurry as they cannot hold for long. At the critical moment, Eren activates his hidden power. All his stats have increased by 1,000%. He then swings his spear and pierces the enemies, eventually killing them effortlessly. Jenna and Velkist stand in shock to witness Eren's hidden power, with Velkist wondering if Eren was going easy on him back then. Roderick remarks that it is amazing. Han, missing his right hand, praises Eren. Worried, Eren shouts Han's name with tears pouring from his eyes. Suddenly, he wakes up from his dream, drenched in sweat and with teary eyes. He then sits up in his bed and takes a deep breath to calm down before heading to class, as he wonders if this was just a dream. In the classroom, all recruits are taking the class diligently. Meanwhile, Jenna drools from her mouth as she sleeps in class. Han's clone takes the class seriously. Eren notices him, lost in his thoughts, and then his expression turns gloomy. In another location, Eklet instructs the officers to move in formation. Witnessing it, Han muses that they must be from the main building, considering the color of their uniform. However, Nisselred respectfully shows him the way. She shows him the elevator, explaining that it is directly connected to the 13th floor and used by executives, allowing him direct access to Miss Yurneth. Later on the 13th floor, Yurneth tells Han that she thought about sending 1,000,000 gems to Taunia. Han sighs and refuses. Yurneth hides her face and starts crying. She is upset, saying it is admirable that he is trying to get stronger on his own without their help. Han interrupts, asking if she wants him to depend on her a bit. Anyways, Han states that he does have something to ask for. Yurneth's eyes glimmer with excitement, and she gets closer, eager to hear his request. Annoyed, Han places his hand on her face, saying she is too close. Standing between the high rocky mountains, Han acknowledges that this is black iron, which is supposed to be many times stronger than regular iron. Observing the marks on the black iron, Han realizes that there is only one person who could have left those marks. As a hero with bandages is seen standing while holding a sword, Han mentions that he once suspected that he was a bugged character, a hero with overwhelming talents. Heavenly Sword, master of Klausolath. A cold-looking young man with many scars on his body and gripping a long sword mutters that he has been waiting. He is Lidigjon, Niflheimer ranked 3rd. It's revealed that Lidigion was born as a 2-star. He is the greatest genius among the thousands of heroes Han has picked. Lidigion feels nice to meet his master. Eventually, he kneels down in front of him, saying that since Han has made him this strong, he will also make his master stronger in this world. Han muses that the most perfect swordsman is standing in front of him. The hero card for Lidigion is displayed, showing him as a 6-star and full of scars. Lidigion strikes his blade against the floor, telling Han that he will make him stronger too, calling him his master. Han looks at him, confused, thinking that he cannot feel any presence from him at all. It feels as if he's facing a lifeless object. He guesses that it must be the final evolution of the calmness skill, the pure and serene mind, and on top of that, Lidigion has reached the state of body-sword unity. So he calls out to Lidigion, asking him to stand, and wondering if he still trains in the same way he did before. Lidigion sighs, saying that Yurneth has probably given him the right to check it himself. And as Han opens the stats, he sees that Lidigion is now level 99 and holds the title of Weapon Master, with many skills hidden due to the full power of the Heavenly Sword Order. Han realizes that he still has the stats of a level 1, 1-star hero, yet he's been slicing through black iron with that level. He smirks and tells Lidigion that he has seen enough and asks him to begin. Lidigion agrees, and just then, the system shows that Han has entered a berserk state. His eyes glow red, red energy shoots out from his body, and he stands still for a moment before saying that he'll give it everything. He runs at lightning speed, smashing the ground as he moves, and both warriors swing their blades at once, their energy clashing midair. Suddenly, Han's sword cuts across Lidigion's face, and Lidigion tries to strike back, but fails. Han breathes hard, thinking that his speed and power are much greater. He makes 3 moves, while Lidigion can only make 1. But after a few more attacks, Lidigion's blade reaches Han's neck, and Han realizes that even with all his power, he still can't win. Lidigion kneels and asks for forgiveness, lowering his sword toward his master. Annoyed, Han tells him to stop saying sorry again and again while wiping sweat off his face. He says this is all he's got, sad, isn't it? Then compliments Lidigion for his amazing skills. Lidigion sighs, saying that it's not like that at all. If their levels were the same, he wouldn't have won so easily. Han tells him that he is the most talented hero he has ever trained. Lidigion looks confused, so Han adds that he reached level 10 in basic swordsmanship back when he was only level 7, and the only reason he didn't go beyond that was because level 10 is the max before gaining a class. At first, he even thought it was a bug. Lidigion stands up, saying he's honored that Han thinks of him so highly, but if talent were the only thing that mattered, the hero closest to him would have been someone else. Han lets out a short laugh, agreeing that it's true. While he may not have been able to outdo Cirrus in other ways, the 5 of them are nearly equal in power. Binding the shield to his arm, he adds that if all 5 ever clashed, anyone among them could come out on top. As he activates his power again, he tells Lidigion that he wants to continue until he's fully satisfied. Elsewhere, students are eating in the academy cafeteria. Jenna leans over to ask Eren if he also thinks Han has been acting strange lately. But before he can answer, his attention shifts to a group of loud trainees showing off. One of them, with long hair, laughs and says it's embarrassing to train with such weaklings, wondering aloud if there's even one talented person among them. Another scoffs, saying they're all nobodies, and tells him to stop talking and fight already. Just then, Han appears and knocks both of them out cold with his fists alone. Eren watches, then turns to Jenna, saying Han seems normal to him. Jenna sighs, slightly unsure, but nods in agreement. Suddenly, their instructor shouts, demanding to know what's going on, questioning if they want to be kicked out of the academy. She reminds them that fights between trainees are against the rules and orders them to resolve their issues some other way, warning that she won't be so forgiving next time. Han, standing with blood on his hand while holding one of the unconscious students, glances over at her. Jenna continues to feel uneasy, unsure why she still has a strange feeling. Eren jokes that maybe it's because he didn't notice anything himself. Meanwhile, another trainee mocks Han, only to be beaten into the ground as well, which makes Eren think again that Han hasn't really changed. After that, Han goes back to training with Lidijon, locking swords in fierce combat. He grits his teeth in frustration, noticing that Lidijon has changed his technique today. He's not deflecting, but completely blocking Han's attacks. Despite his effort, every strike is stopped. Han tells himself that he's among the top 1%, already has 10 skills, and his synergy-based ones like Composure, Berserk, and Indomitability are incredibly rare. He believes that even offering 5,000 gems wouldn't be enough to recruit someone like Lidijon, whose value goes beyond numbers. Once again, Lidijon defeats him, blade resting on Han's neck. Han grips the sword's edge with both hands, thinking that he too needs to understand defeat. Smirking, he asks Lidijon for another round. Standing steady, he reflects that back in Townia, he never truly lost. Not to Jenna, Eren, Velkist, Nerissa, or even top-tier heroes like Edis and Roderick. Most of his fights were against weaker opponents, but this is different. Now, someone far stronger than him stands across the battlefield. Raising his sword, Lidijon tells Han that although the time has been shorty, he has improved a lot, and with just a little more effort, he'll reach the level of intermediate weapon arts. Han grips his injured hand tightly, smirking as he speaks about the concept of a strength-based sword, pointing out that what Lidijon used last time seemed more like a smooth and flowing blade. He adds that Lidijon's low stats don't seem to hold him back at all, and asks what kind of technique he will show him next. With a calm motion, Lidijon tosses the sword up and catches it again, telling Han to take a guess. As he grips the hilt firmly, he slams the blade into the ground, thinking to himself that even though his total stats are still under 40, Han hasn't even managed to scratch him. With each strike, Lidijon explains that being strong doesn't automatically mean the sword itself becomes strong, and the same applies to speed. Swinging the sword again, he explains that even if someone swings a blade with a strength stat of 10, the blade itself will not reflect that full power. It only draws a portion of it. Han dashes forward, teeth clenched, and attacks from the front, but once again, Lidijon avoids the strike with ease. Their blades clash in a flurry of sparks as Lidijon grins, asking Han what he thinks the true strength of his sword is, and also of his own. He then tells him that the strength of his own sword is around 1/8 of his physical strength stat, while Han's sword strikes with about 3 times the force of his own raw strength. Han slowly steps backward, catching his breath, and compliments Lidijon on his skill, while Lidijon humbly responds that being praised by his master is a great honor. Their eyes lock with intense focus, and in the very next moment, Han lunges forward, swinging so fiercely, but Lidijon manages to dodge the attack. Somewhere else, someone knocks at the door, and after knocking twice without receiving a reply, she scoffs, thinking that he hasn't been in for the past few days, and how difficult it is for her to personally summon a trainee who is caught up in training since their schedules never align. Grinding her teeth in irritation, she recalls the past, remembering how rude she was back then while thinking about her master. Back to Lidijon, who dodges Han's attack. He tells him that even if he trains here for just a year, or even half a year, he will grow far stronger than before. Taking back his sword, Han tells him, of course he will, then chuckles as he spins his sword and charges at Lidijon. Lidijon blocks his strike once again, and Han ducks low, attempting to strike at his head while Lidijon catches on, remarking that his combat style is different from his own, further explaining that Han's excellent basic weapon arts are supported by many other skills, so he fights more like Cirrus. He points out that Han is an all-rounder who can adapt to any situation at hand. Even if they searched all over Mobius, they would only find a handful of 3-star heroes who could match him. If he keeps growing at this rate, he will surely become the strongest among them. Completely drained, Han scoffs that it's not so easy, noting that looking at him now and thinking about the strongest, Lidijon is the only hero who might stand a chance against Cirrus. He specializes in small-scale combat and excels in one-on-one battles. If the opponent is human, he almost always wins. Lidijon adds that Han's greatest advantage now is being able to enter Berserk mode without losing his reason, so he assumes that it's possible. Han tells him it's because he is half hero and half master. Han considers how composure and berserk, two skills that normally cannot coexist, are working together inside him, making him feel like a bugged character. He has broken free from the system's limits. Lidigyan further explains that Han is already closer to a 7-star, and all 7 stars are beyond level 100, so he assumes the same applies to the skills. The combination of skills that usually cannot be merged or split are no longer bound by those rules. If the number of slots for them is infinite too, before Lidigyan can continue, Han points out that it would break the balance and is basically cheating for him. Lidigyan says that based on their research here, there's one more trait of a 7-star, explaining that the efficiency of synthesis is incredibly high. Han is stunned by this, and Lidigyan further explains that when a hero receives data through an offering, more than 90% of the information is usually lost during the process. So even if he sacrifices a hero with 100 strength, the target hero only gains about 10. Still confused, Han asks if it's different for a 7-star. Lidigyan comments that he can tell Han has received formal training in swordsmanship, something he likely wouldn't have had back on Earth, as he can recognize the traces of knightly swordsmanship in his fighting. Han recalls Shay Lathistry, the 4-star hero who was synthesized with him, realizing that it must have come from her. He asks Lidigyan if he possesses that talent now because of being combined with a higher-level hero. Lidigyan replies that if that were the case, his swordsmanship would look very different. It does have some influence, but not overwhelmingly so. From what he's seen, this hero's swordsmanship appears to be intermediate level, asking Han if he can now wield the hero's sword techniques. Raising his sword, eyes filled with determination, Han tells Lidigyan that he will try it. He recalls someone telling him she isn't the chosen one and will leave it to him. Han's body becomes engulfed by a surge of energy erupting from within and spreading outward. Han consciously grabs hold of it, makes it his own, and then his body moves naturally, bringing his basic sword shield technique to level 9. He leaps toward Lidigyan, aiming to strike his chest, but his attack is parried, leading Lidigyan to praise him, saying he is much improved. Returning his sword to its sheath, Lidigyan tells Han that synthesis isn't just about absorbing experience points. He warns Han to be careful because high efficiency isn't always beneficial, as there's a risk that his information could become mixed and have negative effects. Han recalls that he gained some improvements in swordsmanship through synthesis with Shay. Suddenly, he collapses to the ground when Lidigyan points out that maybe the reason he couldn't acquire any defensive skills despite possessing the sword shield technique is linked to something deeper. Han remarks that he supposes he should be more careful since he aims to reach body sword unity in the future. Nisselred suddenly appears with a trolley, announcing that it's time for the master's lunch, and hurries to remove the cloth from the table, revealing a spread of various dishes. Bowing politely, she informs them that everything is ready and asks them to take a rest. Han tells Lidigyan to eat before they continue. The scene shifts to Floor 18, Mission Type Exploration, objective to inspect the target region. A blonde-haired man shouts to the girl, urging them to cover him without delay, and they all agree to support him. Lilini charges ahead swiftly, eliminating a knight with her spear. The leader then instructs Bennick to cover Anan from behind, since arrows won't pierce the knight's armor. Bennick complies with the command, while another teammate warns him to be cautious because the knights are using proper swordsmanship. Bennick replies that he already knows. Afterward, the whole team is ordered to get down. The group freezes in terror, turning towards the source of a loud scream, only to witness a figure cut down multiple people in a single motion. The blonde guy offers a grim smile as the system notifies them that the floor has been secured. Two members, Anan and Lilini, level up and receive a bonus of 50,000 gold coins. Additionally, Ryman is declared MVP. He praises the group for staying focused even against human-type enemies. One member comments that he became accustomed to it after the 12th floor and that adaptation is necessary for survival. Rosa compliments Lilini for her performance, and Lilini thanks her for her efforts. Meanwhile, atop a rooftop, someone observes them silently, eavesdropping on their conversation about food. The system continues to display the team's stats along with their designated roles. In the distance, a playground appears with a structure standing at the center of the arena. Something inside a cage shines brightly as a battle is unfolding. Edith is furiously attacking someone, relentlessly beating up the blonde man. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man also prepares to strike the girl, who is screaming in pain from the blows. Edith points her sword at Bennick, whispering in his ear that she advises them to fight with the mindset of killing, otherwise they will all meet their end. She further warns them not to let their guard down simply because it's 5 against 2, explaining that it's not unusual for an entire group to get slaughtered by a single enemy on the battlefield. As the blonde man asks her to repeat, a sword suddenly comes flying at him, and the gray-haired man ends up landing a hit on both Lilini and the blonde man. Ryman swings his sword, but Edith intercepts and counters with an upward strike, punching him directly in the jaw. Suddenly, the blonde guy leaps toward her from above, but Edith dodges easily, thinking that he still hesitates when it comes to fighting people, especially his own party members, with deadly intent. Because of this, he ends up getting kicked in the stomach. Watching him, Edith thinks to herself that he's still lacking a bit, but this isn't bad. There are 5 candidates here, and she's already decided which members she'll take into Party 2. In a 3-story house, the dining table is laid out with plenty of food. Edith asks if they like the meal. The men look satisfied and compliment the food. Edith smirks, announcing that the 3 of them are now members of Party 2, causing them to freeze in shock. She further questions whether they have any objections to her decision. A heavyset man stands up, declaring that it's truly an honor for him, while the man beside him tells him to stop being so dramatic. Meanwhile, Lilini sits silently, mentioning that there will be many dangerous missions ahead once they move on to the 2nd floor, asking Edith if she's right. She adds that she heard Diron died too, and she's been scared ever since arriving, so for someone like her to be placed in Party 2, she feels hesitant. Suddenly, Edith orders her to stay on the 1st floor, leaving Lilini stunned. Edith adds coldly that she'll die eventually, even if she stays on the 1st floor, as she has already witnessed plenty of people die. While cutting her steak, she explains further that Lilini might be sent into a stage alone for scouting or used as a test subject. Edith then declares that the atmosphere in the lobby changed ever since Party 3 was formed. They've already cleared the 14th floor, so she's certain they'll reach the 18th floor within a few days. Once they're fully settled, opportunities to advance to the 2nd floor will become even scarcer. She warns them to choose wisely. Inside the house, a large crowd has gathered, and from their expressions, many appear hesitant and uneasy. Among them stands Rosa, clearly displeased, while Lilini is taken aback to see her present there. Someone grabs Anand from behind as Ryman steps forward to congratulate him on successfully reaching the 2nd floor. The people glance around uncertainly, while a man with only one eye sits quietly in the distance, watching the scene unfold in silence. After some time, the system announces that the Master has initiated the transformation. A bright beam of light shoots from the building, piercing into the sky. Suddenly, a man from among the crowd raises his hand and starts yelling, demanding to know why he was excluded. He protests, shouting that he was told he could survive if he tried harder. In desperation, he pleads with them, asking what they are doing to him and begging them to let him out. His cries for help echo as he pleads for one more chance. The system calmly notifies that the transformation has been completed and the user has successfully received the main spirit stumps. Another notification follows, stating that the synthesis of items has begun. It explains that by combining the main enchantment stone with the main spirit stone, a mid-level enchantment stone can be created with a success rate of 91%. The synthesis process will proceed automatically. Some among the crowd rejoice repeatedly at the news. The system then confirms that the synthesis has been completed successfully and the user has obtained a mid-level enchantment stone. Additionally, it announces that the blonde 3-star hero, Anand, has been officially promoted, with his card updated to reflect his new image. Bennick, too, has advanced to 3-star rank, with his illustration newly revised. Lilini has also become a 3-star, standing proudly beside the others, just like them. The three of them stand together, a clear contrast to two men nearby who exchange anxious glances, quietly worrying about their own fates. One of them mutters that at this rate, they'll surely end up just like the others someday, while the other laments that with his current skill level, he doubts he will ever reach the second floor at all. Somewhere else, Anan is getting beaten brutally, coughing up blood as he crashes to the ground. Forcing himself to sit up, he wipes the blood from his mouth while the man in front of him taunts, asking if he really said that, with a better shot at survival, he would surpass him. And it barely took any time at all. Anan, struggling to catch his breath, congratulates the man, remarking that now the master will likely assign him to either Party 4 or 5 soon. The bandaged man chuckles, asking if Anan is also a candidate for the second floor now, since he managed to reach the 11th floor in just 2 weeks after arriving. Laughing as he glances toward the door, none other than the entrance to the second floor, he comments on how useful he has become. Meanwhile, Lidijon and Han are fiercely clashing, their blades and energies colliding in rapid succession. Han grins inwardly, thinking that once he reaches level 10, he might finally have to share his skills with others. In his mind, he envisions it lit like a game of chess. Someone once said that if basic weapon proficiency is a battle, then intermediate proficiency is like war. In this war, one must defend their territory while simultaneously invading the enemies. That is the essence of intermediate weapon arts. The swordsmanship style someone uses is merely the tool through which this war is waged. But Han knows that right now, his technique is still incomplete. He tells himself he must build solid and unbreakable walls so that no enemy escapes alive should they dare invade. Back in the battle, the system notifies him that his sword and shield technique has reached level 10. His beginner proficiency in sword and shield has now hit the maximum, and upon meeting specific conditions, the skill can evolve into a more advanced form. Han strikes at Lidijon, but his blow is parried with ease. Lidijon smiles, recognizing how much Han's skills are improving, and counters with force, sending Han flying backward. Han, caught off guard, is suddenly surrounded by a strange green energy. Lidijon informs him that once he reaches the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he won't even need to swing or touch a sword to defeat his enemies. He will slay them effortlessly, even standing still among shattered rocks. Han holds his ground, smirking, declaring that he never intended to reach that level because he has no plans to pursue the expert class. Turning away, he calls out to Yurneth. She replies that she's already there. Picking up his shirt, Han mentions that he's been absent far too long and asks her how the training is progressing as he gets dressed. He then requests her to open a dimensional window to the location he needs until tomorrow evening. Confirming if he means dimension 0584, she asks for clarification. Han answers yes, because he's planning to send someone there. Somewhere else, the scene shifts to a grand building. A knock echoes on the door, and upon receiving permission to enter, a woman steps inside, asking Han if he is already awake. Without wasting a moment, she begins darting around the room, tidying up every corner while murmuring that it's the least she can do for him. Han turns towards her, telling her calmly that such effort really isn't necessary. Pointing at his statue, he instructs her to dispose of it, stating he no longer has any use for it. She inquires if he is heading out for training. As the illusion around him faintly fades, Han replies that he simply wants to observe how the others are doing and intends to have a few conversations as well, though only for the morning since he has other plans for the afternoon. Shortly after, Han appears in the classroom. Jenna immediately notices something about him, feels different compared to previous days. Han questions her observation, but Jenna can't pinpoint exactly why. It's more of a feeling, something about his aura. Han smirks to himself, thinking that she truly is sharp. Stretching her arms lazily, Jenna complains that she's growing tired of these lessons, feeling stiff from merely sitting and listening to lectures. Han reassures her that since they are transitioning to a new part of the curriculum, things should soon feel different. Jenna adds that much of what they are learning mirrors what Han himself has been teaching them, which feels odd to her. Han sighs inwardly, realizing Jenna's intelligence might become troublesome, since even a fool could figure out he isn't an ordinary hero based on what he has accomplished so far. After this, Han quietly tells Eren to follow him to the garden once his schedule wraps up. Once the discussion ends, they all head to their class, where the instructor announces that today's session will involve putting theory into practice. He mentions that although they haven't officially worked with their teammates before, if they've been paying attention in class, they should manage just fine. With that, the session begins. Han watches, impressed by Jenna's speed. For someone born a mere 1 star, her agility is remarkable. She possesses a range of movement skills that grant her exceptional dexterity, far outpacing her peers at the same level. If she were to use even a single teammate as a shield, she could likely dominate an entire party on her own. Meanwhile, Eren struggles somewhat, clearly weaker and having difficulty dealing with opponents. After class concludes, Eren and Han walk down the corridor together. Eren glances back, asking where they are heading. Han replies coolly, telling him simply to follow in silence. Eren stood in utter disbelief, his jaw slack as he stared at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Han stood calmly near the open portal, simply gesturing for Eren to step inside without offering much of an explanation. Though frozen at first, overwhelmed by confusion, Eren eventually forced himself to follow Han through the glowing threshold. The scenery changed at once, transporting them to a vast and beautiful garden filled with a strange, almost surreal tranquility. Still dazed, Eren questioned their whereabouts. Nisselred appeared behind them, calmly explaining that this was the 13th floor, known as the Garden of Frogs, a place said to be reserved for the strongest beings in the entire tower. His confusion deepened with every passing moment until a woman in a flowing white gown appeared, introducing herself as Yurneth. She claimed to be the master's right hand, though Nisselred quickly corrected her, stating that such a title rightfully belonged to Cirrus, leaving Yurneth to chuckle in mild embarrassment. Eren's mind struggled to keep pace with the absurdity around him. Han ignored his questions entirely and instead inquired about the dimension window to Mudin, receiving a casual confirmation from Yurneth that it was already open. Eren remained dumbfounded, unable to grasp the true purpose behind all this. Han's words soon made it clear enough. This was the opportunity Eren had wished for, a path to becoming stronger. He could refuse, of course, and simply settle for training here, preparing to live out his days as an instructor in Townia. Yurneth explained further, revealing this had been her own suggestion. She had seen many like Eren before, those without extraordinary talent who attempted to overcome their limitations through effort alone. However, such people inevitably reached a wall they could not break through. Sensing the change in Eren's expression, Han told him not to be discouraged. This was simply the way of things. Yet Yurneth reminded them that exceptions always existed. There had been one man with even less talent than Eren, and yet somehow, through sheer persistence, he had clawed his way up to their level. As Eren struggled to believe her words, Yurneth conjured a door shimmering with energy. This, she explained, was the gateway to Dimension 0584, Luonin, the site of a world raid 2 years prior and the current location of Mudin. She warned him of its dangers, explaining that this dimension drained life force itself. Many had followed Mudin there seeking strength, yet nearly all perished. Han added bluntly that death was almost certain. The survival rate, Yurneth clarified, stood at less than 3%. Eren's heart pounded as he absorbed this. The risk was monumental, but so too was the potential reward. If he valued his life, he should turn back. Yet, with determination in his eyes, Eren gripped his weapon and asked if surviving would truly make him stronger. Receiving silent affirmation, he stepped forward without hesitation. He had no intention of dying. He only wished to do everything within his power. Yurneth gave one final piece of advice. Time flowed differently in Luonin, and he would do well to remember that. Without looking back, Eren crossed the threshold, leaving behind only a few words for Han to take care of himself. Watching the portal close, Han couldn't hide the weight of his worry, asking Yurneth if she believed there was any hope for Eren's survival. She gave an honest answer. The odds were slim, even with Mudin's awareness of him. As Han prepared to leave, he instructed Yurneth to send him to Taunia immediately upon his return, though she warned there was every possibility Eren would never come back. Han accepted this with a silent nod, knowing well that Eren had now embarked on a path of his own choosing, while he too continued forward along his own. As part of his daily routine, Han returned to his training with Lidijon, their swords clashing together in a familiar rhythm. Sparks flew as their blades struck with precision, but suddenly, a dark fog glowed faintly from Han's blade. Stepping back, Han questioned Lidijon if he was finally getting good enough. Lidijon calmly replied that he had already reached his goal. Han glanced at his system window, realizing that his level still hadn't changed. It remained stubbornly at level 20, and his stats had stayed exactly the same. Yet, there was one crucial difference that stood out. As the system notification flickered before him, he thought carefully, imagining his skills displayed in icon form, reasoning that his basic sword techniques had successfully advanced to the intermediate level. Moreover, he had managed to separate his skills, which allowed him greater flexibility in combat. Although he had lost the stealthy movement skills as part of the class penalty, it wasn't something that left him disappointed, since it never truly suited his fighting style. Meanwhile, Jenna had progressed significantly as well, having earned the rogue class after achieving a 37-win streak in training duels against her fellow trainees. This success had granted her exemption from group training. She had also advanced her archery skills to the intermediate level and was currently attempting to fuse her weakness detection ability with quick fire for greater efficiency. To achieve this, she planned to take lessons from Neza Lexna, who was ranked 13th and considered the next great archer after Nahaku. During this time, Yurneth presented Han with a peculiar ring known as the Evidence of the Fall of the Heavens, an artifact said to possess the ability to cancel any form of rules. Accepting it from her, Han listened as she explained its significance, that it served as undeniable proof that he was the master. Should he encounter other participants along the way, the ring would ensure they recognized his authority immediately. Through this ring, he could activate telepathy, allowing communication across any distance. Though Han noted this wasn't particularly necessary at the moment, he still examined the artifact with interest. Yurneth further elaborated that the ring had been enchanted with advanced information manipulation techniques capable of altering item data, stats windows, and even system locks. Curious, Han asked how long he would be able to use it. She informed him that its efficiency would begin to wane once Taunia's master reached the 50th floor, which was still some time away. Sitting down in thought, Han praised her craftsmanship, acknowledging that creating such a sophisticated item must have been exhausting to accomplish alone. Yurneth admitted she had begun crafting it even before his arrival, and that it had been nearly completed by the time he showed up. On the verge of tears, she confessed how the thought of him leaving again made her feel unbearably lonely. Feeling somewhat annoyed, Han told her not to act so dramatically, assuring her they would meet again soon. Yurneth's eyes brightened at his words as she leaned toward him, asking if he truly meant it. Han confirmed, mentioning that he intended to stop by once more before returning to Earth. Huffing in mild frustration, she stated that she didn't need such hollow promises. Suddenly remembering something important, Han interrupted the conversation, asking her to open the weapon storage. Yurneth, confused by his sudden request, watched as he clarified that he intended to retrieve a weapon from Niflheimer before his departure. Both of them proceeded to the weapon storage marked as level max. The vast room was crowded with countless weapons of every shape and size, arranged in a meticulous order. After walking for a while through the neatly lined corridors of weapons, Han picked up a top-level steel sword forged from high-grade steel using a specialized technique. Examining the sword carefully, he tested its weight and balance, though Yurneth, who was standing silently behind him, commented that such a basic weapon hardly suited someone like him. She suggested he follow her instead. Without further delay, she led him down another corridor, deeper into the armory where the truly special equipment was stored. They eventually arrived at an enormous door with a control panel fixed to its side. Yurneth stepped ahead, activating the mechanism as she casually explained that everything beyond this door was S rank or higher, and the real treasures, those crafted by Han himself, were displayed within. As the door slowly opened with a mechanical hiss, both of them stepped inside. Han's eyes scanned the collection, and he asked if there were exactly 32 of these items. Yurneth confirmed his guess, explaining that a total of 32 items had been made by his own hands and now rested here. As he observed the artifacts, all radiating powerful energy, Yurneth pointed out one in particular, Mistiltine. She reminded him that it could deal damage even through special forms of defense, making it extremely useful for scaling the tower's tougher floors. Mistiltine was an S-rank sword crafted from black steel and the cursed branches of the Tree of Life. It possessed the rare ability to inflict damage regardless of blessings and ignored magical or physical defenses entirely. Holding the sword briefly, Han commented on how this weapon would have been invaluable during his battle against the Black Dragon on the 20th floor of the tower in Townia, given its resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Yet he placed it back without hesitation, remarking that its uses were too narrow. He preferred something more versatile. Yurneth then guided him to another artifact, Balasarda. This sword was forged from the horns and scales of the Shadow Demon King, allowing it to penetrate an enemy's physical defense and any related abilities. She also pointed out its downside. Because of its physical penetration properties, the wielder could not raise their own physical defense while using it. However, it had been created from a demon king who had concealed his physical form within the spirit realm, allowing the blade to pierce any armor or scales, leaving even the toughest foes exposed. Han, running his fingers along the blade's edge, acknowledged its strengths, but dismissed it as unsuitable for him. He noted it failed to account for magical defenses, rendering it insufficient for his needs. Yurneth suggested Gungnir next. Han raised an eyebrow, asking if this was truly her recommendation. She confirmed, explaining that he wouldn't even need proficiency in spearmanship to wield it effectively. Han acknowledged that the earlier model, Brionac, was compatible with it, allowing him to obliterate groups of enemies from a distance with a single throw. Yurneth reminded him that he was free to take all these weapons if he wished. They had been his creations after all, and belonged to him by right. However, Han corrected her gently, stating that he had not made these weapons alone. Without the help of others, the best he could have produced would have been B-rank items. He specifically credited Yurneth's assistance as invaluable. Without her, he doubted he could have crafted anything beyond S-rank. Moreover, many of these weapons were already assigned for use, and he didn't believe the one he sought was among them. After that, Han turned towards Yurneth, who stood prepared, her gaze unwavering and filled with determination. Without hesitation, he declared his intention to forge a new weapon. At his command, Yurneth immediately opened a portal leading to the forge, bowing respectfully to her master. Upon stepping through, they arrived directly before the first blast furnace of maximum level, as the system promptly notified. Staring down at the searing heat with utmost seriousness, Han instructed Yurneth to make all necessary preparations. Placing a firm hand on his shoulder, Yurneth agreed without delay. Moments later, Han activated the verification skill, and in an instant, black lightning crackled throughout the area, engulfing the surroundings. Utilizing his ring to invoke the authority of Niflheimer's master, the system informed him that he now had clearance to create his own item. Yurneth inquired what kind of item he wished to craft, to which Han firmly responded that he intended to forge a growth-type weapon. The system followed up, confirming if he had chosen casting, and warned him that this method entailed numerous complexities. Han, with confidence, answered in the affirmative. The system proceeded to prompt him to select his materials, and as he finalized his choices from the expansive list, the selected items plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into the bubbling, molten lava below. Yurneth reported that both material preparation and blast furnace readiness were complete. Summoning the blacksmith workers, a man soon emerged from a glowing blue circle, asking Yurneth if she had summoned him. Yurneth explained that it was done under the master's orders. Confused, the old man questioned where the master was, his voice rising with surprise. Yurneth clarified further that this was an official Grade 1 call-up order, requiring all master blacksmiths of Rank 1 or higher to assemble. The old man's jaw slackened in shock, but quickly acknowledged the command. The system then confirmed that all conditions had been met perfectly and announced that the best possible weapon could now be created under these ideal circumstances. At present, there were 135 members on standby, fully prepared. The old man barked orders at the workers, urging them to move swiftly and pour their utmost effort into this endeavor. Yurneth commenced the first step by dispatching the prepared materials. Han asked for the next steps, and Yurneth explained they were moving forward with enchantment, specifically one of self-evolving flow that would analyze and adapt to his combat patterns. She proceeded to open the blast furnace and activate the processing plant. Observing the preparation, the old man expressed concern, noting the difficulty of utilizing 13 different types of minerals together, as they did not easily harmonize. Yurneth instructed the workers to remain on standby for further orders. Turning once more to Han, she asked if he was truly certain about proceeding with this task, as their calculations indicated the difficulty was far higher than initially anticipated. Curious, Han pressed for details, and Yurneth informed him that this surpassed even the entry level of Hell rank. Smirking with resolve, Han flexed his hands and remarked that such a challenge must equate to the difficulty faced when forging one of the 5 divine weapons. Yurneth, analyzing the stats, noted that the current task's challenge level might even exceed that comparison. Undeterred, Han confidently stated they would find out soon enough and asked if she was prepared to proceed with the enchantment. She tells him yes, without hesitation. The first ever blast furnace, unlike the automated ones, requires manual operation and comes with 8 distinct levels of difficulty for creation. In most cases, this serves as the measure of one's capabilities. Observing the system window carefully, Han selects one of the available options, instructing Yurneth to commence the procedure. He decisively chooses Entry to Hell. Instantly, the system responds, informing him that anyone bold enough to select the Entry to Hell option must first offer a suitable sacrifice. It further notifies Han that the first ever blast furnace has now been activated and prompts him to select 3 initial offerings. The system warns that selecting offerings of the proper rank could unlock up to 100 difficulty levels. Han contemplates briefly before deciding to offer Stormbringer, Bagalta, and Azoth. Yurneth, clearly confused by his choices, questions him, but Han assures her with unwavering confidence that these are indeed his selections. Respecting his decision, Yurneth agrees without further objection. In the blink of an eye, the chosen materials are dropped directly into the roaring furnace. Following this, the system promptly informs him that his sacrifices have been deemed worthy, declaring that the gates to Hell are now opening and assigning the difficulty level as Supreme Divinity. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Han braces himself for the challenge ahead. The system delivers yet another message, informing him that the difficulty penalty has been activated, further clarifying that the effectiveness of the entire facility has been reduced by 33%. It states plainly that the likelihood of success is now nearly impossible and advises him against proceeding any further. Presenting him with the options of yes or no, Han smirks as he realizes the system itself is trying to dissuade him from continuing. However, having already sacrificed the valuable items, retreat is not an option. Yurneth reminds him calmly that there is no turning back now. Picking up some components from nearby, Han questions her if there is any hidden significance behind this so-called puzzle. Yurneth confirms, explaining that of course there is. They are selecting the answer themselves. The system notifies them that preparations for the puzzle are underway and asks Han directly if he is ready to face Hell. Han locks his eyes on the screen with steely determination, realizing that the first challenge presented is a cube puzzle. Turning to Yurneth, he confirms if she is prepared, and she responds affirmatively. Standing resolute, both of them face the system with confidence. As the test initiates, the cubes begin to shift and rotate, while Han remains motionless, his gaze fixed intently upon the unfolding scene. Han commands the system, while Yurneth provides precise instructions, guiding him through each step. Suddenly, a faint blue light escapes from Han's eyes as the system informs him that the penalty, Curse of the Blind, has been activated. The puzzle before him becomes increasingly blurred, distorting his vision to the point where he can barely make anything out. The system further notifies him that only 29 minutes remain. Panic flickers through his mind as he realizes he cannot see clearly, but he steadies himself, reminding that he has already calculated the formula. Trusting in his instincts, he strikes his fingers across the keyboard with confidence, certain he is heading in the right direction. Moments later, the system announces that he has successfully cleared the puzzle in just 14 seconds with a 100% accuracy rate. It further informs him that the eternal fire of hell has now ignited within the first ever blast furnace. Yurneth acknowledges the progress, stating that the intervention points have been fully transferred and urges him to proceed with the next process. As the processing plant activates, Han steps forward without hesitation. The next challenge is a rhythm game, and upon activation, he begins striking the keyboard swiftly in time with the required patterns. Within mere seconds, the system reports that the first ever blast furnace is undergoing purification. Moving on, the third game is a version of Tetris with 5 different block types, compounded by both the blindness penalty and triple acceleration. Yet, within moments, Han clears this challenge as well. The system congratulates him, announcing that the blast furnace has now been imbued with the mana of hell. The fourth challenge is a pinball puzzle. Han, undeterred, proceeds with the same unwavering focus, continuing to clear each successive puzzle. Observing his performance, the old man assisting in the forge is left stunned, unable to believe that Han has returned to this level of precision so quickly. Yurneth calmly informs the old man that the alignment is complete, and it is time to put it all into action. Meanwhile, Han methodically advances through the sequence of challenges, even reaching the 12th one without faltering. Yurneth is astounded by his pace, recognizing that a single mistake could unravel everything. Now faced with the block puzzle, Han's fingers tremble slightly as he struggles to maintain composure. He silently questions if he has lost his mind, wondering how something he casually solved on a phone could now feel so monumental. But as a hero who has surpassed human limitations, he resolves that this should not faze him. Redoubling his efforts, he increases his speed and soon receives a favorable message from the system. Elsewhere, the workers scramble in a frenzy, assuring themselves that no errors have been made on their end. Yurneth updates Han, informing him that he has successfully cleared all 13 puzzles within 15 minutes and that his performance has improved remarkably. Clenching his fist, Han responds that this is merely the beginning. Now it is time for the 14th and final puzzle, the supreme level puzzle with a double penalty of 35 times 35. Yurneth remarks that this is a secret stage within the Supreme Divine Difficulty Challenge and reminds him that despite the penalties, the rules remain unchanged. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Han tackles the final puzzle, his mind racing as he battles through the intense difficulty. After a harrowing effort, the system finally announces that the first ever blast furnace has been fully imbued with the spirit of hell. Yurneth informs Han that the holding phase is complete and they are moving on to the next step, the 15th puzzle, the maze, with only 30 minutes remaining. Upon solving it, the system announces that the first ever blast furnace has been imbued with the eternal fire of hell. Automatic restoration enhancement is complete, along with the special possession enchantment and enforcement enchantment. Han, overwhelmed by the sudden flood of notifications, stares at the screen in disbelief. At this point, Yurneth also looks tense as 2 problems appear simultaneously, the jigsaw puzzle and the spot the difference game. The time limit for the spot difference is 30 minutes, and the jigsaw puzzle requires filling in 2 missing pieces. Han frantically types, realizing this entire process wasn't designed for a normal human. As he presses on, the system notifies him that the self-evolution enchantment, automatic judgment enchantment, and strong attack enchantment are now complete. The next challenge appears, a rhythm game under super hell difficulty with penalties of triple speed and 7 fewer keys. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Han feels his concentration slipping, but he forces himself to push through. The system notifies him that the first ever blast furnace has now been imbued with the curse of hell. Yurneth, holding a holy book, calls upon something to appear and prove itself. She exhales, telling Han this is the final stage. Han, breathing heavily, struggles to steady his thoughts as the system displays the final challenge. All the puzzles he has faced will now appear again, requiring him to clear all within a strict 5-hour limit. With unwavering determination, Han's fingers fly over the keyboard, never pausing. Despite his growing fatigue, he clenches his teeth and fights on until he finally clicks the last button. The system announces his success. He has created Bifrost. Yurneth confirms this achievement, watching Han collapse forward, breathing heavily. He asks if he made any mistakes, and she smiles, assuring him he did not. Holding the new weapon in hand, Han inspects it closely. Bifrost, a long sword forged from the eternal flames of hell, possesses an unknown rank and limitless potential. As he reads the last line, Han grows puzzled upon seeing it somehow tied to the proof of the fall in heaven. Yurneth laughs softly, admitting she was merely worried about him leaving. Turning to her, Han questions whether she tampered with it without his knowledge. Analyzing the sword further, he listens as she explains it allows for dimensional jumps, enabling him to summon any weapon from Niflheimer to his side. Han remarks that he's never heard of any enchantment like this before, but Yurneth confirms it's a rare and powerful ability. She warns, however, that while he excels at many things, no one can predict the future. Though he seems ready, she reveals her wish. If he permits it, she would leave Niflheimer to stay by his side. She fears that if something were to happen to him, he'd have no one. In times of grave danger, Bifrost will summon a weapon from Niflheimer to protect him. This can occur 3 times. Han inquires if there are any additional conditions. Yurneth apologizes, explaining that due to the vast distance during main missions, its power is limited, likely usable only once per mission. Han reassures her not to worry. He doesn't intend to cause any glitches or bug reports with this weapon and won't use the ability unless absolutely necessary. The workers, having witnessed the process, stand in awe. Han informs Yurneth that he no longer needs the weapons he previously used. Obediently, she disposes of them by casting them into the lava. Sheathing Bifrost on his back, Han grins, promising to surprise everyone upon his return. Now, he possesses 2 ultimate weapons, Bifrost, the longsword, and the ring, proof of fallen heaven. Back in the training hall, a black-haired woman swiftly kicks her opponent, her sword clashing against a brown-haired girl's weapon, dodging with remarkable speed and covering great distances in mere seconds. Jenna stands beside Han on the balcony, observing the scene below with a puzzled expression. She remarks that she had been wondering what they would be learning today since it's their final lesson, asking Han if he can clearly see what's happening because, to her, everything below is moving far too fast to follow properly. Down in the arena, a man dressed in a suit, wielding a spear, calmly explains that those who handle spears or similarly long weapons must always maintain proper distance from their enemies. Even as someone tries to attack him, he continues, emphasizing that in a one-on-one fight, it's crucial never to allow the opponent to control the space between them. Meanwhile, a woman with her hair tied into a large bun comments that rogues should always aim for their enemy's weakness. In the background, a man demonstrates by pinning another trainee with a knife pressed to his neck, while the woman further explains that rogues must constantly vary their movements to remain unpredictable. The black-haired woman shouts, announcing that the instructors will expose and correct their flaws through individual sparring sessions, instructing everyone to await their turn. Now, it's Jenna's time to fight. Leaping into the arena, Jenna faces off against the bun-haired woman, who immediately counters her with a powerful kick. Observing Jenna's boldness, the woman notes that most trainees hesitate and avoid close combat once they realize how physically overwhelming the instructors are. However, Jenna is different. Her determination is evident, and she refuses to back down. From the balcony, Han watches silently as Jenna holds her ground. Suddenly, during the next exchange, Han manages to strike the instructor and pushes her back. The onlookers are stunned. None of them expected Han to land a clean hit on an instructor. Even the instructor herself is visibly shaken, shouting in disbelief that a mere level 20 trainee had managed to attack her. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she loses control as the system alerts everyone that Veselin has entered berserk mode. Just as she is about to retaliate fiercely, a hand grabs her shoulder from behind, halting her. A calm voice tells her that she has crossed the line. Realizing it's Elderkin, she immediately steps down and apologizes, visibly panicked. Elderkin silently observes Han, noting to himself that this is the 17th time they've received trainees from other lobbies for such training. Throughout his years of experience, having trained over 1,000 candidates, he has never encountered someone with Han's raw talent. Though he's aware that Veselin hadn't used her full strength, no one before has ever landed a blow on an instructor. There's something undeniably unusual about this boy. The scene transitions to Yurneth, who scoffs while delicately holding her teacup, remarking that perhaps things had gone a bit too far just now. Meanwhile, in the sparkling, pristine room of the 3-story building where Han resides, Nisselred stands at attention, asking if he has already packed his belongings. Han responds with a smirk, casually mentioning that today marks his final day and that he's made sure to clean up after himself. Glancing toward the banner hanging outside his room, Han questions Yurneth about why he was even chosen for this in the first place. Yurneth calmly informs him that it is because he is undeniably the most talented and skilled among the hundreds of trainees. Moreover, it serves as an opportunity for her to bestow upon him a special item. Casting a glance at his sword, Han asks if that's what she's referring to. Yurneth confirms, explaining that it is a reward from Niflheimer, specifically reserved for the first-place trainee. Han, with mild curiosity, inquires about the reward for the second-place contender. Yurneth answers that it goes to Jenna, noting that she ranks first among the rogues and second overall, highlighting her considerable talent. Han, showing slight concern, orders Yurneth not to interfere further because he plans to take Jenna back himself. However, Yurneth informs him that she has already notified the Major General about the matter. As Han exits his room, he reflects, realizing now that Eklet is also present here. He turns to Nisselred, confirming if what she said was true, that Eklet has been hanging around in hopes of apologizing to him. Handing over a small note, Han tells Nisselred that it contains a brief message meant to cheer Eklet up and casually compliments Nisselred for her efforts. She, in turn, expresses her gratitude, stating that it is an honor to serve him. Later, Han visits Yurneth, his demeanor tinged with sadness. She asks if he is truly determined to return to Townia, reassuring him that it would be perfectly fine if he chose to remain here, adding that even Cirrus seems to desire the same. Han thanks her sincerely for everything she has done, admitting that without her help, his journey would have been far more difficult. He acknowledges that everyone he met here was, in their own way, quite remarkable. Yurneth remarks with a hint of exasperation that if she were in Han's position, she would have been truly annoyed. A master who drives him to exhaustion, throws him into brutal battles, manipulates him at will. And yet, despite it all, no one but Cirrus ever dared to rebel. Han quietly admits that he wishes he could reward her for everything she has done, but there isn't much within his power to offer. Yurneth waves it off, blurting out that it's really nothing. If he truly wants to do something for them, then perhaps he could simply contact them from time to time. Not that he's obligated, of course. After all, the ring he gave her possesses a special feature that allows communication. It doesn't function for long durations, but just once a week would be more than enough for her. A gentle, almost bittersweet smile tugs at her lips as she admits she would love to hear how he's doing, whether he's well, if he's struggling with anything. Should he ever call on them for help, they would come running without hesitation. With their agreement settled, Han rises from his seat, ready to leave now that their future contact is assured. However, as he turns to depart, Yurneth's voice calls out to him once more. She confesses that Lidigjon wishes to see him before he goes, as he has some final advice to share. Respecting the sentiment, Han makes his way to say his farewell to Lidigjon. Lidigjon shares with him a few more teachings about swordsmanship, imparting his wisdom until their parting moment arrives. At last, Lidigjon simply states that he has said all he needed to say. The only thing left is for Han to remember Should he ever call upon him, Littlejohn will surely appear. Later, the instructor addresses everyone, announcing that a full month has passed and asking if they have learned much from their time there. She expresses hope that the experience was helpful to them in some way. Meanwhile, Han and Jenna share their quiet excitement at finally leaving this place behind. Jenna remarks that the first thing she wants to do when they return is to take a proper bath. Han teases her, noting that the baths here are nicer anyway. Jenna agrees that while the instructors were excellent and the facilities impressive, nothing compares to home. She wonders aloud what might have changed while they were away, guessing there are probably many new faces waiting for them. As they prepare for the dimensional jump, their attention shifts to the rising flames. Han watches as the blaze surges skyward, recognizing it as Levitane's flames. He reminds himself that it's not yet time to face that power again. When they do meet, he will need to be far stronger than he is now. 2 days later, an announcement echoes across the airship, informing all passengers that their arrival in Townia is imminent. Those disembarking are requested to gather on the deck. As Han and Jenna step onto the deck, they hear the instructor murmuring to herself that she had heard rumors they ought to have stayed behind in Niflheimer. Jenna responds with a smile, saying their party members are waiting for them back in Townia. The screen flashes to confirm their official discharge, noting their hero statuses have been updated due to the dispatch and reminding them to check the details through the Hero tab. As they step off, Jenna wonders aloud if anyone is even here to greet them, pointing out how strangely quiet it seems. Han reminds her that they never announced their return date, so how could anyone know to welcome them? Suddenly, a cell lunges at them from out of nowhere, wrapping Han in a sudden embrace that nearly snaps his back. Tearfully, she tells him she thought he wasn't coming back, that he might have been gone for good. She laments that Niflheimer's grandeur far surpasses this small place and asks if the people there told him to stay. Han replies honestly that they did. Isel's eyes shimmer, giving him a pleading, puppy-like look as she asks if he chose to reject them for her sake. Then, softening, she tells him he must be tired and insists he should get some rest. She assures him that the facility has improved greatly. This isn't the old Townia anymore. With a bright, almost mischievous smile, she promises that he'll be surprised. Han meets her smile with quiet, knowing silence. We've reached the end of this video. If you made it to the end, comment the name Han so I know you're a real one.